Hello. How's it going? 10:45, huh? We got 15 minutes until the first round starts. So Fleischer against Wolfson, huh? Who would have thought we'd be here? Really topsy-turvy match yesterday between Fleischer and Zimmerman. I didn't count the lead changes. Maybe that would be an interesting statistic for to mention today. But really back and forth in the final set. And Fleischer manages to come out on top. First time in history. I'm sure they've beat Zimmerman before. But it felt like they had a little bit of a better control of the match. I mean, there's no trump defenses, which were killer for the French pair, but Versace and Cementa's slam bidding in the first segment really opened up the lead. Second segment was the one where there were all the really unfortunate results. And then, yeah, in the third, I forget who we were watching. Was it Versace and Cementa? They were just getting killed at the table that we were at. But they managed to hold on. Wolfson against Dinkin, we didn't get to see any of the match. Dinkin was leading, apparently, for the first three sets. And then Wolfson made the comeback in the fourth. So, unfortunate for Dinkin. That would have been a really huge result for them and probably a golden opportunity because they didn't have to fight through all that many of the top seeds to get here. They came through Goldberg, not Nickel. In the previous round, they played up against the children's team. And then prior to that, they had... Where's Dinkin? They faced up against Lal. So Lal basically was the highest seed that they played throughout the event. In the opening round, they were the higher seed. So they had a real chance to make it all the way to the finals without having to face one of the top contenders for the event. But Wolfson's here now. And Wolfson, I guess so Wolfson and Garner have played together quite a bit, but I think Wolfson frequently just shuffles between a bunch of pro pairs that he hires for the team. And so now he's got Berkowitz and Ginasar, as well as Rang and Eckenberg. So, drama. I woke up and saw this thing. Looks like there's a bunch more comments. I might end up making a response post to this later today, but Al Hollander expanding. So I read Diana's comment. Thanks for the feedback. We made it. Okay, for those who don't know about the post, I would recommend not getting on this and harassing people if that's the first thing you think. But we'll try and have a sociable discussion or a civil discussion about it, since I know that's not the way that things go in this community generally. I just watched the semifinal. I was quite shocked how bad the commentator was. I don't want to be mean. Okay, we're way beyond that, bud. Being I thought the commentary was subpar. Okay, we were not necessarily being mean. I was quite shocked how bad the commentator was. I don't want to be mean and name names, but I put this player as a good club player. Fortunately, that's not me. Kept on watching just to see what he'd say next. Well, that's good. Then, if you're still watching, then they're doing a good job. I suppose the problem is that those who can are too busy doing. So Diana says, thanks for the feedback. We've been making a conscious effort to give some of the younger players a chance to commentate, especially those who are also helping promote Bridge through live streaming and social media. That said, we know it doesn't always hit the mark for everyone. Oh, are we talking about Kai here? I didn't even know if Kai was doing a stream or commentary. If there's a specific session or commentator that didn't meet expectations, feel free to send me a message. We'll definitely take it into account and be more careful moving forward. That said, we still believe some commentary is better than none, and we're trying to strike the right balance between experience, enthusiasm, and coverage. All constructive feedback is welcome. Don't hesitate to reach out if you spot anything that could be improved. You don't think Kai was on for the semifinal? Okay, good. Because, I mean, I assume Diana knew who he was referencing based on that comment. The comment about younger players. I don't know who the other younger players are. I mean, I haven't really been paying attention to the other commentators. I know that Brad Thurrer and Mark Chen do commentary, and they are... yeah, so, anyway, I'm going to click like on Diana's comment. Al Hollander, expanding on what Diana said, what expectations did you have that weren't met? With that kind of input, the person, even if not named, might learn what needs improvement. Agree. One example, a bugaboo of mine, is dogmatic explanations of bids that are wrong. What's dogmatic? Oh, just being like stubborn about a wrong belief? Yeah, I also hate that. Especially when the correct info is available on an online convention card. This is a little bit difficult to come by. I mean, especially in ACBL tournaments, like the WBF tournaments are great for doing commentary and getting conventions because they just have like a repository of system forms that everyone's required to submit before the event. And so you can look at your competitors' conventions, which is important so that you can prepare for unusual defenses or methods that they're going to be playing and not get blindsided at the table as you would in an ACBL event. Whereas for the ACBL tournaments, there's no required submission of system summaries. Like, Al has this giant repository of conventions, but players change conventions all the time. Like this Herd Bathurst thing, I think it was them, where they had like a 1 no trump past 2 spades or something, like relay to 2 no, or whatever it was that they were doing, which, I don't know, might that be on a convention card if it's available somewhere? Maybe. It kind of felt like this was the first time they were trying it. So to me, it looked like this was a new addition to their card, and if they weren't required to submit a system summary, which they wouldn't be for the NABC, it might not be on their card. It would be great if I had access to information or stuff like this. I know Al, again, keeps all of this stuff, and he has notes on every single player. Online convention card. Yeah, if we could have access to it. Anyway, another. Mentioning player by first name because it is someone the commentator might know. That's fine if the screen name includes the first name, but that's rarely available on BBO, which has a 10-character limit, so we can't even provide full last name. Since there is a wide range of experience exposure, commentators should refer to a name that's visible on the screen. I agree. I try to do north, south, east, and west just to keep things simple. Sometimes I'll call the last name. Every once in a while I'll talk about a first name. I think generally when I reference like a story, like, oh, Thomas, how could you do this again? Something like that. But yeah, maybe I'll be more mindful about that. Other things probably fall under the category of my personal preferences than habits of effective commentary. If spectators could document their preferences, then things have a chance to get better. In the long run, I also think you need to provide names of commentators you like, dislike to those who permit commentators on the platform. Sure. Diana's a go-to, Love Bridge, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bunch of people. That said, we still believe some commentary is better than none, and we're trying to strike the right balance between experience, enthusiasm, and coverage. You struck out badly. There really needs to be a dislike button. Like a public dislike button. I know YouTube did away with the public dislikes, but there really needs to be a public dislike button for comments like this. I agree the coverage was dreadful. I'd rather have no commentator. There's a really simple solution to this. So I woke up, and when I saw this, I thought it was probably not worthwhile for me to respond. And I think that's true in this thread. I'm probably going to make my own post later today about this, or maybe tomorrow. As a community, we need to improve so much more than just the commentary. In chess, the commentators can use the analysis board to actually show what they're talking about. In bridge, we all just need to visualize it. A strong commentator can't even show what players might be thinking. I feel like I do an okay job. I actually got some comments yesterday from the BBO audience saying that they appreciated me showing off what the players were thinking. As long as that's the case, I think bridge is basically unwatchable for a larger audience. I also think we need to be careful about publicly saying a commentator was terrible. I think this is okay. I do. Yeah, Jody's absolutely right. Bridge players really are angry people in general. They like to complain. They think that it's never their fault. It's always someone else's fault. They need to blame someone for everything that goes wrong. That's just the way of it. I think it's okay to publicly criticize people. Being able to state your opinion, I think is really important. Because if you're not allowed to state your opinion, then no one knows if there's a problem. Yeah, so PJ brings up something that I was going to mention. If you swap between tables, commentary is auto-on. People need to have a set, BBO needs a setting for this. I was going to mention that if I do end up writing a post later today. It's not a bad idea at all to have club-level players as commentators as long as it's paired with a strong player. This is probably true. Two amateurs or novice players or whatever probably shouldn't be commentating together. Obviously, solo commentary should probably be done by an expert, but I do think it's important for the commentary to be engaging. That's the main thing, right? It's supposed to be fun to watch and adding to the level of excitement around the game. As long as you're doing a good job of increasing the enthusiasm for what's going on, then people will be engaged, and that's really the important thing. Club-level player might voice the thinking of a much broader part of the audience than what the strong player is thinking about. Exactly. One good part of chess commentary is there's always something to learn for weaker players. That's why it's so incredibly popular. I think, sure. I like. You are being mean. Okay, whatever. Esco Pica Tavial. Who's this guy? I wrote a long time ago a commentator guide for the BBO commentators. I'm keeping an eye on the clock. We still have 2 minutes. For the national games. It was never published for a larger audience. I still think that it applies. BBO VuGraph commentator guide. Be nice. I would expand on that, but fine. Players are very unlikely to play your favorite system. Don't judge their actions based on what you think you would hold. If they open one spade with this, it is probably systemic and they prefer their methods to 2/1. Agree. If they double one spade opening with this, they're probably playing one no trump as some sort of takeout device. Fair enough. If they open one no trump with blah, they're probably not downgraded but playing some other range. Sure. Don't be negative in your comments. So this sort of whole thing goes with what Al Hollander is saying about, know the systems of the players. Don't be negative in your comments. Don't say the player made an error. Refer to the pair instead. You cannot always know the root cause of the mistake. Don't be derogatory. Sounds great. Yep. Don't gib. Yeah, audience can gib. Analyze the hand from single dummy. Share these thoughts with the audience. Exactly. Try to predict what a player does next and why. Yep, absolutely. Some hands are nice double dummy problems. You can share your thoughts, but see 4. Oh, yeah, don't gib. If you know the players, share stories, but C1. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is good. I mean, I have my own sort of like list of things for commentary that uh, sometimes I share with co-casters if I'm going to be doing a bunch of sessions with them. You can press ignore on the bad commentators. I liked Brady on voice. Sorry, I can't remember first name. Rob Brady. Oh, that's me. Look at me. I like you. I'm okay with non-world class players commentating when they're prepared about systems and karting. I'm also okay if they're entertaining and engaging. They should definitely be humble and shy away from judgment. Yep. Sounds good. The semifinals commentary was downright weird. For the first 3 quarters, Fleischer Zimmerman. Hold on, it looks like we might be starting. Okay. Let's go. We'll get back to this later, I promise. We'll come back to this later. Hey, Craig. How's it going? Let's go to non-Zimmerman table. Probably non-Zimmerman table. Gavin. Yes. I'm sorry, chat. I forgot. It's always Gavin. That's the answer. They're both non-Zimmerman tables? Oh, does he play 2-3? I'm gonna get rid of my cam just in preparation. Zimmerman lost. Oh, that's what you mean by non-Zimmerman table. Alright, I'm awake. I'm awake. Oh, you know what, though? Hold on a second. Check this out. Whoops. That was ineffective, because I've already turned off my webcam. Let me fix this for a second. Look at this, chat. Look at this. I went out last night, and I got 2 giant bottles of water. So I have another one for later in the day today. This is exciting, because now I am hydrated. Deer Park is good water. I know. This is like off-brand Deer Park, though. I mean, I got it at 7-Eleven, because that was the only thing that was open after stream last night. Oh, was that the tagline? Off-brand water, America's a weird place. Well, like at convenience stores, they generally have like their own brand of the thing, which is just a worse version of the product. I don't know what off-brand water means, but you know, I mean, there's always like minerals and filtration and stuff. Hey, Johan. You made a post on bridge winners? Yeah, let's see. Where are we going to go? Let's go to the non-Wolfson table. Yeah. Let's watch Garner? Well, sorry. Too late. Too late, Craig. You lose.
Good morning. Welcome to the Vanderbilt Final. We'll be joined by Rob Brady in just a moment. I was just saying I'll be joined by you in a moment, and you anticipated even that.
I did. Here we are. So this is going to be an exciting finish to the tournament. Both of these teams have fought hard to get here. Fleischer and Wolfson starting off 0-0, 60 boards to play. 1 champion's going to emerge. Ready to get into the action. We got 2 passes around to South in 3rd seat. He gets to open a heart. He has a 10 count, but 5-4 in the majors. No trump overcall by Genasar. Maybe he would have opened that anyway in 4th.
Yeah, kind of a little unusual for high-level bridge in 2025. Most of the pairs in this event are playing a somewhat recognizable 2/1 standard system. Little unusual given that strong club has become so popular, or we do have a couple of pairs playing a shortish club like a 2+ club in transfers, but still in the framework of a 2/1 style.
Right. But I think 2/1 is relatively popular in both France and the US, where a lot of these players are from. So 3 no trump, East West, they got there.
Yeah, Berkowitz, of course, with 10 points, would have bid 3-0 over an opening no trump as well. Here, it's probably a little even more secure, from his point of view, since partners of overcall rates to be pretty sound. But, the 10-5 of diamonds opposite a singleton is really not going to make him happy when he sees what partner had. Of course, he was thinking that he had a source of tricks, but he does not, especially with that 5-2 diamond split.
Right, but fortunately for Declare, the diamond suit is actually blocked. Even if his Stingleton ace gets knocked out, which is not going to look like the most natural defense to North-South, they can still only collect 4 tricks. They'll get the King of Hearts, the Ace of Spades, and 2 diamonds. In the meantime, Declare will be able to take 4 club tricks with the suit splitting, 2 hearts once the king is knocked out, and 2 spades along with the Ace of Diamonds for 9 tricks.
Mm-hmm. So I think the play here, probably, he's going to look around to see if there's any safety plays to be had. He's going to want to, find out some distributional information in case he can pick off someone with Jack 4th or 10-4 clubs, since he can do that either direction with both the 9 and 8. So, I think he's just going to, take some time, even though we can see that it's 9 easy tricks. He's going to take some time here and try to find any way to add a little extra margin of safety. Easy for us to say he doesn't need it, but he doesn't know that.
Right, and one of his main concerns, of course, will be the diamond suit, but it's not going to look very attractive for South to switch to diamonds at trick 2. I mean, maybe South might have King, Queen, Jack, 9, 4th or something, and then he would find a diamond switch, but in general, the South looking at 10-5 of diamonds won't find that switch, so I think he's very likely to duck the opening lead, and I mean, one thing that could happen is Lorenzini doesn't win the king at trick 1, in which case he wins the queen, then he can knock out the spade ace, and as you say, try and guess if there's a possible 4-1 club split to pick up. But that's really the only danger, is that the opponents can get in with the king of hearts at trick 1, or trick 2, for example, if he leads a heart towards the queen later, and then switch to diamonds and knock out his stopper. But Lorenzini kind of naturally just ducks the Jack of Hearts around, hoping that his partner can get in and maybe play a second one. And Declare will have an easy time to make 3 no trump from here.
Yeah, of course, if North had a second heart and an entry, which would give West kind of a more normal looking no trump overcall, no reason to think he has 5 hearts, then South would be able to set up 3 hearts and a spade, where if he went up with the king, he might have his communication severed from his partner if Declare knocked out that ace of spades first.
Right.
And Declare could still do it by guessing, but, playing a low heart, given that he knows Declare has 2 stoppers, keeps the most defensive options in play.
That is certainly the case. So, South wins the ace of spades. He probably gave a little bit of consideration to ducking, but figured that if his partner had the spade king with the second heart, he would have popped up to knock out that ace of hearts stopper, preserving South's entry to the long hearts. And now Declare is just going to be on this position where he's trying to play the clubs for 4 tricks. With the suit 3-2, there's no issue whatsoever. So, quiet start. As you had mentioned, Craig, I think everyone is going to have an auction similar to 1 no trump, 3 no trump on these boards. Some players might open a heart on the West hand if they had the option to do so, but with South opening in front of him, he had no real alternative than to bid a no trump as an overcall.
Yeah, so in the other room we have Wolfson and Garner playing, who play a fairly recognizable version of 2/1. Rang and Eckenberg, the Swedish pair, I'm not familiar with their methods. If we see them play, we can pull up an Eckenberg card with a previous partner. Unfortunately, we don't have access to the pair's card convention cards. I would guess they're probably playing kind of a more Scandinavian small club system, but we'll see. But that also kind of has a 2/1-ish framework. For the Fleischer team, Fleischer and Martel, who are out this quarter, play a 2+ club with an unbalanced 1 diamond opening and transfers over their club. Their teammates sitting in here play standard, and Cementa Versace play also 2/1, but a 10-13 no trump in some seats. But yeah, other than the Swedish pair, I think just about everyone is playing fairly familiar 2/1 framework. It's possible they are as well. We'll just have to wait and see their methods. And I was taking a look here. So Berkowitz has won this event before in 2005. Wolfson and Garner, his teammates, won the event twice in 2023 and 2019. And that team has what used to be a much more familiar bridge stat, which is the 3 Americans on the team, Berkowitz, Garner, and Wolfson, are all former options traders, which used to be the most popular occupation for American bridge experts.
And might there's still be.
There's kind of the trading floors no longer exist, which is it was so suitable for being a bridge player. I was one of them because the model was mostly working for oneself. So if you wanted to just take off for 10-day NABCs, USBCs, World Championships half a dozen times a year, no big deal. So now that most of that has gone to firms like Jane Street, Citadel, market-making firms, there are bridge players working for them, but if you want the more flexible play in every NABC and World Championship lifestyle, it's a little less suitable.
Yeah, that's a great point. In fact, on the Dinkin team, there is a player that is currently employed by one of the big firms up in New York City, Jacob Freeman.
Expert.
So I do want to call attention to what Ginasar is doing here. This might look fairly unnatural to a lot of players that he has decided to exit a heart, allowing Lorenzini to cash 3 hearts immediately. Of course, the clubs do split, and we see that. But if the clubs didn't happen to split, there might have been some small remote chance that Lorenzini, by cashing out these hearts, would end up squeezing his partner in both minors. But that's just not the case here.
Yeah, and I think kind of gets back to what I was saying earlier, that it's really, I guess it doesn't really matter now that he cashed the camp clubs and got a small one, but, really important if clubs were not breaking to find an extra chance, and this might well have been it.
Yeah, for sure. Lorenzini, of course, can kind of see that Declare's line of play is very suspect, because why is he allowing him to cash a bunch of heart winners that he otherwise didn't have access to, given that he has no entries in his entire hand? So he's going to be thinking about, well, is my partner getting squeezed if I cash 2 more hearts? Should I now just exit a diamond to see what's going on in that suit instead?
Yeah, he certainly knows by now that North has strong diamonds, right? Because looking at dummy, if Declare had any chance to set up the diamonds, he would have done so already.
Yeah, that's always a good thing to be on the lookout for when you're defending against a no-trump contract. It's generally very natural for Declare to play on dummies long suits, because 5-card suits or even strong 4-card suits tend to set up tricks, and if Declare doesn't do that, there's usually one of 2 reasons. Either the suit's already set up, so Declare has all the missing honors in their own hand, which is not the case looking at dummies diamonds here. South is sitting on queen and 1. Or Declare has weakness in their own hand, and playing on that suit is unlikely to produce extra tricks, and that is the case in this situation.
Yeah, I think South probably, when he saw a dummy and saw it go heart to the king, heart back to the ace, he probably would have been about 85% sure that the next play out of dummy was a small diamond. So when that doesn't happen, it's going to look very, very suspicious to him.
Yeah, so he's in with the king of hearts.
It would be natural just to start them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as you say, this is the kind of situation where it looks natural to cash your winners, but knowing that North is going to have to make a bunch of pitches, he really doesn't want to, execute a fracture side squeeze would be the term, where you cash your long suit and your defensive partner gets squeezed out of something.
Right. Now, I think he might come to the conclusion that it's never really going to cost to cash hearts, because it sounds like his partner has to have the diamond king, and while Basis sitting North over there might have to work out that he comes down to a singleton king of diamonds to protect a club holding, he should be able to do that based on the carding that South offers him. In the heart suit, for example, he's currently won the king of hearts as opposed to, say, the 9 or 10, and if he continues playing his hearts top down, Basis can confidently hold on to clubs and pitch all of his other cards.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, that's suit preference indicating diamonds. Queen Doubleton doesn't look great, but I think he's pretty confident in the inference that declares diamonds are very weak.
Yeah, and so here we do see the 10 of hearts being cashed. So North, we would expect to throw a spade on this trick. His small spades can't really be all that effective. And now the 9 of hearts is going to be cashed, and he'll essentially know that his partner has diamond cards.
Yeah, and if he doesn't already, I think Dummy probably is going to pitch diamonds at least once. You do want to keep those clubs in case you do. I guess it doesn't really matter if you clubs. They're either splitting or they're not, but you're going to end in your hand regardless. So, but even so, I think South, is not afraid of the diamond suit based on Declarer's early play.
Right. And so now that the 9 of hearts is cashed, Basis can pitch once again another spade, which is perfectly fine. He decides to throw a diamond. But just kind of visualize what would happen if he actually did have Jack 10 third of clubs over there and the King Jack Doubleton of diamonds. He would have just one spade left in his hand. And so then on the 2 spades in West's hand, North would have to make a discard. And now that's where it would be really important for South to have showed these diamond cards, is that he would want to hold on to that Jack 10 third of clubs and come down to a singleton king of diamonds, which might look scary, but so is that club suit.
Yeah, it's one thing that makes squeeze defense so hard for a lot of players is you do have to rely on, what can be very subtle defensive signals, like here playing the king of hearts and then the 10. You really have to trust your partner there. And, also just some of the time you are just straight up guessing. So, sometimes squeezes can operate on a single dummy basis, even when at double dummy they weren't supposed to, because it's just too hard for the defense to figure out what's happening.
For sure. And Genosar, credit to him to put the defense to this sort of test. Of course, clubs were 3-2, so there really wasn't much to the play, but he's showed up to try and win a national championship today. Let's see if all 3 other players at the table have the same aspirations.
Yeah, in fact, West is the only one at the table who has not won a national knockout. In fact, I just took a quick look, and he has yet to win an NABC. He has a plethora of seconds, including a national knockout final. He'll be, very, very happy to be playing here for a chance to not just win a national knockout, but to, have his inaugural NABC win be the, possibly premier event on the calendar. The Vanderbilt is the oldest of the major knockouts.
I totally understand how he feels. he really wants to get that win. So East with a 14 count opens a diamond in first seat. We see a spade from West, as you had mentioned. A lot of very natural bidding from both North, South, and East, West in this room. Take out double from North.
Yeah, it's, I think on the minimum side for that action, but he has 2 aces, good spots, and 4-4 in the other suit. So, probably wants his side to compete and figures you can't get in too much trouble with a hand like that, even when it's not his side's hand. His good interiors and his aces are going to make it a little harder to catch him. Here it's not a great fit, but East-West just have no way to go after 2 hearts.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that Berkowitz, I think a lot of players might have chosen a no-trump over the takeout double with his hand. Because he has excellent stoppers in both hearts and clubs. He doesn't have a spade fit, but recognizing that the opponents are vulnerable, he was just offering up the chance that his partner might want to make a takeout double, 2 hearts or something, and the opponents could get in trouble.
Sure, sometimes South is 4-3-3 with spades, and the opponents have no 8-card fit.
Exactly. But West balances with 3 diamonds.
No trump. So West, of course, was very happy to support diamonds at the 3 level. I think some pairs might have had a 2-no available to show two ranges of 3 diamond bids. East-West are a fairly new partnership. This might actually be their first major tournament playing together.
Yeah, so as you say, it might have been possible for them to have a bit more nuance in the system, but sometimes you can't discuss everything if you're a first-time partnership at these events. Club opening lead goes to the ace.
Or it's possible they did discuss it and, just have some other agreement, or it's even possible that, that West could bid 2-no trump as like both minors or something like that, because you don't need it as a natural bid. Like, they probably do know what it means. I was just pointing out that some pairs might have had it be a Lebensol type bid.
Yeah, and that would have been relatively useful here, because West only had 6 high card points. He has a big diamond fid and would like to compete to 3 diamonds, but he didn't really want to encourage his partner to potentially bid a game.
Right.
But it looks like they were on the same page, which is great to see. Diamonds are very friendly for Declare. And the opening club lead, even if the diamonds didn't split so well, Declare could rough out the club queen to pitch a spade loser from the West hand.
Yeah, so we do have a result on board 1, which is a push at 400 after an identical auction.
Yeah. I guess Declare, having lost a club, he'll lose 2 spades. If he loses a diamond and diamonds also split 3-1, he might lose a second spade, and that would be a way to go down. So he's probably trying to just mitigate the risk against all those possibilities. Like, if North has king third of diamonds or singleton king, for example. So he is going after establishing his spade roughs early. This will allow him to essentially pull 2 rounds of trumps and then start roughing spades before the opponents can continue pulling trumps. So spade ducked around to North, who probably just continues another high heart. And we'll probably see another spade ducked. So eventually Declare will find out the diamonds were 2-2, and this good technique and safety that he's taking to set up his spade roughs early was completely unnecessary. But still good practice.
Yeah, as you say, he can rough 1 spade, use as an entry for diamond finesse. If they return a diamond, he doesn't even really care. He can just win it and play to rough a spade. I mean, I guess maybe that could be a little bit dangerous if North has a singleton king of diamond and did start with 4 spades, so I was able to get an over rough.
Yeah, it's not without flaw, but this is still, I think, good technique to protect against as many bad splits as possible. The fact that North made to take out double spades, spades and diamonds, probably suggests that North is the one with short spades, so I think Declare will oftentimes end up fine.
Yeah, and I think it's a reasonable default assumption. He's also missing quite a few high cards. Right, South has the 8 count. North could have just had one of those kings and doubled a little more off shape even, just because his hand possibly would be good enough. Like, imagine he had the ace king of spades and no diamond stopper. He couldn't bid a no trump, even though he would have the right high card strength for it, because he's missing a stopper in the opponent's suit. So he might feel he had to double just to show his values, even when the hand wasn't perfect for it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Lots of things to consider in these auctions. So I think Berkowitz is finally ready to start pulling trumps.
Yeah, I do wonder if he might actually rough a club first, because if the queen does pop up, now he just plays another diamond and, not worry if he ends, at that point, because he's got that pitch set up.
Yeah, that's a good point. That would be a little bit more safety to try and guarantee you make at least 9 tricks. Would cost him an imp, though. The other table, managing to stay a level lower, gave them a lot more freedom in the play. They didn't have to risk as much. There was no interference from north-south in the other room. Auction was a bit different over there. So being able to play at 2 diamonds, they were able to kind of play the hand a little bit more wide open to try and make over tricks. But here we go. Diamond hook, diamond to the queen, and now we just are going to see a claim.
Yeah, so in the other room, it went a club, which could be short, and they played transfers over that. So when West bid 1 heart to show spades, North double would have been a lead directional for hearts, I'm sure. So he could have bid a spade for takeout, probably. But it's possible they define that as natural, and he might have decided that, knowing that the auction would continue by East-West, that there was no real urgency to get in the bidding quite yet. So he just passed, and at his next turn, when West showed 2 clubs, either transfer to diamonds or some kind of invitational hand, passed again, and then in pass-out seat decided that he didn't feel like competing in the part score red-white, so that was that.
Okay, 2 pushes to start off the set. Good start for both teams. Here, there's a lot of distribution. We see the result from the other room. 4 hearts, down 1, no double. Let's see how the auction plays out here. So North gets to open a club in 3rd seat. East has a Michaels overcall. 5-5 in the majors.
Yeah. So I think here his Michaels bid will be 2 clubs. If 1 club had been 2+, like the North-South teammates are playing, a lot of pairs do like to play 2 clubs natural and 2 diamonds Michaels here. But I think over a standard length club, yep, actually they are playing 2 diamonds Michaels anyway.
It's a relatively common agreement that because a lot of these 1 club bids are very nebulous, akin to the 1 diamond in precision context, you want to have a way to show the club suit directly. And so the 2 diamond preamp doesn't really take up a ton of room with, those sorts of hands. The opponents frequently have a major suit fit and can bid it anyway, so you don't really get in the way enough. So people give up the 2 diamond preempt in exchange for this sort of Michaels bid.
Yeah, you can overcall 1 diamond with some of those hands, and that's fine. But with some of the club hands, 3 clubs is just too much. So, so you have to give up 1 of those. I think a lot of pairs have decided that it makes sense to give up 2 diamonds and, not have to choose between 3 clubs in the pass on the club hands.
Yeah, so Genasar bids 2 hearts. North has a pretty nice hand, but partner unable to act over 2 diamonds doesn't necessarily mean he's devoid of values, but still he doesn't have enough to game force for sure. But Basis does bid 3 clubs. I think he's going to bid 3 clubs anyway. Like the singleton heart, I think, is such a bad sign for defending 2 hearts, and he's pretty sure if he passes that that it's either going to end the auction or will certainly end his side's participation in the auction. So I like this call. Yeah, so 3 clubs passes back around to Genasar, and he has substantial extras. His partner's vulnerable against not. Michael's bid should deliver quite a good hand, which Berkowitz does have, a 13 count with 5 controls. I expect Genasar to balance something. He tries 3 hearts, which is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, notice in the other room, East-West bid a game and went down, but East-West do have a making game.
Is it 3 no trump from the West?
It is 3 no trump from the West hand because you can pick off 6 rounds of diamonds.
You can. You absolutely can. And you would have to, because if that was a true card, the Queen or Jack of Diamonds from North, then you would still have a diamond loser. So... So 3 hearts.
Yes.
Passes around to
and
South.
Maybe a little surprising that South didn't give 4 clubs a shot at some point. He's not afraid of running the opponents into 4 hearts with Queen Jack 9 4th.
Yeah, and his partner had freely bid 3 clubs in this auction, but I guess South judged that this wasn't really their hand for offense. His hand is mostly defense, aside from the 4-card club support. And
Right.
he's kind
If
of
they
right.
can beat this, if they can beat it 2, he'll win imps against the 130. And if he couldn't even make 130 and beats this 1, then it's an even bigger swing.
Yeah. So Queen of Diamonds lead from Basis.
So.
Yeah, generally...
All right, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say generally Declare will want to try and set up their side suit sometimes before pulling trumps. So Declare might start with 2 rounds of spades and even just lead another low spade from the east hand, planning to ruff.
Yeah. So as More Inspector points out, Lorenzini is pretty happy to defend 3 hearts. Might not make 4 clubs, and he is correct. He is much better off defending 3 hearts than declaring 4 clubs with 4 top losers and quite possibly a 5th, because there's no way to get to dummy to play trumps through West. The only way to do that would be a spade ruff, and West can over ruff.
Right.
So unless the defense leads for you, you're going to be down 2 and 4 clubs.
Yeah, although this contract looks like it's probably going to make. I think Declare's most likely line, having now spent another 15 seconds staring at it, is they'll probably either win the King of Diamonds or win at cross to the Spade Queen and lead a heart up, or win the Ace of Diamonds and just lead a heart up. The idea would presumably be to pull 2 rounds of trumps and then play 2 rounds of spades and rough the 3rd round in the West hand. And this way, you pick off... The Ace of Hearts is overwhelmingly likely to be in North's hand, probably even guaranteed on an auction like this. And then you can protect against 4-2 spades after pulling exactly 2 rounds of trumps.
Right. With the Ace of Hearts on side, the defense can never play 3 rounds of trumps, because the best North can do is ace in another, even if he had all of the trumps.
Yeah. So that seems a pretty likely line of play.
Yeah, of course, in the other room, in 4 hearts, the considerations may have been different, which is why you might see a different line of play chosen in the 2 rooms. I haven't looked to see how Versace played his game contract.
It was one of the lines of play that I had mentioned right now. All he would have needed would be Ace Doubleton or Ace Third of Hearts on side to make. So, but in 3 hearts, there's a lot more comfort. Here, when hearts split 4-1, you can still make it, as long as you set up the spades before pulling a 2nd round of trumps, or 3rd round of trumps, I mean.
Right, the defense will get the Ace of Clubs and 3 trump tricks, but with the spades roughing out after getting a couple of trumps out of the way, then that'll be the end of it. And I do wonder, given this long pause, I wonder what alternative he's thinking about here.
Okay, let me stare at it. I suppose sometimes on these sorts of hands you can plan to give up quite a few trump tricks as long as you can just start cross-ruffing cards. The thing that makes me nervous about that plan is that diamonds could be 4-1. This opening lead might be a singleton. And so if we start trying to cash a couple diamonds, cash a couple spades, and then just start roughing things in both hands, if North's able to rough the 2nd round of diamonds, and then South is able to start roughing spades, I'm a little bit worried about losing a club and 4 trump tricks.
Yeah, and I think actually the more I look at this, the more I think that he does suspect trumps are breaking 4-1, because he's missing 10 clubs. They could be 7-3. But if they are 6-4, then he has to be wondering why South didn't take another call, and one very obvious reason would be that he's staring at a bunch of trumps.
Yeah, that's a great inference to take.
And of course, North could just have 7 clubs for his 3-club bid, and then there's no reason to think that South had anything other to do than pass at every opportunity. But, it's just he is going to be wondering why the opponents have 10 clubs and stopped.
All right, he wins the Ace of Diamonds at trick 1 and does lead a heart at trick 2, and now there's really nothing more to the play. North might try the ace of clubs and another club at this point, hoping that
Yep.
he can force dummy, because that's often an effective defense in some of these scenarios where it looks like dummy's setting up spades, but if we can get South to have more trumps than East, then the spades might become useless at some point.
And I think North can be very confident that South has four hearts because West has a good hand. He competed to the three-level vulnerable, but he didn't bid three hearts at his first turn, so I think it's extremely unlikely that West has a four-card heart suit.
Yeah. All right. Ace of hearts. Basis he just decides to knock out the King of Diamonds entry. So King of Hearts. Now it looks like Declare is still only making 3. If he had declined cashing the King of Hearts, he could have made 4, since the 10 of Diamonds is set up. Spade to the Queen, Diamond pitching a club. Actually, South...
Yeah, South has to follow to that, so he can ruff a club and now still play...
Yeah.
No, he'll lose spade to North, right?
No, because since South has to follow to the 10 of Diamonds, he can then ruff the spades good. So spade to the Queen, he can now safely play the 10 of Diamonds to try and pitch a club, and it's going to work. And then spade to the ace, spade ruff, and then continue playing diamonds at South, who has natural trump tricks.
Yep, just needs to play the low spade and not the ace or king on the third round of the suit, because if that gets roughed away, he would hold himself to 3.
Yeah, now Basis and Lorenzini will go back to their teammates and say, they made 4 hearts at our table, why didn't you guys make it? Well, 170, 7 imps. The overtrick does actually matter.
Yeah, so first team to get on the scoreboard is Wolfson with that 7 imp pickup.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if West is the type to open 2 spades here. I think some players would, even with a 4-card side in hearts and vulnerable. The spade suit is not great, but 6-4 with the master suit usually does suggest some kind of action. I think, either honestly is totally fine in my book. We'll see what type of person West is.
Yeah, things could get very exciting if West does preempt in spades here, from the perspective of North having Queen 9/5 sitting behind him. But West passes, so North is going to open a spade. West is now happy.
They're behind screen. So they're behind screen, so he is not quite happy yet.
He's not.
Comes back, he's going to be ecstatic.
Yeah, so
even more ecstatic now. So we'll see. South, if they're playing transfers, is probably going to bid a no trump to show clubs. If they're doing that, he might not have any other club bid available. 2 clubs would be diamonds, 3 clubs might be fifth showing. So this might be his only way to bid natural clubs.
Yeah, and so we'll see if Basis does accept the transfer by bidding 2 clubs here. He does have singleton queen, or if he's going to bid 2 diamonds.
He will not. Yeah, I think he's going to bid 2 diamonds. I think accepting the transfer on a singleton, even singleton queen, is too much, especially with that diamond suit.
I've seen a lot of pairs who play these transfer methods accept on essentially nothing in partner suit. I've seen the transfer accepted on a void before. So
I think if you had a hand like Queen 5th, Queen 3rd, Ace King 4th, Singleton Queen, that would be fine. I don't know that I agree with that on the actual hand.
Do you play these methods?
I play these methods with a lot of partners, yeah. I think it's really good.
Gotcha.
I think you are absolutely allowed to accept on a singleton. I just don't like it on this exact hand.
Well, I'm unfamiliar with the method, so I'm learning something. North does bid 2 diamonds, and I assume South is going to try 3 clubs at this point, for lack of anything better to do.
Yeah, I think South will know that clubs are a misfit and that his partner almost always has 5 diamonds here. for the reasons we said, but with 7-4 and a good hand, right? All he did was make a takeout double. He has no reason to believe that it's not still his side's hand for something. He does have this misfit, but his hand is pretty good. So anyway, he does indeed bid 3 clubs. But yeah, this kind of transfer method has become close to standard at the expert level, just enormously popular. The main game, the one that comes up all the time, is it gives you 2 ways to raise to 2 of a major. A light raise in 2 spades and a sound raise via 2 hearts transfer to spades. And that's really important because it helps you in so many competitive situations, not just whether your side should bid out, but also whether you have the values to double them somewhere.
Yeah, now West gets off to a heart lead, and this is going to let the contract come rolling home. That picks off the Jack of Hearts. The 4th round of hearts can go on the Ace King of Diamonds, and Declare just has to lose both major suit aces and 2 club tricks at this point. So I was wondering about West's opening lead choice, thinking that maybe West would try a spade given partner's takeout double, that partner might be likely to have a spade void on an auction like this.
And notice if East doesn't cash his ace of spades a trick 2, that's going to go away, and that might be a little bit difficult also.
Yeah, although they'll probably get that trick back in the form of a heart. Like if East, for example, switches to a low club right now, then they'll still get a heart trick, but the ace of spades goes away. So that second diamond is going to offer a useful discard. At the other table, Versace on opening lead led the 8 of diamonds from his doubleton diamond, and this presented Declare with enough problems that he wasn't able to bring home the contract in 3 clubs. So this should be a swing back the way of Fleischer, and both teams will be on the board after this one.
So, of course, he probably suspects that, even though it's unlikely a priori, that there is actually a decent chance that South also has a matching singleton spade, because South could have bid 2 spades over 2 diamonds and chose not to.
Right, yeah. That's a good inference to take from the auction, the fact that North had effectively denied having club support by not accepting the transfer on the second round of the auction, and then South, hearing that, bid 3 clubs anyway. South probably would have preferred a 5-2 spade fit a lot of the time, so South must have a singleton.
Maybe, maybe not. I think over a 7-0 club fit, who knows? He does. He does know that he has, even with a doubleton spade with 7 clubs, at least 7 clubs. North could have 1, and at most 7 spades. So playing in his suit where clubs are going to provide tricks in a club contract, but probably not in a spade contract, might have been more appealing anyway. But, it's just something that Burke was going to be thinking about, that South could have preferenced the spades and chose not to. So he's going to know a little bit about South's hand types just from that choice. Anyway, now he has, having won his 2 aces, does not have a great choice of continuations. A heart is possible in case partner led from the king. The diamond obviously is incredibly unattractive looking at that dummy. Yeah, if he does just continue hearts, I think pretty reasonably.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter that this would allow Declare to ruff a heart if he chose to do so. It was already going away on the Ace King of Diamonds. Berkowitz might have worked that out, that South's exact shape has to be known. Partner would have led a singleton diamond, so Declare is marked with a singleton in that suit.
Right.
And South probably... Yeah, if South was 6-5, the auction would have gone differently. He wouldn't have just transferred to clubs and then rebid clubs, so he must have at least 7 clubs.
Well, also, I think if West had 5 hearts with just about any hand, we would have heard from him at some point.
Right, yeah, so good point. So South must have at least 4 hearts, and 5 imps going the way of Fleischer. So 7-5 after 4 boards. Wolfson's still up by 2, bidding a little bit more conservatively on that board 3. On to board 5. North has a nice hand, 7 hearts, spade void, he'll get to open a heart. We'll see a spade overcall from East, and Lorenzini's not going to be too thrilled about hearing partner open a heart, but he does have a 13 count.
Yeah, it looks like in the other room, something of a missed opportunity where North-South have a very good six diamonds contract. Um, it's not totally ice cold because you do have spades to deal with. You're missing the king of diamonds, but it's pretty good with this two-way club play available, and they only got to 5, making with an over trick. So possible spot where North-South could pick up a big swing if they manage to get to 6 diamonds and make it.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. I do think that it's challenging to get to that contract.
Wow, and check out the auction in the other room. An auction I would not have anticipated. North opened a heart and East passed, did not overcall on his ace king jack fifth of spades.
That sounds like East has missorted his hand to me.
Quite possibly, yeah.
But yeah, I'm surprised.
Indeed. So here, the preemption is probably going to help South because he'll know that North has extreme spade shortness, which is going to make it a little safer to explore if he chooses to in the other room. Kind of weirdly, the lack of competition made it harder because South knew a lot less about his partner's hand. It went to heart, 2 diamonds, game forcing, 2 hearts, which I think is a normal rebid, but South didn't really envision this kind of extreme shape in North's hand.
Yeah, now you say that, but preemption obviously has its downsides, and that's that North has to choose 4 of a red suit here. 4 hearts seems like a pretty natural thing to do. It would be very ineffective on this hand because South might end up passing. Now, that contract should make...
Yeah, he doubles. He might even try 4 spades if he's feeling very optimistic. Give up on hearts in exchange for telling partner that he has a really great hand for diamonds.
Yeah, it's possible. He does only have 3 small diamonds, but as you say, excellent controls in all the other suits, a source of tricks and hearts. If his partner has a singleton heart, then 6 diamonds is very likely to be on a lot of the time. Okay, so North doubles, 4 diamonds by South. This is going to excite North. The fact that his partner didn't bid 3 no trump probably makes him think there's not a lot of spade wastage opposite his void.
Yeah, 2 diamonds didn't have to be game forcing, but North doesn't really care. His hand is very promising.
Okay, he bids 4 hearts. So this should show some doubt about 4 hearts being the right strain. If he just wanted to play 4 hearts, he would have bidded himself over 3 spades. So this kind of 2-step to get to this contract suggests to South that he's not confident that 4 hearts is right. And I think for that reason, South's going to pull. Now, what does South pull to? I guess 5 diamonds is the most natural. But if South wants to be a little bit more aggressive, he could try 5 clubs.
Yeah, I think with... in this kind of layout, it's really North's responsibility to, I'm not saying North should be aggressive and get to slam, but I think it's more North's responsibility to, with first round control in every suit that's not diamonds. South has potentially a lot of holes. North knows all he needs is strong diamonds.
Yeah.
So, the North hand, I'm not saying should force to slam or even necessarily, be investigating, with some choice that might suggest willingness to go past 5 diamonds. If he could, I don't know, 4 spades in the previous round would have sent that message if he had chosen to. I think it's just too much for South with the void and partner's primary suit, not having great diamond strength confirmed yet, right? He knows from the double that North has a good hand, but there's all kinds of good hands. He doesn't know how good his diamond fit is. He suspects the spade void. He can't be 100% sure of it. Berkowitz could have had ace king jack 4th of spades and overcalled 1 spade here.
Yeah, well, Lorenzini does, as you say, have this decision to make over 4 hearts. And
I think with North not having shown a spade void at some point, either via 4 spades or 4 spades over 4 diamonds, is too tough. We'll see. Yeah, once Reagan points out that four diamonds, certainly is forward going towards slam. It's got to be forcing. This is just not a case where you rebid your suit for lack of anything better to do. But I don't know. I think this is a very tough combination. Voids are hard in general, right? It's just that they're so rare that it's really hard to envision them even here, where South knows that it's more likely than it would be on a lot of auctions. Like if the vulnerability were reversed, I think he'd be a lot more confident North had a spade void, because now an 8-card spade for East West is much less likely.
Yeah, great point to bring up. So I'm just trying to think from South's perspective what North's hands might look like. Warren asks if it's clear that the double showed diamond tolerance. I'm not...
Right.
I mean, I think this auction shows diamond tolerance. With 1714 or 0814, North would just bid 4 hearts over 3 spades. So...
Yeah. And of course, then the question is, what if the hand is so strong that he's not comfortable doing that? But maybe the answer is it's just too tough. They preempt you, they took away all of your preferred options, and something has to give.
Well, I mean, then the choice would be 5 hearts, I guess. Like, if your hand is too good to bid 4 hearts, then you can bid 5 hearts, right? The spade preemption, as you mentioned, does create a little bit of chaos in the auction, because now, rather than having gradations of hands that you can show at multiple levels, you have to just kind of pick and choose where the cutoffs are for some of these invitational bids. But yeah, I think the main point to be aware of is just that if North is trying to play in 4 hearts, North could have just bid 4 hearts directly over 3 spades. The fact that he didn't do that means there must be something else going on with his hand, and sometimes that's up to South to interpret. Not all partnerships, even relatively well-practiced ones like North-South here, for example, who've been playing together on and off for many, many years, will have agreements about exactly what sort of auction or what sort of hand types this auction shows, because this might be the first time they've ever seen this auction. There are so many different auctions in bridge that you can't have notes for everything. So you can have meta agreements. Maybe they have the understanding that the double 3 spades is game forcing. It probably should be, because it's forced their side to 3 no trump or higher. But aside from that, what's the difference between South's 4 diamond bid or just jumping to 5 diamonds directly? What's the difference between this sequence and bidding 4 hearts directly over 3 spades, or this sequence and then bidding 5 hearts over 4 diamonds? There's a lot of nuance, and sometimes you have to figure these out at the table. But I'm still zoning back in on the idea that North had a very clear way to say, I want to play 4 hearts on this hand, and that's not what this sequence showed.
Yeah, I think just, while we have some time here, kind of, a bit of a nuance to the East-West bidding. So West here, I believe 3 spades was purely preemptive, because I think for a lot of partnerships, possibly including this one, he could bid 3 hearts as a jump Q bid to show a mixed raise. So in some situations where you only have one or the other available, probably most partnerships have preference, either preempt or mixed, and you just go with it. But when you have both available, I think he could have shown a kind of an intermediate mixed type raise to 3 spades, as well as this, much more purely preemptive type hand. So this could work out okay, though, right? They're going to lose a diamond. They're going to lose 2 hearts.
1 heart.
1 heart. I'm sorry, you're right, with the heart spots coming down in the West hand. So if they make 5, they're actually going to win an imp.
They will. Sometimes life is unfair. It's obviously not as great a contract, 4 hearts as 5 diamonds, but it's going to work out just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll eventually take a diamond finesse and be very happy when it loses, because that'll at least mean that 6 diamonds would have presented some challenges in the play.
Yeah, I was actually looking forward to talking about the play in 6 diamonds, but I'm not going to anymore. Yeah. So I guess we'll have to wait for another day.
Yeah, I think six diamonds would have taken quite some time. It's a very complicated hand.
It is. And I think there's actually a really fun line of play where you duck the open, or where you lead the queen of diamonds out of hand at some point. But I will leave it as an exercise to viewers to work out whether or not what I'm saying makes any sense. Either way, four hearts is going to make 11 tricks, as you mentioned, losing just a heart in the diamond king. There's no way for the defense to attack clubs, so diamonds will eventually run to pitch that club loser.
Yeah, I think this is one, as you say, these auctions come up so rarely that even expert partnerships don't always know exactly the nuances between bidding directly, double and bid, double and something else. So I think North-South are probably going to use an excuse to kind of clarify not what went wrong here, but just how do we approach this kind of position.
Yeah, exactly. So a diamond switch. Declare does try the diamond hook. There was no risk of a singleton diamond having not been led at trick one. Well, maybe a small risk, given that East had the ace-king of spades, but he judged that this is fine. Even if a diamond rough comes, he's still making his contract. So there's the king of diamonds. No diamond rough coming. Declare can just pull trumps and take the rest. So 650 and 620 is going to be 1 imp for Fleischer. The lead closes. Now it's only 1 imp to Wolfson.
Yeah, but the other table's a little bit ahead of us, and we can see actually North-South had a chance for back-to-back slams.
Wow. Well, I'm excited to see board 6 then.
Yeah, as in why it's like Wolfson and Garner had a very effective auction. We'll see if this North-South can duplicate it. West here, he knows that this is not a great position for the defense, but if he thinks that North-South might have had some kind of accident in the auction, it's possible that there's kind of an unexpected way that he might be able to beat the contract. Like East could still have a singleton diamond, as you say. The ace of spades would be, attractive from ace king, as opposed to a singleton in the suit that dummy bid and rebid pretty aggressively.
All right, Junasar is thinking this one through. Basis doesn't want to claim, just in case a diamond rough is actually coming. But he will make his 11 tricks. I am going to posit that we might be seeing a slam swing on the next hand. But we'll take a look as the auction unfolds.
As you say, when it comes up, we'll see it. So meanwhile, for those who might be thinking that the East-West new partnership is a little unusual, there's a generation gap as well as 5,000 miles between them. West being Israeli and East being a native New Yorker now living in Florida. West has actually played with several members of the extended Berkowitz clan. He played for a couple of years seriously with Chris Walenkin. West was living in Chicago while his wife worked on a PhD. And he also played with David Berkowitz's daughter, Dana, in a number of mixed events, I think including at least the U.S. trials and possibly a mixed world championship. So he has close ties to David Berkowitz's extended family, even though it's a relatively new partnership in this configuration.
And that's actually a good point that you bring up, that a lot of partnerships get formed based on, friends kind of putting two people together and saying, hey, I like the way that this person thinks. You would also like the way this person thinks about the game, so you two should play. And that easily could have been what happened here. So finally we see the claim, 4 hearts making 5, and the 1 imp pickup to Fleischer.
Yeah, and West has remained close with David's daughter and son-in-law. I had dinner with them in Louisville last year. They talk a lot, even with the geographic distance. So, I think, as you say, despite being a new partnership, have a lot of insight into the way each other thinks about bridge from those kinds of social ties, which is really important.
Right. So, East passes in first seat, and
it's open. This will be pretty easy.
Yeah, that is a good point to bring up, that North with a 22 count, if South does open the bidding, then North is just going to force to slam. If
Yeah.
South
Deprive.
passes, then North presumably will... Oh, South does open a diamond. Okay, never mind. I take it all back. We are not going to have a slam swing.
And notice we were deprived the opportunity to see how North-South's teammates would have handled this, because had Versace and Cementa been sitting North-South, South had a 10-13 no trump available, which would have made North fall out of his chair, I think.
Yeah. Safe to do so behind screens. Your partner doesn't know who fell out of their chair. No unauthorized information conveyed. But so, a diamond, a spade, two spades. Basis now might take quite a bit of time. I mean, he'll probably just establish a game force first. Maybe he'll be able to, I was going to say, bid two no trump to ask about the quality of South's hand. South has bid three no. Maybe this is like effectively balanced. Four club cubid.
Yeah, it's funny. Of course, North is in the unusual position of having all 5 key cards.
Right. Still probably wants to be the one to bid key cards so he can ask about kings.
And the Queen of Trumps, also.
Yeah.
Yeah, if South did somehow get into a position to ask, we'd have the very unusual 2 or 5 response.
Yeah, 5 without. Okay. So, 4 clubs, 4 spades. South has now essentially said, I have the worst of the worst possible hands. I'm balanced. That was the 3 no trump response. And he could have cubed 4 diamonds over 4 clubs, but elected not to because his hand is so bad. North bids key card anyway. South is going to show 0, and North is going to ask about the trump queen. South is going to deny it. And that was the exact position that we got to in the other room. So it's going to go 5 hearts, 5 spades, and now North has this decision to make about whether or not missing the spade queen is enough to bid a slam, because he now knows they have a spade loser most of the time. I mean, I'm wondering if North might even bid 6 no trump.
Yeah, notice as Warren Spector points out, this is not a great slam, and a big reason is the heart duplication is, despite having 33 highs, ace doubleton opposite king queen doubleton, the queen is wasted, and you'd like it somewhere else. If someone had a third heart, like if South and king queen third of hearts, you could pitch a diamond from North, and now all you need is a 3-2 spade break. So that does make slam quite a bit worse. The clubs are 3-3, but it doesn't help you. One pitch from South is useless.
Yeah, exactly. And I think South's 3 no trump bid, if I'm interpreting it correctly, which I have no idea, showing effectively like a balanced-ish type hand, might save North-South in the sense that now it does sound as if South might be 4-3-3, and therefore this heart duplication couldn't possibly exist. So North might think that South is exactly 4-3-3-3 in shape, or what did South open? A diamond? Ooh.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess South does need a doubleton somewhere.
Yeah, I wonder, like 4-3-4-2, I wonder whether 3-no is in range for that. It's possible that 3-no just says, I think 3-no is a better contract than 4 spades in some layouts. Hard to know. I think, as always, if any spectators have insights into the North-South methods, all we know really is what's on their card, which is great for first rounds of auctions. But as these things get more subtle, we know less and less, or what the operator can tell us of their explanations. So if anyone does know exactly what North-South do for game tries, please let us know. We'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so Basis decides on 6 spades. There are definitely layouts where 6 no trump would be the superior alternative, like shift that queen of hearts into the diamond suit, and 6 no trump might be a better place. That way, if spades are 4-1, then you could fall back on 3-3 clubs to make 6 no, whereas 6 spades would just be down off the top.
Yeah, there's obviously the very slight chance in spades that you catch a queen jack doubleton and lose zero trump tricks, but that is certainly not something you want to have to bank on in a slam.
Right, right, yeah. So okay, the Hart opening lead, and Basis sees that he's in a bit of dire straits.
Yeah, and really quite disappointing. I think obviously the South hand, we've seen this pair play a lot of boards this week. They open these hands, which is totally fine. So North knows it's in South's range. But even with these high cards, if South had a third heart, he would be so much happier. Exactly the same 11 count. Worse in a sense if it was 4-3-3. Obviously he wouldn't open a dime with that. He would open a club. But South is literally the worst hand North could possibly buy here.
Yeah, now Basis, I think, is going to spot kind of the best opportunity here, which is to try and strip the hand and throw East in with the third round of spades. So he'll pull a couple rounds of trumps, and then he'll cash the hearts and cash 3 clubs and be relatively pleased to see that the suit splits 3-3. And then I guess he'll probably cash the diamond king before playing a spade, because then if East started with queen third of spades, East would be end played into giving him a rough sluff, getting rid of his diamond loser, or leading a diamond into his ace jack. With West holding the third spade, he's just going to have to rely on the diamond finesse.
Yeah, and East would have no way to take himself off that end play. It would just operate completely automatically.
Right. All right. 1 round of spades. Oh, he saw the 9 pop up. So he's going to cash a second heart, and he's going to lead a spade towards hand. But yeah, I think he's just going to play the king, because I think the chance of this end play is just too good to pass up. Like, the safety play against 4-1 trumps requires everything else to go right, because now you probably need 3-3 clubs or 3-3 diamonds in addition to the diamond hook. And here, I mean, East might play the 9 of spades from queen jack 9. So
yeah, it's interesting. It possibly would also be a really great play from queen 9-3 or jack 9-3 if he spots the end play coming.
Yeah,
now he has a third one to return before he's thrown in.
Yeah, I think he's just going to hop up with the king, because the then play is a little bit too tempting, I think.
Yeah, I think if East had started with queen 9-3 of spades and the queen of diamonds, this hand would be possibly the defense of the year if he played the 9 from that.
That's true.
Yeah. Induce the safety play and exit a third round before you get thrown in.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and Warren kind of mentions that there's no end play if East has queen 9 doubleton or jack 9 doubleton. Technically not true, but Declarer would never play for it. He could, before pulling even a second round of trumps, try and strip the club suit and then play a spade towards hand. And obviously West wouldn't be able to hop up with their honor to smush partner's jack, because then the 10 would be high. So Declarer would be able to duck the second round of spades to East, executing the same end play. But that's not all that reasonable of a line of play to take. You would have to cash clubs while there's still a bunch of trumps outstanding. And he does pop up with the king.
Yeah, and as you say, I think this has to be, and I guess he probably knows that neither plan is going to work. Like, I guess Berkowitz could have made this brilliant play, but probably he knows that the end play is not going to work. But the safety play also would be a little wrong. Actually, maybe the safety play is better if he thinks that East would never find that play from honor 9-3 of spades. Then the safety play definitely is superior.
It's been pointed out that if East had honor 9-3, the jack or queen would pop up on the second round of the suit. So you would, you would basically just cash the top 2 trumps. So it looks like he does decide to play a spade to the 8, which
I like that play.
It's very close, and now he's just going to go diamond to the king, diamond to the jack. Don't need to prolong the agony on this one. These guys can sometimes be a little bit slow, so you want to save time when you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I think North is a little bit quicker than South. South very much likes to take his time in a lot of these difficult positions. As we can see, the other table is 3 boards ahead of this one. West in particular at that table, Versace is a pretty fast player.
Yeah, very fast. And they are, as you say, a couple boards ahead in the other room. So we'll get comparisons on all the boards, at least throughout the first set. North-South have found their way to 3 no-trump on these cards. That looks relatively automatic. South gets to open 2 diamonds, showing 18 to 19 balanced.
Yeah, very popular treatment in France. Some Italians also have adopted it. I think really virtually never seen in the United States, but quite popular in certain parts of Europe. So North probably will, I think, bid 2 spades, asking South to bid 2 no trump, and then transfer to hearts, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's a common agreement here. Just because other tables might have started the auction a minor, a heart, 2 no trump, North really wants to kind of duplicate the way that you put the South hand as declarer in the no trump contract, so 2 spades as a puppet to 2 no, before using most likely your natural 2 no trump system over that to explore for major suit fits.
Yeah, and of course, if North's majors were switched, then that wouldn't be an option. But it's, I've seen that treatment before after this kind of 2 diamond bid. I think it's relatively popular. But we'll see. I'm not sure exactly, if there's a standard, what it is. It's not a method that I have much familiarity with. And 3-0 is not great since North is entryless, but it does make anytime hearts are 3-3 or the jack of hearts drops, which one of those is somewhat likely.
Yeah, and that's a great contract to be in. It's a great contract to be in vulnerable at imps. The odds are well within your favor to pick up imps on that in the long run. Additionally, the opponents haven't always led a club against this contract. If they get off to a spade lead, you might be able to set up diamonds if the hearts don't come in.
Right. Yeah, also a very good point. So, indeed, North does bid 2 spades. I think we'll see South obliged with 2 no trump, and they will get to the same 3 no reached in the other room almost certainly. North is just going to transfer and bid 3 no, and South will pass. No, 3 clubs, whatever that is.
Yeah, a lot of pairs will have some sort of specialized puppet stamen or stamen-esque type auction in some of these spots. The additional factor is that over 2 diamonds, North might have had other ways to show certain hand shapes with majors, so they can be a little bit more nuanced in their use of this 3 club bid than they otherwise would be over a direct 2 no trump opener. So it sounds as if North has showed 5 hearts, and South probably has denied 5 spades, is what I'm guessing.
And 3 hearts is my... maybe not, actually. Yeah, so it's true. We don't know exactly what it is. 3 clubs, I'm sure. Whatever else it showed, guaranteed 5 hearts, because that would have been too risky to miss. Anyway, Southwest, of course, with no second choice, does lead a club.
Yeah, 10 of clubs, Rusino. So promising the jack could have a higher honor, as he does here. Declare... So off the top, Declare has 3 hearts, 2 spades, a club, and a diamond, which is just 7 tricks. Even in the rare occurrence that the singleton king of diamonds falls, you're still going to need the hearts to take tricks on this hand. So I think the line of play is probably to duck 2 clubs, win the 3rd round, then test the hearts, and if the hearts don't split, you can still hope that the player with 3 clubs has king doubleton of diamonds, and go ace of diamonds, duck a diamond. And that would set up enough tricks, and even if they can cash the jack of hearts at that point, that would still only be 4 defensive tricks. So I think that's the line of play we'll see.
And I would just add to your comment about the opening lead of the 10. It is possible that it's a 0 or 2 higher 10, but as you say, Rusino just showing the jack with or without a higher honor has become much more popular, but it's possible that they're playing coded 10s and 9s. This would be consistent with either.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. So club over to the queen, declare will duck again, and he'll win the third round of the suit. I guess for a couple of reasons. For one, if clubs are 4-4, it doesn't help to duck a third round of clubs. But two, because specifically he can afford to lose 2 clubs, a heart, and a diamond, but he can't afford to lose 3 clubs, a heart, and a diamond.
Yeah, and the heart suit is pretty promising. Of course, any 3-3 is good enough. Any jack doubleton is good enough, but because you have the 9 in your hand, even 5-1s with a singleton jack is good enough because all of dummies will be high at that point. So, the 5-1 stiff jack is fairly remote, but, it means you do pick up an awful lot of combinations. You're not just relying on a 3-3 break.
Right. So Lorenzini, just being deliberate, take his time. I'm sure he sees this line of play that I've kind of laid out already. Win this club, test the hearts, and if they don't come in, ace of diamonds, duck a diamond. Hopefully Berkowitz, the one with the 3-card club suit, has the king doubleton of diamonds and has no way to get out of his own hand.
Yeah, in the other room there was a much more American-looking auction. Garner and Wolfson are a pretty down-the-middle 2-over-1 type pair, so a club opening by South. The heart response, a 2-no rebid showing 18-19. North checked back, and South could not oblige that, so they got to 3-no trump via the auction that I think most American pairs would have exactly the same sequence.
Yeah, Lorenzini still staring at this third club.
Yeah, he's also probably giving a little thought to what to pitch. A second spade from dummy is not great for his communications. A diamond is not great because you do want to keep that queen protected, probably, if you can. So I think he's thinking more about how to handle the play from here than whether to win the ace on this trick.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will throw out the possibility that he is actually thinking about ducking this club. Sometimes, I think it's wrong on this hand, but sometimes it can be important to find out if a club suit like this and no trump splits 4-4 or 5-3, so that you can know whether or not it's safe to try and establish a side suit. Mm-hmm. Like, if the clubs happen to be 4-4, then he could afford to try a diamond towards the queen before he works on the heart suit, because then the opponents would be cashing exactly 3 clubs, and he could afford to knock out the king of diamonds if it was onside. But with clubs 5-3, he won't have that luxury. So actually, that's a very reasonable consideration. It still looks a lot more natural to me to win the ace of clubs, because there is a way to make the contract if clubs are 5-3 and the hearts don't come in. But I'm guessing those are the 2 lines of play that he's considering between.
Yeah, it would be devastating if he's had jack fourth of hearts and king of diamonds doubleton, and then you let this hold, play the hearts, find out they don't split, duck a diamond to ace king, and unfortunately that's the 5th defensive trick.
Right.
Where they had no 5th one if we just won this, because that would have been the last club trick the defense took.
Yeah, exactly. So it does appear that there's actually a legitimate problem, and he does decide to duck the club. So Ginasar will win. He'll play back another club to set up his 4th club trick if he gets in with that diamond king.
Yeah,
he even plays back the jack of clubs as suit preference, showing diamonds.
Yeah.
So one more pitch from dummy. Now dummy is getting a little bit squeezed. You have to keep all the hearts, because hearts might just run. Pitching a diamond puts you in this precarious spot where now you can't go ace of diamonds, duck a diamond because you're down to queen and one over there. And pitching a spade really kills your communication in the spade suit. Even if you're able to duck out a king doubleton of diamonds, then the opponents can cut communication in spades at that point. So,
I mean, not really, because he'll have communications in diamonds, having preserved them in both hands. But yeah, on some layouts, this would be a very annoying spot to have to pitch a spade.
So club around
this one
to
it won't be a big deal. I guess actually it could be, because you duck out the diamond, and if they return a spade, now actually the ace of diamonds is cut off.
Yeah. Well, this heart pitch from Berkowitz is going to make Declare very happy. Now he's, I think, going to test the hearts immediately.
Yeah, maybe a little surprising. I guess maybe Berkowitz can just see that whatever's going on in the heart suit, his partner's honors are so short, they're just going to pop up.
Yeah, king of hearts. Another heart. There's the jack. And now we should have a pretty quick claim.
Yeah, I mean, possibly a conditional claim, because I think there's a slight possibility of a spade diamond squeeze, maybe. No, I guess not. The spade spots aren't good enough.
Yeah, East would need to have an awful lot of spades for that to happen.
No, I think really what you would need would be to switch to 3 and 9 of spades.
That would make it more likely, yes.
Yeah, then you just need queen jack 10 of spades in the and the king of diamonds in the same hand.
Right. All right. A heart. West throws a spade, so East is going to hold on to the spades. West is going to hold on to the diamond king, and this will be 3 no trump making 3, same as at the other table.
Yeah, in fact, with South having to pitch a pointed card here, the defense doesn't even need to be careful. West just needs to guard the diamond.
Okay, plus 600. So a couple pushes back to back. The match still remains really close. 7-6, Wolfson over Fleischer.
Yeah, this match resembles a little bit the kind of matches you would see, 30, 40 years ago, before the, influx of Europeans into North American tournaments, playing less familiar methods where, a lot of the superficial methods would be very similar, and the difference in score would be, judgment and card play guessing. In most high-level matches today, there's a lot of kind of, somewhat randomness, where there's just system swings where no one does anything wrong. It's just things come up differently for the systems. But this is going to be one where I think the systems are going to look very similar, and most of the swings are going to be judgment, which means there's probably going to be a lot more flat boards, into some of these hands where the only thing that really matters is card play technique, and everyone's going to be pretty careful.
Yeah, it looks like the players are on break for a little while. It's about halfway through the set, so everyone gets a chance to stretch their legs, get a glass of water.
Yeah, the other table is 3 boards ahead, so I would think that they're all, on notice that this cannot be an extended break, but halfway through the set's a natural time to take at least a brief pause.
Well, I have to say that we have some very exciting boards coming up. I'm not going to talk about any of them until we get there, but I think we're in for a treat in the next few hands.
Yeah, I think, possibly what I was just saying about everyone, bidding similarly and it coming down to, tight card play technique. I may have spoken a little prematurely.
We did note that as we talked about earlier, the Italians, Versace and Cimenta, do play this mini no-trump in certain seats and positions, and that often creates swings. They had a positive swing from it in their semifinal match yesterday, where they ended up getting doubled off, favorable, but the opponents missed a game because of doing so, and but sometimes it creates unfavorable swings. So that sort of thing happens relatively frequently, where if you're playing just completely different ranges of no-trump systems. Your auction might go differently at one table than the other, and there could be a 6 or 8 imp swing on one of these boards. But yeah, some relay systems will allow you to get to slams or grand slams that are just completely missed at other tables.
Yeah, or the reverse, right? We saw the Tarzan relay method a couple of times where, relay methods can be really great for ferreting out certain types of information, but often that means that when you need a different type of information, you have no access to it. So it's a little bit random on any given hand.
Yeah, you should play the methods that you're most comfortable with and that you enjoy playing, and there's trade-offs to every convention. Right. Like even Two Clubs Stamen, which everyone plays over strong no trump, there are still trade-offs to that bid.
Sure. I think, to me, that's one of the things I find most interesting about Bridge, that there's not really any optimal system. There's what you think are your top priorities, and very often you'll see pendulum swing in people play light preamps because light preamps work, and then people find ways to penalize them and preamps get more solid, or no trump ranges. There was a vogue where everyone played 10 to 12 no trump for a while, and then people started realizing that actually you can penalize that pretty aggressively because 180 and 280 aren't a big deal, but 500, 800, 1100 are a very big deal, and people stop playing 10, 12 no trumps mostly. There's a lot of sort of game theory around those kinds of issues that is one of the reasons that Bridge can still evolve, almost exactly 100 years. I think it might actually be exactly 100 years since Harold Vanderbilt got board on a cruise ship.
Well, we're honoring Vanderbilt here in the finals of the Vanderbilt Trophy.
Yeah, it was indeed 1925 that I think going through the Panama Canal, he decided Auction Bridge did not have nearly enough gambling for his taste, and created the contract bridge scoring table.
And we're very thankful for it, because now we have all these tournaments that have sprung up around it, a competitive nature.
Yeah, the Vanderbilt Trophy itself, right? The winners get a silver replica of the Vanderbilt Cup, or at least used to. I assume they still do, from an endowment set up by Harold Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that's a super cool prize. I know that there are quite a few other tournaments out there that offer similar sort of trophy-like prizes. I think the Letterer Trophy is a...
Oh, the UK pairs?
Yeah, the UK pairs, which has kind of a similar incentive for winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a difference between the Vanderbilt and Spin Gold. They were superficially identical, but the Vanderbilt, you got the trophy replica, and the Spin Gold, you had to have 100 master points to enter. That's why it's the Vanderbilt knockout teams with the Spin Gold master knockout teams. You had to be a master, which was 100 master points.
Yeah, inflation has taken over a little bit, since then.
Yeah, it was never the highest hurdle to clear, but it wasn't I don't think it's been enforced in many years, but there actually was a period when it was enforced. Anyway, players are back. We have results in the other room on the next several boards, so we'll see if this table can navigate it in the same way that their counterparts did. Yeah,
and listen, as I was saying, there's some excitement coming, and this might not have been what I was referencing, but it looks like a relatively tame 4 spades making 5 here. The east-west hands are just off both black aces, and really not much else to speak of. There's the possibility of a diamond ruff.
Yeah. Well, there's also a possibility of getting to the 5 level, right? East has a hand that really only cares about key cards, and depending on how seriously you take West's opening bid, he may ask at some point.
Yeah, that's a great point. So a diamond, a spade, and no trump. The weak no trump, East is going to game force. Presumably 2 diamonds.
Yeah, he'll hear 2 spades by West, confirming the 3-card holding. And, the East hand, Obviously, it's not, a super powerful hand, but he just doesn't need much, right? All he needs is the right number of key cards. He has everything else, Queen Jack of Clubs, Queen of Diamonds, Jack Ten of Spades, Singleton Ace of Hearts.
So West has an 11 count, but an 11 count would be good enough. If that King Jack of Hearts were a bunch of small hearts and they were instead the Ace of Clubs or Ace of Spades, then you would just have 12 cashers. So I think actually you might be right. Maybe we will see a bit of a swing on this board. East probably should bid 3 spades here. It's really important when you have a slam going hand to establish what the trump suit is. And maybe East has a different way to establish spades as a fit in their methods, but otherwise 3 spades would be a positive hand. 2 diamonds was already game forcing. It would confirm spades or trumps, and it would essentially ask partner to start Q-bidding. And West's hand isn't so bad opposite a hand that wants to Q-bid. Remember, he's showed a weak no trump, so the high card count is not what's relevant from West's perspective when his partner asks him to Q-bid. It's whether or not he has controls in a suitable hand, and he has a 5-card suit, which is great. He has a roughing value in the club suit, and he has a trump honor, the King of Spades. So I think West is going to be very happy to Q-bid 4 diamonds here.
Yeah, and notice in the other room, getting to the point of how powerful this East hand is, if it just buys, the right honor location, opposite a 10 to 13 no trump, cement a bit very aggressively. And here, Berkowitz has reason to believe the West hand might be even a little bit sounder than that.
Yeah, 10 to 13 in the West. Here, Genasar has showed 11 to 14. So, as you say, Berkowitz could get a little bit aggressive, and then it will depend on the opening lead and subsequent defense.
Yeah, I mean, they do have to be pretty careful because they have to make sure, first, they set up the diamond ruff, and second, that North's Ace of Clubs is available after South wins the Ace of Spades. But there is a path to beat 5 spades, and, it's very possible that East West are going to get, East, from East's point of view, he has 5-level safety, right? The only reason he doesn't is this ruff, yeah.
Okay, well, big moment here on defense for Lorenzini and Bassis, and I think they have a really good chance of getting this correct. We'll talk about the defense in a minute once the auction concludes, but 4 no trump, 5 hearts, 2 without, and
4 diamonds. I do wonder whether to play serious 3 no trump here, because that is a bit of an aggressive 4 diamonds, but on the other hand, West's hand is limited, and as a limited hand, his hand is pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the point, that they probably do play a non-serious in this spot, but 2 key cards without the trump queen, again, his hand's limited. It's so different distinguishing between a hand that's slam suitable and one that's suitable for game. For game contracts, you kind of just count up your high card points for the most part and see if you have 26 or 25 or whatever it is and bid the game. But for slam, you're looking for controls and a source of tricks, and West basically has both. Ace and 2 kings is excellent controls for his 11 to 14 range, and he does have a 5-card suit. Singleton diamond lead.
Bit of a system difference here, not just the weak no trump, but because they opened a no trump as West, East had a transfer instead of a natural response. So that was kind of what I meant by like a random system swing. It's random who has the singleton diamond. Here it happens to be the person on lead at this table, but not the other table. And that truly is just a random swing. So, kind of the system luck, if both tables had gotten to the 5 level, might still have provided an 11 imp swing because at the other table, North would have been on lead after the transfer.
Right. But, there's also a little bit of randomness in here that East thought his partner's range was a little bit stronger than it was, and so that could contribute to the fact that he was willing to go through 4 no trump. At the other table, they found the spade fit, and East still had the same sort of hand, but his partner's hand was a little bit more limited, and he decided not to investigate the slam. So...
yeah, I mean, East kind of left to his partner at the end where he showed a slam try, Q-bid, and then let us decide whether to go past 4 spades or not.
Yeah, and here we go. This is what I wanted to talk about on defense. I was waiting. Jack of spades, duck by South. Now he's going to win the ace of spades, and his partner's suit preference signal in the spade suit is going to be clear. Or if his partner started with a singleton spade, his partner would give a more clear signal, and he instantly switches to the 8 of clubs. 8 of clubs, please don't play back a club partner, give me my diamond ruff. Diamond comes. Excellent defense for Lorenzini and Bassis here, and they're going to earn their side quite a nice swing, 11 imps.
Yeah, South's duck of the ace of spades was a really excellent play because if Berkowitz started with 6 spades, you say North could have given a direct signal, and when North has 2 of them, he's playing his spots in such a way to indicate where his entry is. So North-South, they got a little lucky in the way the auction came up for them, but they also earned a defensive swing for sure.
Right, yeah. Very well done. 11 deserved imps to Fleischer, and finally the first double-digit swing of the match, and Fleischer is now on top by 10. Okay. This hand is exciting, because the key to the hand is that ace-king third of clubs opposite the queen doubleton. Also the queen of diamonds sitting over there.
Yeah.
And it might be difficult to diagnose all of those cards. You're going to find out that you're probably off the king of spades via a cubiting sequence. So I'm curious how Berkowitz and Ginosar are going to be able to navigate this challenging auction. Bassis is going to pass in first seat. And Berkowitz with 20 highs is probably just going to open a heart.
Yeah, that was the choice in the other room where the auction got a little bit artificial fairly quickly. I think this pair probably is going to be playing a more natural-looking system, so we'll see if they're able to get to almost the top spot. 7 no is cold with 13 top tricks, but 7 hearts was almost as good, and at imps it doesn't matter.
So the East hand is 8 quick tricks. A lot of players, if they do have some sort of rule about their 2 club opener, will kind of make the cutoff at 8.5 quick tricks, and so from that perspective, the East hand just doesn't qualify. Additionally, it's a little bit light in high cards for a traditional 2 club opening bid. So I think 1 heart is going to be the popular choice, but Berkowitz is giving it a bit of a look.
Yeah, I think even if you open a heart, you're going to want to, this hand is so strong and possibly so complicated that, you open a heart, your partner does something, bids a spade, bids a no trump, who knows. You want to make sure that your subsequent auction is really well planned out before you make that first call. A heart, a something, 3 diamonds probably is the default choice, but East obviously is going to want to make sure that he doesn't have a pause later in the hand. So, planning out all these contingencies before he gets that 1 heart bid on the table seems very smart.
Yeah, that's a great point, that sometimes you want to make sure when you have a strong hand that your rebid's actually going to work opposite most of partners' default responses. Here, Ginosar bids 2 clubs.
I think you don't bid a slow 3 diamonds and give something away,
Right. So Ginosar bids 2 clubs, which is an excellent choice. Get the game force across rather than bidding the 4-card spade suit. 2 hearts by Berkowitz. I was going to say maybe he would bid 3 hearts to set hearts as trump. But sometimes it can be a good idea to pick not the heart suit to set as trumps if you want to ask about a queen in a different suit, or bid keycard in a different suit, for example. So if he wants to try and bid keycard in clubs, he could have gone through this route to try and get clubs to be set as trump or diamonds to be set as trump for whatever reason. But it looks like now with the hearts confirmed, Berkowitz just cubids 4 diamonds. He knows that his partner's going to be able to cubid over this, given his game-forcing response to his opening bid.
Yeah, as you say, you bid 2 hearts here. If your partner bids 3 clubs, that's probably really good for you because now maybe you don't have to worry about the small spade and small diamond if you can find out the partner has ace, king, 6 of clubs. If you start with 3 hearts confirming trumps there, you're never going to get that information.
Yeah, exactly. And that could have been what he was thinking about on his opening bit as well. Is like, in the odd rare case my partner game forces, what am I doing? So 4 diamonds, 4 spades. Genasar doesn't want to take over with keycard because he's kind of looking at just controls.
Are you sure Genasar didn't just take over with keycard? I'm not.
I'm not, but I don't think this.
I think at least one of
East
East West is being keycard at this point, but I am not yet sure which. 4 spades, keycard, 4 no, 0 or 3 is possible.
Yeah. Okay, so 5 hearts looks to be 2 without.
Yeah.
East will bid 5 no trump, and West is going to bid 6 clubs.
And now they should get there because East will bid 6 diamonds, asking about third round diamond control, right? Or does that ask about the king of diamonds? Maybe it does.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yes, this is one where keycarding and clubs would have been more effective because over that East might have been able to bid 6 diamonds, asking about third round diamond control.
Right. So what Craig's talking about here is that over a keycard bid for no trump here and a keycard response, 5 hearts, once you have all the keycards in the trump queen, you can bid 5 no trump to ask about kings, but you can also ask for specific control in a different suit by bidding that suit at the 6th level. So a 6 diamond bid here from Berkowitz would ask for third round diamond control. Unfortunately, he doesn't exactly have the right hand to do that because he also needs the king of clubs and king of spades. He's missing, we pointed this out from the start of the auction, that he's missing all of these important cards. And so he might go through 5 no trump to start asking about kings. His partner can show the king of clubs, but then what? Okay, he tries 5 spades.
Yeah, so I think West will bid 6 clubs because, whatever else is going on, I think he doesn't really have anything else to do but show the king of clubs.
Yeah, this might get them there. I don't really know what 5 spades is, but there's got to be a difference between that and 5 no trump.
Yeah, so maybe this is how you distinguish whether 6 diamonds ask for the king or ask for the third round control.
Right, yeah, and so now I think Berkowitz will bid 6 diamonds, as you say, and...
So if West has either a Doubleton diamond or the queen, he'll accept, and that's what East wants, if that's what it means.
Right.
No. Just, yeah. I mean, West could have ace, king, jack, 4 at the clubs. That'd be good enough too.
Yeah, so 7 hearts. Well done. They get to the Grand Slam. Yeah. It's going to be completely lay down, nothing to the play after the opening lead.
Yeah, I think unless there's some nuance we missed, I think Berkowitz isn't 100% sure this is a make. He may be a little bit nervous waiting for dummy to come down, but we'll have almost certainly a trick 1 claim.
And I mean, he kind of knows that his partner has to have something else because just ace, king of clubs, ace of spades is not enough to game force, even with a heart fit. So I think in the worst case scenario, his partner has the spade queen and they're on a finesse. It's probably just... percentage-wise, opposite the range of hands that Genasar can have, it's got to be close to 90%. Yeah, so right, probably a good decision. Yeah. So 22-10, a push. And don't worry, the action doesn't stop. We have another exciting board coming up for you in just a moment. Here we go.
So I think after East opens, first question is, does South take a call, equal vulnerability with King Jack, very empty 6th of diamonds? Garner did not. We'll see if Lorenzini is more inclined to be aggressive.
Yeah, that is a good question. But both Souths have elected to pass. I think this is a good choice. West bids a heart. East gets to rebid a spade.
Yeah, it looks natural for West to, if you can play XYZ were two clubs a check back bid that otherwise I think West just has to give up on hearts, but we'll see.
Yeah, two clubs as a puppet to two diamonds to show an invitational hand, and then they can establish whether or not they have a heart fit. Would be a nice convention to have available, but East-West don't here. So, two no trump from West, invitational. East is going to accept.
And it's not over. If East had an acceptance with three hearts, he could bid three hearts here, but some of the time when East has a minimum, you're just going to end up in two no, because of course East can't show a three-card hard suit with a rejection, because West might have only had four of them.
Right.
Also, Spot, hands like this are a reason why so many pairs have adopted transfers. It makes these auctions so much easier. Here, West knows sometimes giving up on a 5-3 heart bid and just has no choice.
Yeah, Berkowitz does just bid 3-no. He has an excellent 6-card club suit. He has a source of tricks and the king, queen of spades as well. So happy to take the push to the vulnerable game. And now North is on lead. The result from the other table is not what one might have expected.
Yeah, I guess it's I can see how it happened, but I would be surprised if it's duplicated, but we'll see.
So the 10 of spades lead is going to give Declare 3 spade tricks if he wants them. I wonder if Declare is just going to win the king of spades and run the 9 of hearts immediately.
Yeah, and he doesn't. So the problem is, obviously, if a club loses to South and South pushes a diamond through, he knows, like, the 10 of spades, it turns out, is from ace 10 third, but he's going to think that the 10 of spades is from shortness trying to hit South. He's going to be very worried about protecting that ace queen third of diamonds.
Right. But there's not much we can do if South wins the ace of spades at trick 1. I mean, of course, you could duck this around to the jack, which is also fine, but I think the point is that I would really be tempted as Declare to cross in spades to try and run the 9 of hearts. We can always fall back later at trying to pick up the clubs for 6 tricks by running the 10 on the first round, which is going to look very silly on this lie of the cards, but is certainly the percentage play in the suit. An important club suit to learn. Yeah, if clubs are 3-2 and you cash the ace and run the play low to the jack, like, you lose to queen doubleton offside anyway, so running the 10 on the first round doesn't matter. But if clubs happen to be 4-1, there's a 4-1 chance that South has a small singleton as opposed to the singleton queen. So, but yeah, like, as Declare, I'm terrified of letting South in, looking at this diamond holding. The opponents don't know this, and regardless, North might not be aware that North should be switching to diamonds. Recall, from North's perspective, not only did he not lead a diamond at trick 1, so for whatever reason, we don't know as West, North doesn't have a diamond holding that he wants to lead from. His partner, as you had mentioned, Craig, didn't overcall a diamond over a club, and could have done that. So if North is looking at this sort of holding, like Jack 4th of diamonds or whatever, North might not switch to diamonds anyway into the ace-queen, and then we'll be able to establish 3 heart tricks, even if the queen's offside, 3 spade tricks, 2 clubs, and the ace of diamonds for 9. If I get to run this 9 of hearts into North and they don't play back a diamond, I just have a claim. So,
yeah. Well, I think there's from Declare's point of view, he's going to be like virtually convinced the ace of spades is in South. He's missing 9 diamonds. He's going to wonder why South, with his ace of spades and long diamonds, didn't overcall. And the answer probably is going to be that he doesn't have a lot of other high cards. So that kind of goes both ways. Maybe he'll place the ace queen of hearts, or at least one of those. More likely be the ace in North. But he also, I think for that reason, is going to place the diamonds in North.
Sure.
Like, what does South's hand look like when he has the ace of spades and didn't overcall?
Right, yeah. I mean, exactly. I think you've hit on all the main points here, but the first key is going to be South is not going to win the ace of spades. As you say, Declare probably thinks South will win the ace of spades at trick 1, but he won't. And
Right, but when he doesn't, declare still won't know where the ace of spades is.
no, but I mean, that's good for us, right? Like, once again, if I can run the nine of hearts into North and North doesn't switch to diamonds, I just have a claim. So we can now knock out the ace of hearts in due time, or the queen of hearts, or whatever, and then we can knock out the ace of spades, and we'll have the diamonds protected. Um, so I think the king of spades at trick one is warranted, but I wouldn't be surprised if Declare decided to unblock the spade suit, run this around to the jack.
Yeah, I'm not as sure because I think the king of spades is so likely to get South to play the ace and switch that playing low it is a little more natural for South to duck the ace of spades even when he has it. So playing low and then starting clubs, and then maybe we can negotiate an end play at some point depending on how things go. Maybe not then because South would sell the ace of spades entry later, but I don't know. I think running the spade to hand, expecting the jack of spades to win trick one regardless of the location of the ace and starting clubs looks pretty natural to me.
Okay. I mean, that
also gets up immediately to 8 when the club finesse wins.
Well, if the club finesse wins, we just have 9 tricks, right? We have 3 spades, 6 clubs, the ace of diamonds. I mean, we're...
Well, sure, because we have all the time in the world to knock out the spades. That's true, too.
Right. So when we're kind of confident that, like, if the queen of clubs is on side, you kind of want to look for other possibilities to get yourself up to 9 tricks when the queen of clubs is not on side. The presence of the 9 of diamonds is kind of a big deal in East, because if South does switch to diamonds, we can still protect the diamond suit by just covering South's card. Mm-hmm. So...
yeah, it goes like 9, jack, queen, king, and now the ace 8 prevents North from leading a second round immediately.
Right.
Yeah, religion prayer problem. I think North has found maybe the one card in his hand to really give West a lot to think about at trick one.
It was going to be a complicated hand to play regardless, but yeah, as you say, if the ace of spades is off, it's pretty likely from West's perspective that this is going to go spade to the ace and then a diamond switch, and
yeah, well, meanwhile, in the other room, they're playing the second to last board. They're well ahead of the pace here.
Yeah, still a lot more excitement to come on this set of deals.
Yeah. It's really a pretty wild set here. I think at some point... if you're West, like, you just have to take a view. Like, there's no technical play here, right? It's really just a matter of card reading. And, when the opponents make it hard to read the cards, you're going to get it wrong some of the time.
For sure. For sure. And we've talked about stamina being an issue throughout events like this. So you're right. He does run the 10 of spades around to the jack. And he does start clubs immediately. So club goes around to the queen. So Declare is going to have 5 clubs, 3 spades, and the ace of diamonds, and it looks like there's really not much more to the play from here. If South happened to have the ace of hearts or ace of spades, South would be able to get back in after a diamond switch from South and play a couple of diamonds through, forcing Declare to take the finesse. But for now, that 9 of diamonds is going to play a crucial role. South is going to...
I mean, South may think that North's hearts are even stronger than they actually are because, again, he's going to know that 10 of spades is a little weird looking when West wins the jack. Actually, I shouldn't say that because I was going to say if they're playing Rusino, but they may not be. I'm going to look up the North-South opening lead methods here. I should have done that earlier. I pulled up their convention card, but...
Well, as I do
Didn't
like to
actually
say,
see.
it's pretty natural to play second best from a three card holding against no trump. Usually the reason is to unblock the suit.
Yeah, in fact, their 10 lead is a standard 10. So North could have just had 10-9. But yeah, he does shift to a heart, I think. Pretty reasonable inference from that spade lead through dummy is that he was hoping South had decent spades and could lead hearts back, rather than leading the unbid suit. So I think this heart shift by South, even with King Jack 6 of diamonds, makes a lot of sense to me in the context of West opening lead.
Well, Declare is going to have no trouble making it from here. South has no
No.
entry to put a diamond through, and North has a couple of aces that he can take, but that's just going to be the end of play.
Yeah, so a minimum of 1,000 if he goes plus 600. So I think that's going to be at least 14 imps to East West.
Yeah, big result for them, and Wolfson will be back on top by just a few after board 10 of the opening segment.
Yeah, at the other table, the opening lead was just a diamond in the unbid suit, and that Declare at that point started on spades, and when they knocked out the queen of diamonds, he took the same first round club finesse, which is percentage, but South had 4 diamonds ready to go at that point, and North still had the ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, Declare's line of play in the other room was probably the best he could do after the diamond lead. It's certainly the most sensible. He didn't have enough tricks by just running clubs, so he needed to set up at least one more trick, and spades was the obvious way to do that. And then he took the club finesse, as you say, which was percentage, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, and I do wonder. He led a spade to the king, which held, but now he didn't have a great way to get back to his hand to take the club finesse. I wonder if he had led the jack of spades, maybe that also would have held, and he would have been in his hand for that club finesse. Like, the problem with leading a spade to the king is now he needed to still get back to his hand. So when he led a spade to the jack, North didn't duck a second time and cleared the diamonds.
Right, but again, if the club finesse is off, we can't just duck a club after a spade to the king. So you need to establish 2 spade tricks if the club finesse is not working. I mean, obviously you're going to go down most of the time if the club finesse is not working, but yeah, I mean,
right. But the problem is when the club finesse was working, he didn't have a way to take it anyway, right?
Well, he was going to get back with the diamond ace.
Yeah, I guess the defense would have to throw him into his hand with the queen of diamonds. So even though he's cut off since dummy only had a singleton, the defense has to give him access to it.
Yeah. Yes, I do see the table action for comments about Declare's play in the other room. I think his line of play was best for what it's worth, but it obviously looks silly to go down 4 vulnerable in 3 no trump that you've freely bid yourself, especially when, I mean, you could have just taken a bunch of tricks given that the queen of clubs is dropping.
Yeah, I mean, there are other things he could have done, but as you say, everything both sides did was reasonable. It just added up to, a fairly extreme result.
Right. Well, Basis has been thinking for quite some time after winning the Heart Queen. I suspect his best chance is to play a diamond now and hope that his partner has the King Queen of diamonds. He might be a little bit confused as to why his partner didn't play diamonds himself earlier.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, he also knows that his choice of opening lead has made it really difficult for South to read what's going on in any of the suits.
That's true.
When you do something abnormal, It can work on a lot of hands, especially where declare makes a misread, but it's also going to often induce a misread from partner. And, here that's kind of what happened. Lorenzini just like sort of made a very logical thought progression to return that heart. And North doesn't really know what's going on because he knows that South's choice of plays was, somewhat induced by this unreadable opening lead.
So let's see. If South had the king, queen of diamonds, West would have turned up with jack of spades, king, jack of hearts, ace, jack of diamonds, which is a bad 10 count, and no club fit from partner. I guess he knows that his partner just doesn't have a diamond trick. Maybe he'll try cashing ace of spades, ace of hearts, and then play a diamond and hope his partner has the ace instead of the king, jack.
Is it possible that he just wants to? So partner South could still have the ace of diamonds, in which case there might be a beat via diamond to the ace, heart to the ace, club, and playing dummy. Where if West had just started with a doubleton spade, which is possible, and South had 9-4, that actually would beat it that way.
I'm going to have to cut you off. If they have 2 tricks in, so if South has the diamond ace, they just have 3 tricks.
Well, there's 3 tricks anyway. Yeah.
That
would be down to save.
That might be the only way. I don't see another possibility than South having the diamond ace, so maybe Basis is going to, as mentioned, just cash the ace of spades, ace of hearts, and play a diamond and hope his partner takes the ace.
Yeah, that also would be consistent with South's defense. Again, if South is playing North for better hearts, he'd want to keep that ace of diamonds as an entry to lead more of them, thinking that North doesn't have the ace of spades and maybe therefore has better hearts.
Yeah, it just seems really weird because from Basis's perspective, I think he should expect partner to switch to diamonds here, looking at that singleton and dummy, and the fact that he doesn't is very odd.
Yeah. No, it's true, but again, like he knows he's made it harder for his partner to read what's going on, so I think he's going to be somewhat like sympathetic to the fact that South may have had a more difficult problem than he would have on a straightforward opening lead.
All right, he plays a diamond over. Diamond to the king and ace. Declare knocks out the spade ace. Declare knocks out the spade ace. 9 of spades.
I think he's just double checking that he does have the transportation for everything because he can't cash the queen of diamonds.
Right. Yeah.
Just 9 of spades, ace, and that will guarantee 9 tricks regardless. I think he just wants to double check that he doesn't have to worry about cutting off one hand or the other.
Yeah, so Basis ducks, hoping that Declare started with a stiff 10 of clubs, I guess, and a doubleton spade, and that he can cut off the entries. But no success today. So 9 tricks, 14 imps to Wolfson. They're back on top by 4, earning themselves the biggest swing of the match so far. On to board 11. South with a nice looking 14 count. These guys don't upgrade all that much, at least not in first or second seat, but this feels like a no-trump opener, and I think Lorenzini will choose that action.
Yeah, it also simplifies the auction in a lot of ways because if North transfers, the South hand is in a much better position than if it goes a diamond, one of a major showing 4 or more, one no-trump.
Right. So there's the no-trump opener. Ginasar will be able to overcall to show both majors, or apparently he chooses not to.
Yeah, I think the 2-card disparity would have a lot of players treated as a heart 1 suitor.
Yeah, so 2 diamonds, single suited major. Berkowitz will bid 2 hearts, pass or correct. And Basis might have something to say if that passes back around to him. He does have short hearts. 6 high card points.
West may boost this to three hearts invitational. No, was going to say, like, kind of knowing that all of his stuff is probably well placed behind the no trump bidder. West, I thought might bid three hearts to let East reevaluate. East might have been giving West a lot of room at these colors.
Yeah, well, I think that would be an argument. West bidding is consistent. If West wanted to show this as an invite, West should have started by showing both majors and then bidding three hearts over two spades.
Yes, sir.
So I think West choices are consistent. Now East has bid three hearts, and now I think West might actually take a push to the four level.
Yeah, East, of course, as a good former partner of Larry Cohen, knows they have 9 trumps and therefore wants to get to the 3 level.
Well, West decides not to take the push, and there's a lot of work to do if they were to get to 4 hearts. The other table didn't manage to make it.
Yeah, and I think West would have competed probably anyway on the strength of a singleton diamond if North-South continued, but East here did know that he had a very good heart fit. His hand is much better than it needed to be. It's kind of maybe not quite a maximum for his 2-heart preference, but a lot better than it needed to be with that ace of spades and 3-card support, so was pretty comfortable competing, sort of preemptively to the 3 level in front of North's double. Or behind North's double, I guess. So South now, looking at that dummy, maybe he's like, his best shot here is just to hope that East West did miss a game, which, they maybe did.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they did from a double dummy perspective. There's only one entry to the East hand, so you can't actually pick up the hearts. You can take one finesse, but with the singleton jack in North, you can't get back over to the East hand to do it twice. South's trump switch, of course, gave Declare the opportunity to do so now, and he's just going to be playing for an over trick at this point.
Yeah, of course, but he could lose possibly 1 diamond, 1 spade, and 1 club and 0 hearts. And if North wins, he'll have a second entry, but with the West hand exposed, North might figure out to duck this to deny Declare an entry. The pitch doesn't help him.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all going to be about that queen of spades. I'm sure North is very confused about this king of clubs play. First off, he asked for clubs at trick 1. He gave that soup reference signal for clubs, playing the 2 of diamonds or the 3 of diamonds on the first trick. And then his partner didn't switch to clubs, and now Declare is leading the king from King Doubleton into his ace. Okay, a diamond comes back, so now Declare will be able to cross to the club queen, take a heart finesse, pull trumps, spade to the ace, spade to the jack.
Well, maybe. I mean, I think on a point count basis, yes, the technical play in a spade suit is a spade to the 10, right? Because some of the time he plays and then 10, you have a loser anyway when you can't pick up the 9.
Right. It definitely depends who you want to play for which sort of honor. Ace and then low towards the jack, or ace and then 10. South could have queen Doubleton in the suit, and then ace then low is correct. If South has queen 4th without the 9, ace then 10 is correct. Spade to the 10 picks off queen Doubleton in the North hand.
Yeah, of course, here you virtually know the queen of spades is in South because you've seen the ace of clubs, jack of hearts from North, and as you say, North-South. Maybe they do a little bit of upgrading, but they're not serial upgraders. The South hand is going to look very close to the postage range.
Yeah, so as it turns out, 11 tricks East-West in the heart contract.
Yeah, of course, the 11th trick did not swing any imps, but it did mean that there was a 2-trick difference in the play. 4 hearts down 1 versus 3 hearts making 5. Well, yet another huge hand for North-South here. This is the, I think, 4th possible swing, right? We had 4th possible slam.
Yeah, we've had an awful lot of slams this set, and North has a huge hand. He actually gets to show it with 3 clubs. Wow. Diamonds and a major, I assume? Forcing?
I'm going to look at their convention card and see how they
So what is Berkowitz going to do at this point? He has a lot of clubs, but his partner's 1 club opener doesn't necessarily promise a suit.
So this actually showed exactly spades and diamonds, at least 5-5 and quite strong.
Gotcha.
Actually, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that is necessarily strong.
Implication from bidding at the 3 level is that this is strong. So 3 clubs. South has a good hand, and I bet that they have some way to show a good hand here with spades, or with diamonds.
Yeah.
North-South might play some sort of like unusual over unusual in this spot.
Yeah, so 3 diamonds presumably would be an offer to play because North showed diamonds, but 3 hearts maybe is an artificial ask since hearts are never a potential suit. No,
Yeah.
just bid 4 spades.
South does decide to just bid 4 spades, and North has an even better hand. I think North is going to queue 5 clubs and hear 5 hearts from partner. And then North is going to bid 7 spades. All he needs from partner is the ace of hearts and the queen of spades. I mean,
Yeah, if he does that, obviously.
maybe he'll do something else, but like that seems like a pretty reasonable auction to me.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, if South has like a singleton diamond, is this going to be a little more challenging even when he does have the queen of spades? Because now you might need to rough diamonds and take some pitches and rough hearts, and if spades are 3-1, you might just have too much work to do.
Yes, although would South really be bidding 4 spades with a singleton diamond and only 4 spades? I mean, maybe. Yes, maybe, but South could have 5, of course, and then It's a lot easier. He bid 6 clubs. Yeah, they're getting to the grand, absolutely. South is going to bid 6 hearts because that's what he has, and North is just going to bid 7 spades, I think.
Yeah, of course, South knows that those clubs are wasted, but his partner has basically given him a command, and he certainly has no reason to disobey it, even with a hand that's kind of minimum and with some wastage after his 4 spade bid. Like, he doesn't know what his partner has. He just knows that his partner said, do this. So he's going to have no reason to overrule that judgment.
Right. Like, North could have the same hand with the queen of spades instead of the jack, and then 7 spades is just cold on 3-1 spades and not 4-0 diamonds.
It's really important principle. Like, just because you're possibly a little bit ashamed of your hand, where South does have a minimum, doesn't matter. Partner knows what he has, so you can't just decide, having bid 4 spades, that now you want to backpedal. Your partner could have the king of hearts instead of the queen.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. Like, this bid really looks to me like 6-1-6-0 shape. Right? Mm-hmm. North is like, I have clubs controlled. Do you have that ace of hearts? Because I have 12 tricks in my hand.
Right.
So, yeah, Lorenzini is going to bid 6 hearts. And then...
Yeah, North could be 6-2-5-0 also, where now the spades aren't a problem.
Yeah, although you don't have enough heart pitches opposite that. But yes, he could have that hand with the king of hearts. And then, once again, the ace of hearts is important. So yeah, I guarantee Lorenzini bid 6 hearts, and then I guarantee Basis bid 7 hearts. Or 7 spades.
Yeah, it's very important. Just once you commit to a course early in the auction, you're kind of stuck with it, even if you now second guess yourself. Whatever, if you found out something about his partner's hand that made him want to backpedal, that's one thing. But in the absence of new information, you can't have that kind of inconsistency. So Berkowitz, of course, looking at this hand, partners opening or not, I think knows that his opponents can make virtually any contract they choose to get into. 6, 7 diamonds would also have play. You would need you would need an ace of clubs lead to make that, which obviously you're not going to get. But he doesn't know that. He just knows that the opponents have a million tricks somewhere, possibly two somewheres.
Yeah, I do wonder. There was a bit of a pause before seven spades. I don't think Basis was pausing. I think everyone was just noting that there was a long hesitation before six hearts on the other side of the screen, which seems a little bit odd to me because, as Craig and I had been talking, South doesn't know what North has. You just have to show that ace of hearts and hope your partner knows what he's doing. So I think everyone's just recognizing that there was a pause before the six heart bid.
Yeah, I think South probably just wanted to, make sure that there was no, no other possible thing happening in this auction, like, club three clubs. Like, I think they know what they're doing, but for a lot of pairs, that's natural. Just kind of going back and double checking everything before, before committing his side. So I don't think South was thinking about bidding anything other than six hearts. I think he just wanted to go back and kind of reconstruct everything he knew.
Yeah, exactly. Ginasar leads a diamond, just trying to be passive, which I think is a good decision here. And Lorenzini is not going to be too happy, but whatever he does is going to work because the opening bidder over there probably has the spade queen. I'm actually shocked that he didn't run this around to the jack and take a first round spade finesse. I guess he can cash the ace of spades and then play a heart to the ace. Like, down one versus down two doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's about to do.
Yeah.
Wow. Just
no way. No. That would give West a 10 count. But it's possible. 13 imps to Fleischer. That is the fastest hand I've seen Cedric play.
And I do wonder I think if that had been the first board of the set, we would have seen a much longer pause. I think here the other table's done. We're 2 hours and 15 minutes into the set, and that's how long 15 boards are supposed to take. I think the directors are hovering and and glaring at South in particular. So I think the hasty pace of play probably reflected the time constraints here. As it is, they might still get a time penalty, but he certainly doesn't want to make that any worse than it already is.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. So 2 diamonds. Once again, the 18 to 19 balanced on the north hand. This time he has the 17 variety of that bid. Lorenzini will be able to relay to no trump and show his 5-5 in the majors game force, I assume.
So the previous time we saw this, it went a 2-spade puppet to no trump and a 3-club bid showing hearts. We'll see how they handle this kind of both major hand.
Yeah, this is another potential slam hand. It rests on the hearts splitting and a spade guess. The other table ended up making 11 tricks in spades.
Yeah, so 12 are there. If you do guess the spade correctly, you might be able to take 5 tricks in each major in the ace king of clubs. It does seem a little more natural to play the spades through east, playing ace in another, but obviously if there's some some other information about the hand, maybe you wouldn't. Yeah, Declare took a first round spade finesse to the jack. Obviously, he had some reason to believe that that the spade queen was in West.
I think it was just convenient to do so. He's protecting against 4-1 spades, which apparently is the only thing you have to guard against, if spades are 3-2, you basically have a claim for 11 tricks if you just cash 2 top trumps.
Yeah, and actually, Versace made a very nice play at trick 1 because the danger from his point of view was getting tapped out. And it went 3 of diamonds, and Versace won the ace with ace king. So he thought that he was playing to the hand that couldn't tap effectively. He was sure that the king of diamonds was in the east hand.
Yeah, that is a great play by Versace there in the other room to offer a little bit of a problem to declare.
Ace and deuce of diamonds. Declare put in the 9 and was disappointed to see the jack, and I think at that point was 100% sure where the king of diamonds was.
Okay, well, 2 diamond opener, Lorenzini still in the tank, and I mean, I think understandably so. This is a hand that's kind of borderline slam if he finds a fit, and that's probably what he's thinking about. With just 9 high card points up to the 18 to 19 range, you normally wouldn't be thinking about slam, but with this shape, and also all controls, 3 kings.
Yeah, I mean, this is something where, though, we'll see if there is a penalty. My personal views is that the directors should be really quite draconian here because the South hand is very complicated. He's had some complicated decisions, but they're now past the allotted time for the match. And on these hard hands, you just can't have one player effectively allowed unlimited time on complicated problems and everyone else, not having unlimited time. They're just playing 2 different games. It's really unfair to one team or the other if there aren't severe penalties for South being given more time than his counterpart on difficult hands.
Yep. So 2 diamonds, 3
I know
trump.
no one likes to see matches decided on time penalties, but that's not how I look at it. I look at they're decided by the game having conditions of contest and one team violating the conditions.
Yeah. So
anyway.
3-0, 5-5 in the hearts, 5-5 in the majors, game force. 4 clubs, according to Alhonder, is forcing with hearts.
Yeah, so it is nice that North-South did have a convenient bid available here. We'll see whether this does get them to the 5 level or higher. They do have a potential slam swing here. There would be, I think 13 imps in it if they bid and make 6 spades vulnerable.
Yeah, so it could be another swing going the way of Fleischer if they do get there. Although, if they misguess the trump queen, then that might work against them. 4-0.
Yes.
Okay, looks like key card and hearts. North
Yeah,
is going to show 3.
Yeah, and I think South is just going to bid it here. He knows there might be a problem, but when you ask for key cards and find out there's N-1, you've kind of committed yourself to it.
Yeah, an importance of kickback. South no longer can ask about the trump queen in this auction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is true. This is a spot where, since 4 clubs agreed hearts, 4 spades would have been unambiguously key card if they played kickback.
Yeah, so now Lorenzini is understandably thinking. He's constructing hands from partner. I do wonder if 4 clubs agreeing hearts promised a heart holding like this, whether it's either like 3 good or 4, and therefore he would be less worried about the trump queen. He does bid 6 hearts. And now it's going to be to Bassis after a high diamond lead to figure out what's going on. I think he gets this right
and
because of the high diamond
lead. I think you make
lead.
a nice point here. It feels like North did have 2 different ways to bid hearts at the 4 levels, so this had to be the more encouraging one. So I think South is, he would love to have been able to ask about the queen of hearts, but I suspect he's not that worried about it.
Oh no, Lorenzini's playing. It's all fine. I will point out that I don't think that it has been all South that has taken time. Even though on board 10 specifically, Genusar was not the one thinking. Basis was in the tank for a long time over a heart switch to the queen. Genusar had a claim for 9 tricks and forced Basis to sit there for 10 or 15 minutes trying to come up with a defense to beat him. Like, yes, in a unusual scenario, Basis might have ended up giving up an over trick in that position, so 630 was possible. Genusar has every right to force his opponents to think, but he could have been the one to speed up time. So even though Basis was the one that was in the tank in that situation, I think Genusar is really the one at fault for taking up more time. And there were a couple of other examples, but I will say that, yes, South has been the one that is usually slower, and I think everyone at the table knows that.
Yeah, but I think, you sort of bring up something I think is really, kind of a problem in some of these situations. So as you say, everyone knows it's usually South. Probably everyone knows also it's sometimes West. I'm sure he's known for occasionally taking his time here. Having an electronic play record, I think Bridge Base does track time taken. Some of the other sites do it kind of more explicitly, where there's a clock and like to the second. If you're playing on the tablets, then it's not even the operator like maybe obfuscated how long everyone's taken. Like everyone is responsible for their own actions. Having that exact record is very useful in these situations where the director's like, one person has a reputation for being either slow or fast. The directors may, consciously or not, default to that or be more willing to give credence to that, where having an unambiguous play record is really nice. It just heads off anyone grumbling about it later.
Yeah. Good point. And this is an ongoing debate. I'm sure we can't answer it all now, but
no, I've made my views on the subject very clear, so I'll let it go.
So 2 rounds of trumps. Trump split. Declares happy about that. I think he's backed himself into a corner where he has to just play East for the spade queen here. Otherwise, he's going severely anti-percentage. He can pull a 3rd round of trump. You can cash the ace of spades and hook against East, having possibly queen 4th in the suit. But if we play a heart to the king and play a spade to the jack, we can no longer pick up 1 spades with West anymore.
We could run the 10 of spades.
That's true. Okay, yeah, we could run the 10 of spades. So I guess you're absolutely right, but that feels like a pretty big position to take. It is, of course, anti-percentage, and yeah, there's just spade to the ace, jack of spades. So this is going to be another slam swing going the way of Fleischer. I think throughout their matches over the course of this event, they've been on the winning side of a lot of these slam swings, and that's really what's helped advance them to the finals here, has been yesterday in their match against Zimmerman. Versace and Cementa did excellent in the first segment of play there to get to a number of slams that were not reached at the other table. And here we can see that Basis and Lorenzini have done well to get to some slams that are maybe not necessarily the optimal spot to be in on a single dummy basis, but happen to come through with good, careful play. So that's what's earned them currently a 16-imp lead. We got 2 boards to play in the first segment. Berkowitz has a 16 count here, and he'll open spade in first seat.
Yeah, I think if you switched the black suit, 1 no trump is pretty appealing, but I think 1 spade is more attractive here.
So a spade, Genusar will likely bid a no trump to keep the auction alive.
Yep, North might double here just to, get into the action. He doesn't know East hand as good as it is. He does have 4 hearts and a 15 count. We saw him double a little bit light, kind of in sandwich seat on the first or second board of the match. I think it was board 2. So
yeah, it's
a little scared. There could be clubs, but if you're going to get in, it's better to do it now than to wait, I think.
Yeah, it's not the classic takeout double shape, and North decides to let this one go. 2 diamonds now passes back around to him. 1 final chance. If he does want to balance, he could balance with 2 hearts, but he does not. So
yeah, I think when he has king, queen, 9, 4th of diamonds, he's realized he's probably pretty happy to have sat this one out.
Exactly. So Lorenzini on lead. Looking at Jack third of spades, he's not going to lead a trump, I don't believe. Oftentimes against these two suited auctions, a trump is the right choice, but here he knows that the opponent's spade suit is just setting up with a ruff. So he goes after hearts.
I mean, not necessarily right, because he does think there's going to be a singleton in dummy, a singleton spade.
There can be some of the time, for sure, yeah.
I think most of the time, right? Wouldn't West normally make that false preference?
If he had some values, yeah.
Sure. I mean, this is obviously the hand where West just is happy to be done with the auction, but most of the time, I think West is showing a singleton spade here.
Right. And talking about Lorenzini's opening lead choice, leading away from the heart king, a lot of people don't like to lead away from kings, especially into an opening bid, but here, because he's so weak, and West has also announced weakness, he knows his partner has values, so it's a lot more likely that leading hearts is going to either set up or take tricks for your side than, say, leading clubs passively.
Yeah, this is also the kind of auction where West often has heart length, so partner might even have ace doubleton of hearts or something like that threatens a ruff and makes it a little harder for Declare to play the hand. West is showing spades. He's got 4 or 5 diamonds, but, what are his other 9 cards? Often it includes a bunch of hearts.
Mm-hmm. Basis tries to be a little bit tricky, switching to a low diamond, hoping that Declarer got a bit nervous and tried to fly up with the ace to get some spade ruffs in, but he sticks in the jack, which holds.
Yeah. South can even have, singleton jack or singleton ace of diamonds. Singleton 10 where Declarer might do the wrong thing.
Yeah, I think Declare is just going to lead the king of clubs out of hand at this point. Set up some clubs. Now that he knows not to be worried about the diamond suit itself, he can just get the club suit established, and once he eventually gets over there by roughing a spade, for example, he'll be able to start playing clubs through north. So there's the king of clubs. Count signal from south. Basis wins immediately. He might just return a heart to cash out, figuring that there's not much hope on the defense anymore.
Yeah, I think probably he knows those 2 hearts are about to go away on the queen jack of clubs, so he can also see the spades are splitting with his queen third, so probably just make sure that they get their couple of defensive winners and get on with it. And in the other room, we actually do see 3 diamonds went down a trick.
Yeah, that's one of the fortunate things about North-South staying out of the auction here. East-West were able to just play 2 diamonds. They didn't have to go all the way up to the 3 level. As you had mentioned, spade pass and no trump. North doesn't have the classic takeout double shape, but did make the takeout double over there. And then East-West decided to come back in over a 2 heart bid, finding their way into the diamond fit, but 1 level higher. And with the 4-1 diamonds, that was just a little bit too much to manage, despite all of the other good luck that Declare had in the other suits.
So probably a modest swing to East-West here to make, 160, I think is 5 imps, and 140 would be 4?
They're both 4.
Are they both 4? Oh, right, 170 to 20 is 5. My apologies.
All right, Basis has played back a spade.
Sorry, 170 to 10 is 5. All right, I've got an imp scallop here. I like the hard cash out, really no reason not to.
So Declare's Jack of Hearts is set up. I mean, if Declare was really afraid, I guess he could plan to ruff the Jack of Hearts and then pitch 2 spades on the Queen Jack of Clubs.
Sorry, that's the diamond ace. Right? Got it. Interesting. But
either way, plus 90, possibly plus 110. are the most likely results from here.
Yeah, so we'll probably have a very brief break between segments and be back just a couple of minutes after the end of this for the second quarter, and then we'll have a longer break after board 30. We'll see. I think Berkowitz and Genesaar are almost certainly going to be out in favor of Rang and Eckenberg. One of the Fleischer pairs will come out so that Fleischer and Martel can come in. I'm not sure if they have a standard for that. Yesterday it was Cementa and Versace taking off the second set, but we'll see who comes in for them. But I think we'll be back just moments after the conclusion of board 15.
Yeah, so Declare roughs his winning Jack of Hearts over to dummy to start playing clubs. This is the safest way to guarantee 8 tricks in the end position here, protecting against any bad splits in both diamonds and spades. And now after diamond to the queen and ace, he can rough his 10 of spades. North, having thrown his spade, good defense by Basis there to ensure that he still takes 2 tricks at the end, holds Declare to 90, but still 4 imps to Wolfson. So they're now back within 12. One more board to play. And yeah, as Craig has mentioned, there will be a short break. I think the break is going to be very short considering they're running behind on time. So we might even get the table up and running within minutes of this table finishing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the next quarter view graph will regardless been 30 minutes after the start of play, but the directors are going to demand an extremely quick comparison.
All right, 2 hearts by South. Weak. So Genesaar gets to make a takeout double. He has 4 spades. It's not the classic shape, but he felt like he had to do something with that queen 10-9 fourth. North will pass. And I assume Berkowitz is just going to bid 3 no trump, or whatever sort of Laban-Sol-esque way they have to get to 3 no with a heart stopper.
Yeah, I think probably 3 no, 2 no, and then 3 no would probably mean something different. Like for me, I'm not sure exactly what different thing it would be, but I think the East hand doesn't really have anything to do with bid 3 no immediately.
Yeah, it's possible that East could go after a penalty here. I think that would be a lot more attractive at match points than at imps. But he does have a lot of quick tricks. Partner showed some values. The opponents are vulnerable.
I mean, that goes both ways, though, because this particular north-south, they're not super frisky about the preempting. I think, the king 10-9 third of hearts and partner's hand turns out to be great for going after a penalty, but that can't be your expectation.
Right. So East bids 3 no, and here we are. South on opening lead. He might try the sneak attack of a diamond. Sometimes when you preempt and they bid no trump, it's because they have your suit well stopped, but your side suit is wide open. So I think that would be a reasonable attempt. Otherwise, he might just lead 4th best from his heart suit. Low heart.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the diamond lead because if you lead a heart, even if your partner has, the hope for honor doubleton, we might just not have an entry. So he does lead a diamond.
Yeah, so Declare's not going to be happy about this opening lead, but he'll be a lot more pleased once the queen holds trick 1 and dummy. He's got 2 diamond tricks. He's going to have 2 hearts, 3 clubs. He can knock out the queen, and a spade, at the very least, will get him up to a grand total of 8. He can knock out the jack of spades, but he might be running out of... the defense might get to 5 by that point, so I think he might have to guess the jack of spades to make this.
Yeah, which he probably will, right? I think when this queen of diamonds holds, he knows what's going on with a heart suit because South opened 2 hearts and probably does not have queen empty 6 or jack empty 6. So, it's not a guarantee the jack of spades is in North, but I think he's going to feel like he's going with the odds.
Yeah, even if he gets a count on the clubs before playing on spades, he'll be able to to work out that the Jack of Spades is 3-2 to be in North's hand, with North, I think, being marked with the spade ace at this point.
Yeah, well, I think 3-2 a priori on the distribution, but more than that, given South's actual hand, like maybe even Jack Doubleton, South might have tried the Jack of Spades, a trick one, leading through dummy.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Maybe that's a little too weird, but I think he's going to think that the odds are even probably slightly better than the a priori distributional odds.
So for starters, Berkowitz still needs to do something at trick 2.
Yeah, he'd love to have been in his hand to finesse the club, but of course not necessarily via the Queen of Diamonds getting covered.
I mean, okay, so he does decide to go ace of clubs.
And I guess for the same reason, the Queen of Clubs is probably with North, so no big deal to start it from the dummy.
Yeah, we could try and cash the King of Clubs. I mean, this would be, if he runs the 10 of spades and South wins the Jack and plays back a diamond and the Queen of Clubs happen to fall Doubleton, he would be pretty upset, because he could have just taken 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and 1 spade. So he might cash the King of Clubs for that reason, thinking that, well, if South has Queen and a club, now I don't need to risk taking the first round spade finesse against North. I could just play a spade to the King and guarantee my 9 tricks.
Well, in fact, if that's the layout, he can play the Queen of Spades, knowing the Ace of Spades with North, and if South has a singleton as the Jack, because South would then have to be, again, assuming that the diamond lead was from 4, then he'd be 1-6-4-2.
Right. Yeah. So Queen of Spades would work, King of Clubs would work. I think those are probably the 2 most likely plays. Running the 10 of Spades does seem like a bit of a stretch, but it would be effective if South was 1-6-3-3. So there's the King of Clubs.
I like so, South probably just pitches a heart, knows they're not going to run, and knows that it's not going to give anything away by pitching one here, so that seems indicated.
Declare does continue by knocking out the Queen of Clubs. So
10 of diamonds almost certainly.
Yeah, the defense can now continue setting up their diamond tricks, so a diamond ducked around, and then a second diamond, and Declare's will eventually be in a position where he's going to have a guess for who to play for the Jack of Spades, and given the distributional clues, he'll know that, as we said all the way back to the beginning, it's 3-2 that North has the Jack of Spades as opposed to South, just from a mathematical standpoint, so he'll get this guess right.
Yeah, I know double dummy, he could have gone up with the Ace of Diamonds and returned a diamond, because South with both the King and Jack was going to be end played in the majors.
That's a really good point. That actually feels like a pretty clear play from East, because
Ace of Diamonds, Jack of Clubs first to strip out North's last club. And of course, if North won the diamonds, he would have a safe hard exit. So it does rely on that diamond read of all the strength being in South. But it certainly was a possible alternative play.
Well, with the 10 of diamonds coming back, I think that South started with King Jack 4th. So there's no way for South to get out of his way.
Of course, because North can't have the King of Diamonds. He would have covered the Queen. Yeah, and I think that's true. I think Declare did actually miss that opportunity. But again, last board of a set where they're a full half hour behind, even though his side was less responsible for the time trouble, he may have felt pressure to play quickly.
Right. All right, diamond to the King. Now South can play back the Heart Queen, and Declare is just going to take a finesse through North. So 3 no trump making 4. We end on a push board. And that's going to wrap up the first quarter of play. Short break. We'll be right back with you for the second quarter of action.
Thanks,
Stay
everyone.
tuned.
We'll see you very, very soon.
Okay, chat, I really need to run to the restroom. So I will be back in just a minute. I do think this last hand was a little bit more complicated than we let on, but it's all good. BRB. Okay, how much time do we have for looking at the drama on bridge winners? Because we were like halfway through. There might be more. There might be more that's happened. I think, is there going to be drama getting spit out faster than we can actually cover it? During the break, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it. Final 2 of 4. Yeah, the table's already back up. We don't have time. We'll get to it during the lunch break. But, whew. What a first set. Drama about what? The thread. The thread, the commentators on BVO thread. I was reading through all the comments. Yeah, the quality of the commentators. That's what we're talking about. We'll get there soon. Don't you worry. We have something to do during lunch. Or maybe we're going to have a 5-minute break for lunch if Cedric continues to play a bunch of the boards. So what all happened in this set? People bid 7 hearts on board 9, which was pretty hot. 3 no trump went down 4 vulnerable at one table and made at the other. Muppet says, you added my name to it? You added my name to the thread? Okay, nice, well played. I don't... maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. I'll see in about 2 hours when we go to read it. The 3 hearts made 11 tricks at one table and 4 hearts went down 1 at the other. Both of which were like pretty reasonable. 7 spades was super hot. I'm really into this auction. Sexy 6 club bid by Basis. I don't know if I would have been comfortable bidding 6 clubs off both heart cashers, but maybe he figured that partner had to have at least one of the heart cards, given that his partner had nothing else for the 4 spade bid. So it was probably a good bid. It would not have been the first thing that occurred to me, but it's a little bit easier. I mean, I think it's a little bit easier to think through these things at the table. I know a lot of people's opinion is that like there's a lot of nervous energy going on at the table. That has never really affected my decisions. 6 hearts. Wow. It really is the slams, isn't it? That's what's kept Fleischer in the lead for all of their matches. Opening lead problem on 4. Ginasar doing a little bit worse than his counterpart. Alright, which table are we going to, Craig? Since you wanted to watch Wolfson and Garner before. We could watch Wolfson and Garner if you want. No preference. It sounded like you had a preference earlier. Don't be shy. You can tell me. Let's watch them? Alright. Let's do it. So whenever we get names up, we'll jump on into their table. Make it happen. More kibitzers in the Polish U21 trials than the finals of the Vanderbilt. What does that say? I think that just means that people think this is also the Vanderbilt. I guess a lot of people are just like getting kicked out of the previous ViewGraph table and they just instantly click into this one. I'm just looking at the YouTube chat and trying to interpret 6 diamonds, 6 hearts, 7 spades. I guess that was about the 7 spades auction earlier. I don't like 6 diamonds. To me, that sounds like a choice of slam. 6 clubs sends a clear message that I'm interested in a grand slam. Oh, Giannisar, Berkowitz, Basis, Lorenzini. So let's head to the open room. Great. See you in a bit, chat. Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Craig Ganser here to take us through the second quarter of play in the finals of the 2025 Vanderbilt. Fleischer against... Fleischer against Wolfson. We had an exciting first set. So far, the story of the match has been that the Fleischer team has just been a little bit more effective in bidding slams and grand slams in the opening boards, and that's what's got them off to a sizable lead. But 45 more boards to play over the course of the day. We'll see. We'll see what they can manage to do. Looks like we have a bit of an unusual result in the other room. Pass out, with East having a nice 17 in third seat. Hopefully we'll get that corrected. We have Wolfson and Garner for Team Wolfson here. Basis and Lorenzini for Team Fleischer. East opens a heart in third seat. 2 hearts by Lorenzini.
Yeah, so West possibly had a mixed raise available, but with 4 triple 3, very weak hearts, 2 queens. Even if he did have it in his arsenal, might have just thought that 2 hearts was a better description of the hand.
Yeah, and Basis decides to... Yeah, so Basis decides to just bid the heart game, and I think... Oh...
Yeah, so West did have a mixed raise available, but decided the hand looked more like a simple raise, which I, especially these colors, agree with.
I was all ready to go out on a limb and say, I think Declare is going to make this, because he was going to use his 1 dummy entry in the King of Clubs to take a heart finesse, and then he wouldn't have been able to use any extra entries to take spade hooks, so he would just probably have to lead spades out of hand, and the fact that South has both the king and jack would mean he would make it by default. Now that this heart lead has gone to the king, specifically an ace, Declare has 2 dummy entries to take spade finesses. The 4 of hearts gives him access to the 7 of hearts, and the king of clubs will give him access, and it's very natural in the spade suit to take 2 hooks, run the queen, and then play low to the 10 on the next round, picking off either the king or jack in north sand. I think he might end up going down after this opening lead.
Yeah, well, he's obviously playing to try to strip the diamonds, and then, as you say, take a spade of finesse to South, and if he is able to strip the diamonds, and with hearts 2-2, he has an entry in the 7 of hearts. Yeah. That's good enough, too.
You know what? You're absolutely right. It wasn't even a question. He was on top of it, so he gets to duck 2 diamonds, eventually use the king of clubs to rough the 3rd diamond, and then cross back to the 7 of hearts to run the queen of spades. Excellent point. So Declare actually just had a claim for 10 tricks. Very well done. He picks up, well, probably not 12 imps. We'll get the score adjusted from the other room, but nice result for East-West there.
I would say... Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible it's a pickup because, maybe on some auctions, East chose, I guess the hand evaluates to a 2-0 rebid, but if East does open a no trump, that might just end the auction, and it actually would be a game swing.
Yeah, very possible. 17 ups at 7 is not necessarily in everyone's range for bidding and making game, and especially with the 3rd seed opening bid. But we do see 4 hearts bid and made in both rooms.
Okay, yes, it does.
And in fact, the exact same line of play at both tables. So after the trump opening lead, there was just nothing to it. Strip the hand, throw South in. North opens a club. South bids 2 clubs. inverted. And so Wolfson here, over in the north seat, he has a long club suit, so he's happy that he's found clubs, but he does just bid 3 clubs. A lot of players will play stopper showing bids over this inverted minor raise to try and sort out if they can play 3 no trump.
Yeah, even if you do, it's still popular, I think, to play 2 diamonds as quasi-artificial there and reserve the stopper showing bids for 2 of a major.
Yeah.
Here, especially since South's 2 clubs was not necessarily game forcing, I think North just wants to send the message. I have a lot of clubs, but my hand is not all that exciting.
Yeah, good point. And South, with stoppers everywhere, is probably thinking about 3 no trump, but because all of his stoppers are in aces, he might be worried that 5 clubs could be a better spot. And he would be right on this hand. 5 clubs is a better spot because that will make, and on a spade lead, 3 no trump will go down.
Yeah, he could just start with 3 diamonds, right? Figure if partner bids 3 no trump with some stuff in both majors, that's great. If his partner just temporizes with 3 of a major, we can bid a delayed 3 no trump or possibly 3 spades over 3 hearts. He could just bid 3 no trump, but if he temporizes, maybe he will get enough information to point him to the 5 of a minor contracts instead of 3 no.
Yeah, so Garner does decide to just bid 3 no. I mean, it's a practical choice. You're game forcing, you found a fit. Hopefully, either they lead the wrong suit or your partner actually has ace king 6 the clubs over there, and then the club suit just runs. They have kind of missed the ball on this one, and I think Lorenzini will lead a low spade at trick 1, allowing them to set up 4 spade tricks, and then East will get in with the stiff king of clubs to be able to cash out for 1 down.
Yeah, and it is, to be fair, pretty normal for the north-south combination to get to 3 no trump. Like, the south hand doesn't look great for suit play. The north hand, 11 tricks, looks a little bit remote. Partner just has the king of clubs. The 9-trick game is probably easier. So, I think you're feeling really good about yourself if you get to 5 clubs, but if you get to 3 no here, sure, you're not happy to go down, but you think very often it's going to be a push. It may well still be a push.
So, spade, we try the jack from dummy. Sometimes it wins. Not today.
Oh.
So I wonder, I think Garner should just win the ace and play club to the queen immediately. And he does. So club to the queen. East wins the king. And on this lie of the cards, there's going to be no issue with the defense cashing out. But if the spade suit was laid out differently, it's possible that East-West could have a little bit of a defensive mix-up in the carding, or block the spade suit, for example. Or maybe West doesn't have a natural Smith signal to give on the first round of clubs, and so East might shift to hearts and then declare Ken just win the ace of hearts and run the suit.
Well, he's giving this a longer look than I would have thought. Is it really possible he's thinking about picking off the stiff king?
No.
That's what I think too, and yet.
Yeah, I don't know about this this thought here.
He might be asking about the East-West methods also. Those would be a very weird spot to pause and ask about carding.
I mean, if we think about what Declare knows at this point and can pick up from the perspective of him seeing West follow with the 6 of clubs, West could have Jack 6 or King 6 doubleton. West could have King Jack third. If that was a singleton 6, it doesn't matter what he does. All right. He does stick in the queen of clubs, and a spade comes back to the 9 and 10. Cedric the Madman played a spade over to partner 7? No.
We're seeing some undos
no.
here. I think that is not what happened.
Okay, he's going to cash spades from the top. That's a lot better. Wouldn't have mattered on this hand, but that would have been a very strange way to defend.
No, but keep in mind, West knows that South only has three spades, both from East 5 return, but more relevantly from the auction.
Yeah. So, cashes out, twos of spades, takes the last defensive trick, and this is going to be down 1. We'll see what happens in the other room. Sitting over there for Fleischer is going to be Chip Martell and Marty Fleischer. And if they can manage to reach 5 clubs, that would be a golden opportunity for them to get to a game swing.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity. I mean, I think more often than not, that's going to be a push. It's a pretty hard combination, but we'll see. I mean, also the auction may look superficially similar, but it's going to have very different meanings. Where the North-South pair play a 2+ club with transfers, and one diamond is always unbalanced. So, their whole structure starting with one club is quite different, even though a lot of their other, their major suit openings are going to be somewhat similar. Anyway, we have quite an aggressive 2 hearts by East here. On Queen Jack 10 9 5th and an ace, first see favorable is the time to do it. West, of course, loves his hand for hearts, even opposite a possible light first seat opening. So figures in a partner 6 hearts, it's great. Here, he's going to be a little disappointed at the fit, but if the spade finesse works, it's probably totally suitable anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a thin game, but also Lorenzini, whether or not the game makes, he might just want to preempt the opponents from possibly finding any sort of fit whatsoever. He does have quite a bit of defense on his side, but if North has the majority of the values and North has a long club suit, this would put a lot of pressure on North that 5 clubs could be a making spot. So the 4 heart kind of increased the preempt, but also some chance that game makes. He's relatively happy to take the shot. Opening spade lead could be away from the king, so Declare will definitely try the queen here. That would be his best chance to make the game if the king of spades was on side.
Yeah, South could just have something like, King Jack 7 4th or something, where it's a normal third best lead. No reason to, no reason to look around for anything other than spade finesse. If it wins, he can just start roughing clubs and probably the play is going to be pretty quick.
Right, but now that Wolfson wins the king of spades, I think it's pretty likely he shifts to ace and a heart. He's looking at king third, and he expects his part. Okay, he shifts to the queen of diamonds.
So this also seems pretty sensible to me, where we have the ace of hearts. If partner has the king of diamonds or the ace of clubs, we're just going to get a rough to beat it.
Yeah.
If he has exactly the king of diamonds, we're going to get a rough to beat it.
Right.
So,
yeah, that's a good point, that he could play for this parlay as well. The fact that he's holding on to all of these good spades, he knows that he's not worried about Declare setting up the spade suit and dummy, and preventing club roughs could have been an important thing for him to do, which is why I was thinking maybe ace and a heart would be the sensible alternative. But both of these look like good opportunities for Wolfson to try and collect a 4th defensive trick.
Keep in mind, if partner doesn't have the king of diamonds, he virtually has to have the ace of clubs, which means we'll get another chance to play trumps.
Right.
So I think the queen of diamonds might have been with an eye toward that if you start counting Declare's tricks when he doesn't have the ace of clubs, 1 spade, let's say 5 hearts when he did have a 6-card suit, plus 1 orphan dummy is 7, ace of diamonds is 8. He's still not close to making a game, so I think the queen of diamonds was at least temporarily safe. There was going to be time to do everything.
Sure. All right, spade rough with the jack, so that Declare can rough his last club loser, and so he will escape for down 1, minus 50. East-West are not going to be too upset about that, but it turns out that North-South weren't making much of anything, so they'll probably be happy to go minus 50, but maybe a small part score swing on this one.
Yeah, so as predicted in the other room, the shape of the auction was different, but the result was not. It went a club by North. South responded a spade, showing a balanced good hand of some sort. Continued by showing his exact range, but they also, despite North rebidding clubs twice, weren't able to stay out of 3-no trump. I think it's just really hard in any kind of a standard framework to look for an 11-trick game with, both North and South kind of, evaluating independently, figuring that, so many partners' suitable hands are going to make 3-no easy.
Yeah, so 2 pushes to start out the set. 4 hearts down 1. This could be the auction in the other room. Who's sitting east over there? Eckenberg? I don't think it will
Eckenberg and Wang, yeah, and unfortunately, since this partnership is new, we don't have a convention card. Typically, we only have those when they've played in either the USBF or WBF, where there's a requirement to pre-file. The Vanderbilt does not have that requirement, so any partnership that hasn't played in one of those events, unfortunately, we just won't have access to their card.
Well, we have a 7-5 hand. Lorenzini has a pretty big hand with both majors over there. 7 spades, 5 hearts. Diamond Void opposite is not pleasant for Basis, but we'll see where they end up getting. South is going to open a club.
So West could bid Michaels with a 2-card disparity. May start with spades, but also might bid Michaels first to guarantee the minimum shape, and then bid spades, which I think would be my choice. I think either is fine. We'll see how Lorenzini chooses to handle it.
Right. So a club, 2 diamonds for this pair, I believe, is their Michaels Q bid, showing 5-5 in the majors.
Yes, in fact, kind of an interesting wrinkle. 2 diamonds would be Michaels, but 2 clubs would be 5-4 in the majors either way.
That's kind of nice. Those hands can be difficult to show.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's Martell and Fleischer's card. I had pulled it up expecting them to be here, but then, just when I saw the East-West pair's names at the other table, but that was corrected, so I take it back.
It's quite all right. So club, 2 diamonds, showing 5-5 in the majors, your typical 1 club, 2 club auction. Wolfson bids 3 clubs. He does have a little bit of a club fit. King, Queen, 4th over there with the stiff spade, and he's favorable, just trying to take up some space. Basis passes. He doesn't have a fit for either partner's majors.
Yeah, I think, as will South, I suspect. If you're West, probably you bid 3 spades now, but I think 4 spades is possibly in the picture with such a freak hand. Like, you don't love the internal spade weakness. Against that, your 7-5 and your second suit is very strong. Yeah, so West bid 4 spades, obviously not South.
Yeah, it's one way to get to game is to just bid it yourself. And with 7-5, as you had mentioned, these freak hands, anything could be working when you have a void, or even sometimes when you have multiple voids. So you just kind of, at imps, pray that your partner has some fitting card for you and that game is working, because that'll happen often enough to make it worth your while. Here, East doesn't, but the defense might have a bit of a challenge.
I think they might not, right? King of clubs lead, and they're already too high, right? If you rough a heart, South over roughs, exits with a club, and West is stuck in his hand, can't avoid losing 2 more trumps.
That's true, yeah. On this lie of the cards, it looks like with no entry to the East hand, there's no way to access that Ace, King, Queen of diamonds to get rid of losers. There's no way to take spade finesses, so I think you're right. It looks like Declare is going to lose everything. A club, 3 spades, and 2 hearts.
It's going to be unlucky, of course. He'll probably get rough. The club at trick 2, plays King of Hearts roughing. South will over rough. Declare will get back in. He'll try to rough a 4th heart, and some of the time South just started with Ace Doubleton of spades. His second over rough is with the Ace, and we still get away with. Oh no, I guess the North would have the Queen of Hearts Doubleton at that point, so maybe there wouldn't be any hope for it.
Yeah, but
maybe
here we go.
South have exactly Doubleton of spades.
As you mentioned, 2 rounds of hearts, heart rough. South will over rough, and you guessed it, exit a club. So South will get two more
I mean,
trumps.
he can even exit with ace queen of spades, give
Right.
up his trump trick. West will, partner will then get the heart. He won't, but any defense other than a diamond would work.
Yeah, so
Where that
this
would
is
be
going to be down
very,
one.
yeah. Again, possibly a push. The West hand certainly is going to feel like it's willing to commit to four spades, even opposite a lot of East hands that decline every opportunity to show anything. You just need virtually nothing to make it. Even the ten of spades doubled in an East hand would have been enough. So a little unlucky, but again, just as North South could hope that their counterparts got to the same inferior 3-0 trump, here East West can hope their counterparts get to the same somewhat reasonable four spades.
Yeah, that seems pretty likely, I think. But we'll keep an eye on the other table. This time, we're well ahead of the other room by a couple of boards. I don't know if there were any slow play penalties.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they handle it. It's possible that there's a warning, and East West have really picked up their pace, and it's possible that they're just on notice and been told, you're off the hook for the first quarter, but don't let it happen again.
So Lorenzini here in first seat, 16 count, gets to open a diamond. Wolfson chooses to overcall two clubs. Basis.
Yeah, I think most players would, especially with that singleton heart. It makes it very difficult for East West to sort out their heart length on a lot of combinations.
Yeah, so Basis decides to make a negative double with 6-4 in the majors. Garner presumably will cubid two diamonds to show a good club raise.
He might redouble.
He could redouble.
Yeah, he could just make a simple race. I think West is going to bid 4 hearts now. He's going to like his hand, and 3 hearts would not quite do justice to it, even with the club wastage is my evaluation, but we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, East often is going to have more values than this, so 4 hearts, I think, is going to be the popular choice. That contract's going to do really well.
The 2 superfluous hearts in East hand are going to be very welcome for West. No, he does take the low road here. We'll see. That might well end the auction. I don't know if maybe with 6-4, East is just going to take it in despite his lack of high cards. Figure he's got at least a 10 card heart, or exactly 10 card heart fit, and Singleton Club is obviously very attractive for him. So one way or another, East West, I think we're destined to get there.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that the 3-heart bid from West, he doesn't know his partner has both majors. That negative double could just be based on one. So East, from that perspective, West is showing a pretty good hand with the 3-heart bid. We had suggested
West, if he gets 4 hearts, if partner had spades, he also has diamonds, because that negative double does guarantee somewhere to go. But maybe he was worried that correcting to 5 diamonds would be a little too much. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. So that's the idea, that if you don't have both majors for the negative double, you have to have 2 places to play, or presumably a long enough suit of your own that you can run to. Ace of clubs lead. Diamond switch. And Declare should have no issues after pulling trumps.
So we have on board 18, kind of a slightly funny result in comparison to this one, where they got to, East did not open 2 hearts. They got to a somewhat normal 2-spade contract after a spade opening by the ace queen 5th in preference, and took only 6 tricks. So hearts with 1 more trump at the table played 3 tricks better.
Yeah, all those spades offside is a problem in spade contract, but not in the heart contract. Obviously, the defense could have done a little bit better in this room if they had prevented the club roughs, but as we had talked about, Wolfson's defense, he was just trying to go plus against 4 hearts. Can't blame him for doing that.
Yeah, kept all of his options open on defense, which I think is always a pretty good strategy at imps. So, Declare now probably is just going to start trumps. I don't really see any reason to delay that with 10 of them.
This is fine too.
Yep.
Oh, I was going to say this is fine just to pitch a spade on the queen of clubs immediately, but Declarer does play heart to the king. Now he just has a flat-out cross ruff to make the rest.
Yep, so we'll make 5. South will get the ace of hearts at some point, but there's no further defensive trick.
Right.
So feels like a good result a normal good result for East-West, but they'll be happy that they got there with East only having 1 ace and some vigorous defensive bidding.
On to board 21, 5 boards in. Maybe these guys are hungry. They just want to get to their lunch break at this point. North picks up 12 count. He'll get to open a club this time. South can bid a heart, and West should be coming in with a spade. Has 5 of them, favorable.
Yeah, notice he would do very well not to, but I think that's extremely double dummy. If he doesn't, then it's probably just going to go a club of heart 1-no, 3-no, and if he leads the unbid major, they'll take the first 5 tricks.
Right. But North-South might have a little bit of difficulty if they manage to get to, say, the 4-3 heart fit as the alternative to 3-no trump.
It can be made, I think, with the clubs coming in. You can steal 1 diamond, which they can win or not. If they win it, you can draw trumps. If they duck it, you can draw trumps and play clubs. So I think 4 hearts can be made. Whether it will be made, we'll possibly get to see.
Yeah, so spade by West. North gets to make a support double. East will probably bid 3 spades.
Yep. So South will probably double this to show that he has extras and no clear direction.
Right, and then Wolfson is going to have to make a decision. Sometimes that queen and a spade will be a stopper, but he doesn't have a full stopper.
Yeah.
I think they do get to 4 hearts here.
Yeah, and Wolfson does have a very difficult call for that because, as you say, some of the time partner is Jack third of spades, and for the same reason couldn't bid 3-0 himself. And so Gardner actually diagnoses the problem, knowing the opponents have 9 spades, and just bids 4 hearts himself.
Wow. Well, let's see if he can back up his bidding with his play.
It is true, even when there's 1 spade stopper, you double, partner bids 3-no trump, they lead a spade. If your side doesn't take the next 8 tricks, you don't have a plus score, and with his hand, he has no reason to believe that there's any possibility of taking the next 8 tricks. So, in fact, here, if partner had the king doubled in spades and the queen doubled in, they would. But he must think that a 9-trick game with only 1 spade stopper and no flexibility when to take it is not a great proposition.
I guess the auction's not over. Lorenzini is favorable. He probably doesn't expect that he's beating 4 hearts most of the time, and I think he would be right. So 4 spades as an alternative, he might just try that to try and take a cheap save, and he would lose 2 clubs, a diamond, and 2 hearts with the spade splitting. So that would be 300.
I think he would have no trouble picking up the spades. If they were 3-1, South probably would have doubled. So I think he'll, 3 in North, 1 in South. South probably would have doubled. Maybe not, actually. It might have been 4 hearts anyway. But he's going to play them through North regardless if he bids. So he does pass. So we'll see, if Declare can make this. Obviously, it's a little tricky with hearts 4-2, and you can't draw trumps because now you're off the whole spade suit.
He led a diamond. So, yeah, Craig, you had mentioned the line of play earlier, which is that Declare can take 1 diamond, 4 hearts, and 5 clubs. And just looking at the hand itself, Declare can kind of come to the conclusion on his own that this is the only way to play the hand, because if the Queen of Clubs is offside, he just has 4 losers. So he has to assume that card is onside and favorably placed to make the contract, and therefore he can count 5 club tricks, he can count 4 hearts, so he can't afford to play a second diamond at this point.
And notice that's true even if hearts are 3-3, because he could have 4 heart tricks, there's no possible ruff, 3 diamonds is 6, 2 clubs, but he still needs the clubs to come in. So an even heartbreak, it might stop some under tricks on some layouts, but it never is enough on its own to make the contract.
Yeah, exactly. So given that we're playing imps and we're in a vulnerable game, and that we're not doubled, so under tricks don't matter a ton, Declare really should just be pulling trumps here, all 4 rounds, and then King of Clubs, club to the jack. He's staring at this diamond lead a little bit and wondering what's going on, because normally people wouldn't underlead an ace, but Basis would have won the ace of diamonds at trick 1 if he had it. So I think Garner knows that West has underled the ace of diamonds, which is a tricky, tricky play, and that the reason for it is he might be hoping to give his partner a diamond ruff and use that ace of spades as an entry at some point.
Yeah, and for that reason, it is not safe or necessary to play clubs before drawing the 4th round of trumps, because he might just be able to win and get a diamond ruff, and they solve 2 spades.
So,
actually, although maybe on some layouts you save like a large number of under tricks by doing that.
Yeah, I don't think it matters if you pull trumps first or go King of Clubs, club to the jack first, because you need clubs 3-2 with the queen on side to make the thing regardless. So if it goes King of Clubs, club to the jack ruffed, then, well, I don't really want to think about it, but maybe.
No, the alternative I'm thinking about is 3 rounds of hearts. They don't split. Club to the jack without cashing the king. Now, if it loses, maybe you save like some extra under tricks when the club was off and hearts are 4-2.
It still seems like they get the same number of spades, then they just force you in spades and they get their long heart.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, here, fortunately, Declare has no possible way to get this wrong with the Queen of Clubs appearing on the second round.
Yeah, exactly. So, King of Clubs, club up. Queen of Clubs. He did not play low, so he's claimed 10 tricks. Well judged by Garner and Wolfson to diagnose that 3-no trump was not the right spot and get to the 4-3 heart game.
Yeah, so board 19, the 7-5 hand, we have a result. West did choose to overcall a spade, figuring some of the time he would show his hearts later. North made a negative double, so now West was not interested in showing his hearts. East bid 2 clubs to show diamonds as a transfer, and West just bid 4 spades in that room. So it was a push on quite a different auction, but kind of a similar kind of mindset, figuring he needed so little from his partner to make a spade game.
Yeah, a pretty sensible result in both tables. Unfortunately, everything was foul for Declare, and 4 spades had no play in either room. We're on to board 22 here. So through 6 boards, Fleischer have picked up 2 imps.
Yeah, so this actually is a candidate for a pass out. I think Garner probably is not the type to open this 11 count in second seed, although we'll see. West might open in third seat given the opportunity, but might decline, and I don't think North is going to open in fourth seat.
No, the rare pass out in a national final. It's so unusual, as you say.
Yeah, maybe it's duplicated, but I think I would be slightly surprised if that's the north-south method in the other room. But who knows? The south hand is pretty garbagey.
Now, we'll probably see, 30 seconds of discussion or something about the hand. I guess not, because a lot of the times when the pass out occurs, people want to see all four hands to see what might have happened differently on the board.
Yeah.
This time Garner will not be passing. He has a nice 13. 4x1, he'll get to open a diamond in first seat. Wolfson will bid a spade. Garner will choose between a no trump or two clubs based on personal preference. What to do?
Yeah, I think one no is the majority choice, but two clubs would have a solid expert minority. It's definitely not a frivolous choice.
And so then Wolfson will find a way to game force and show his spade suit. And given that it's a 6-1 spade fit, they'll likely end up in 3 no trump ultimately, but a lot of this could depend on South's choice immediately. If South bids a no trump, frequently that delivers a doubleton spade. And if North gets it in his head that South has to have at least 2 spades, North is just going to blast 4 spades at some point in the auction.
Yeah, and that obviously we can see on the actual layout is going to be disaster with 3 spades offside and West having the ace queen of diamonds. They'll be down 2 without the defense having to work especially hard.
Yeah, I mean, technically Declare can make it on a non-diamond lead, but it would be quite a stretch to play the hand by trying to pitch all of North's diamonds on the ace king queen of hearts and ace 10 fourth of clubs before even touching the trump suit.
Right.
So let's see how North handles it from here, because 2 diamonds game force, 2 hearts showing hearts. North can bid 2 spades now to say, I have spade length. South might be able to bid 3 clubs to continue patterning out. North could bid 3 spades, and South could say, no, I still don't have a spade fit, 3 no trump. And then we'll see what North does at that point in the auction. It's really hard to get away from this idea that South rebid a no trump should have a balanced hand, and therefore we must have a spade fit. But we'll see if Wolfson can diagnose what's going on.
Yeah, it is true. The auction is timed out in such a way that Wolfson will be able to show that he has a 6 spade, and then possibly, as you say, can respect Garner's decision. Wow, no, immediately decides that he has some extra values and a hand that doesn't look great for partner probably having no roughing value, so puts it in 3-0.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that ace queen 6 frequently plays well in no trump opposite a doubleton, because if his partner has jack doubleton or king doubleton, then he might have a lot of tricks in the spade suit. And on the outside, he has quick tricks, the ace of hearts and king, queen of clubs. So in a spade contract, spades could split foul. There might be roughs looming. In no trump, that he doesn't have to risk that, and he just might have 9 tricks off the top.
Right. If they take the same number of tricks, you would always rather be in no trump, because if that number is 9, it's a game swing. And if it's any number greater than 9, you don't care.
Well, big result in the other room while Declare thinks over the play in 3 no trump. We'll get back to that. But board 20, East-West got all the way up to 6 hearts. North-South really jammed the auction at that table and bid all the way up to 4 spades on their own power. East-West weren't able to stop. They went through a keycard auction and got all the way up to the 6th level, despite being off 2 keycards.
Yeah, not just 2 key cards, but 2 aces. So there wasn't even the possibility of one of the key cards being the king of hearts and winning a finesse. It was just down right from the start.
Right. So in terms of the play in 3 no trump, there are 9 tricks if Declare can get all of them. He has 3 hearts, 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a spade. The problem is that entries are a little bit problematic. The club suit is blocked, and the defenses started attacking the heart suit. It looks pretty natural to just win the ace of hearts and take a diamond finesse. But if Lorenzini ducks a round of diamonds at some point, whether it's the first round or the second round, he'll cut communication and diamonds, and then if he plays back a heart when he gets in, like he probably will right now, Declare is going to have some issues. The Jack of Clubs falling is a huge help. So if Declare does end up unblocking the King, Queen of Clubs before crossing back to the south hand at a later point in play, then he will get the fortune of the Jack of Clubs falling, and that'll be his ninth trick. But there are some problems for Garner in 3 no trump. Much more so than the 4 hearts he declared on board 21, where there really was only one line of play. So diamond to the Jack. Lorenzini's thinking about ducking this trick immediately to cut communication. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't try the 10 of diamonds from dummy. Of course, a diamond to the Jack is right in a vacuum, but here, when it looks like we're going to get the communication and hearts cut, on the second round of diamonds, if he runs the 10, it's going to get ducked, and he's going to lose access to his hand completely. And if he then plays a diamond to the 9, the diamond suit becomes blocked if the opponents happen to have ace doubleton. So it might have felt a little bit more natural to try the 10 on the first round of the suit.
Yeah, so I think if West had ducked quickly, which I think is a very difficult play, but just hypothetically, what do you do as Garner? Like, is it at all attractive to take a spade finesse immediately?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because that's 9 if it works. He'll take 2 spades and 3 hearts is 5, 1 diamond because you've already banked it, and 3 clubs.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky because once again, if the spade hook loses and a heart comes back, you get cut off from the ace of clubs a lot of the time. So not the easiest hand to play. I think by now Lorenzini is going to win the Queen of Diamonds and continue the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, if he had played in tempo, maybe you win the ace of diamonds and switch to a heart and Declare gets a false picture of the hand. I think if you think a long time and then win the ace, South would probably be justified in feeling fairly aggrieved about that. But like a quick ace of diamonds, again, would give South a very false picture of the hand.
Well, yes, but then Declare has no trouble, because then Declare can just duck the second round of diamonds and you have to take the queen, and then he has communication in that suit. So
yeah, I guess it's true.
It's true that, as Craig's referencing, there are some times in these positions where you can just win the ace from ace-queen and cause Declare to take another finesse, which otherwise wouldn't have been safe, but they figure the first finesse won, let's try it again. And then you can say, haha, and cash out your suit. But this time, Lorenzini does not have cashing hearts, so...
Right. Yeah, I think, right, the classical situation would be where they have to lead to something to leave some suit wide open to take the other finesse that they quote-unquote know is winning, and then we've induced them to unguard something that's very good for the defense.
Yeah, so one other thing that I'm just tuning into, I mean, there's so much going on all these hands for the play. Lorenzini probably knows the exact spade layout. If Declare had the King of Hearts, which it sounds like he does based on the opening lead, him winning the ace, and he had a doubleton spade in hand, wouldn't it feel pretty natural to just win the King of Hearts and play a spade to the 10 and then try and cross back to hand and play a spade to the queen? It would. So I think Lorenzini knows that spades are 6-4, 2-1 around with exactly this lie of the spade suit.
Yeah, but hang on a second here. So win in hand and play spade to the 10, cross back to hand, and what exactly? Again, the hearts are blocked, the clubs are blocked, we're looking at the ace-queen of diamonds.
Well, I mean, if his plan... Lorenzini knows Declare is not taking a bunch of diamond tricks because he has the ace-queen. It has to be better to play on spades if you have a doubleton spade in hand, because there's a longer spade suit in dummy. You're just establishing more tricks.
But how are you proposing Declare get to his hand to take the second spade finesse when he needs to, overtaking crash the club?
I don't know. I don't think it matters. I think the point is that Declare would be playing on spades and not on diamonds if he had a doubleton spade. So for that reason, Lorenzini can be relatively confident that spades look exactly the way they do.
Yeah.
So that's probably what he's picturing right now. Is he's counting tricks. He sees at least the ace king of hearts, maybe even ace king queen. His partner has turned up with the king jack of spades based on Declare's play, and he can count the ace king queen of clubs if Declare can unblock the suit. And for that reason, he might be thinking about ducking this trick, because this would kind of force Declare to unblock the king queen of clubs immediately, which might not be what he wants to do. Otherwise, he could lose access to the ace of clubs at least.
Well, meanwhile, they played a full board while West was thinking about this trick, board 21.
Yeah, so we had alluded to this auction possibility. A club pass a diamond in the other room showing hearts, a spade overcall, support double, 3 spades, and South doubled, effectively saying, I don't have a spade stopper for no trump. North decided to take a shot that this might be his last making spot. 3 spades doubled. His hand was flat, he didn't have a heart fit, and he just felt like he wanted to go plus. They do beat 3 spades one trick for plus 100, but that cost them 11 imps. So Wolfson fighting right back.
Yeah, and of course a little unlucky for Fleischer and Martel, where if the clubs were switched, 4 hearts would go down, but 3 spades would have been the same down one.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, at some point again, like we were talking about this last quarter, it's a difficult hand. West knows that a lot of different things could be going on. At some point, you just have to commit yourself. I'm surprised that he hasn't reached that point yet.
Yeah, and as we mentioned coming in, the possibility of a time penalty, Craig thinks maybe there's been a warning. I think that's very possible. And if West is slow once again, which it looks like he is, then, Fleischer might get penalized, and that could be very costly. We talked a lot about this, and so I don't want to have the discussion be entirely about this sort of possibility, but Bridge is a hard game. There's always difficult decisions to make on almost every hand, and players are entitled to think. But unfortunately, so is everyone else at the table, and you do have to play at some point. You get a certain allotted amount of time to play all of the hands, and really there should be a clock for all 4 players. I mean, we have that available on tablets nowadays, but not every event is played based on tablets anymore. Or at least not yet. So Lorenzini does need to come to a conclusion, and he's not always going to get the right answer. He does win the diamond queen. He'll probably put I was going to say he should play back the jack of hearts, which maybe he will, but maybe he'll put a spade through, kind of figuring that this is the spade layout.
But yeah, it's not tenable to have an event where Lorenzini doesn't get penalized and Rang is a good boy and looks at the clock and doesn't take unlimited time in the same seat on the hard hands. If there's not consequences, then they're just playing 2 different events, and that's really not fair.
Yeah. Well, Declare has no trouble at this point because Lorenzini did not come up with the most testing defense. Queen of diamonds, club switch. Declare just unblocks the clubs. 10 of diamonds. Now he'll knock out the ace. Declare has plenty of time to run all of his tricks. If West doesn't switch to spades here, he's going to get caught in a show-up squeeze. But either way, Declare is going to lose 1 more and make 10 tricks.
And he has 10 on top from this point. A spade, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and 2 clubs.
There's a spade switch, so Declare is going to pop up with the ace. He can't afford to take the finesse if the jack of clubs isn't falling. And he'll
thanks for all the streams.
End up making 10. As long as
Yep.
Lorenzini keeps a heart in the end game.
Well, that's easy, right? Because South bid hearts. He knows South has four of them. Yeah, I think Garner has a very good bridge temperament, but I bet he's not thrilled um at the 10-minute tank by West there.
No. Basis pitches the jack of clubs to speed up the play. I do
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I
I
like
mean,
it.
East has to play with his partner all the time, and he knows that he's very, very slow. Garner's going to be very pleased because he was not guaranteed to be making this contract, but as you say, the pace of play was very slow, and then getting to the position where West didn't even find the most challenging defense. Like, you're going to get the position wrong quite a bit. You'll probably get it wrong more often if you play faster, but it doesn't mean that thinking for 15 minutes is going to get you to the right conclusion, as it didn't here. So we'll keep an eye on that board in the other room, because I think it's very possible that Martel and Fleischer, for one thing, they might wind up in 4 spades, which could go down. Also, they might end up in 3 no trump, and that could go down. So Lorenzini opens a diamond. We get a heart overcall. North has a 15 count. Basis, 5 diamonds in support, but a pretty mediocre hand. It's relatively flat, considering he has the 5-card suit. He would really like to preempt, but is this hand worth a 3-diamond bid?
Yeah, I
says
mean,
no.
probably not. I think 2 diamonds is possible. It steals the cubit, and when you have a weak hand, that can be valuable.
Yeah, South does decide to just bid 2 hearts anyway. It's a 10 count, but a lot of queens decides it's not worth a 2-diamond Q in supportive partner.
Yeah,
And
something is almost always wasted.
yeah, and now Wolfson really has a big choice to make, because if partner's 2 hearts can be made on a fairly weak hand, then this might be their last making spot. He's relatively flat. He has 3 small spades, which might not be great. He has a lot of finesses to take, and if his partner doesn't have entries, he can't take them. In this case, that would be a huge error, because 4 hearts is making with that queen of spades in the pocket.
Yeah, what looked from South's point of view like wasted queens and possibly a wasted Jack 10 of spades turn out every card is working. Yeah, so I think Garner's going to be a 3-0 here, right? Like, just continue the description of his hand. First saying I had a heart raise, and now saying actually I have a hand that looks like 3-0 trump.
Yeah, that would be an interesting contract, because that contract is not going to make.
Right, because the diamonds, the side tricks are much too slow. I mean, North doesn't necessarily have to respect South's 3-0 trump bid, right? He was just bidding 2-0 for the moment as a descriptive game try. But we'll see, though. He just bid 4 hearts, so nicely judged by him.
Yeah, so 4 hearts, they find the heart fit, and with that queen of spades on side, North-South are going to be very happy that they bid and made a game on this one. Diamond opening lead.
Yeah.
The player can just pull trumps and lob a spade up to the jack.
Yeah, with hearts 3-2, there's really nothing to it. If they were 4-1, maybe they could do a little damage, because we'd have to play on clubs and hope they're 3-3, because otherwise, if we draw 4 rounds of trumps, we won't have time to knock out both black aces. They could tap us. But with hearts 3-2, there's just nothing to it. Knock out a spade, take a diamond tap, take a spade finesse, knock out the club, and that's that.
Yeah, exactly. Um, so to that end, I actually think there's a really strong play at trick one that Declare can make, which might not look like anything to a lot of players, but you can play the diamond queen at trick one here. Um, if you play low, your right hand opponent, Lorenzini in this case, would just stick in an intermediate spot. Your king would get forced, and then eventually, if you did have to pull 4 rounds of trumps, the opponents would know what to do when they got in with their aces. They would go ace of diamonds, another diamond. You would be forced, and then you'd be out of trumps and go down. But when you play the queen of diamonds here, West sitting on like ace jack 10 fifth, for example, or whatever his diamond holding is for his 1 diamond opening bid, might sound to them as if you're looking to rough diamonds and dummy. So the best defense if trumps are 4-1 would be to go ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds, but that might look a little bit unnatural to West. So West might go ace of diamonds, heart, for example, or ace of diamonds and look for a club ruff. And so I think the queen of diamonds at trick one could throw a wrench into the opponent's plans. Not necessarily, but it's a thing worth considering. Board 22, we actually do see a result in the other room. It did not pass out. They opened the 11 count in the south seat, second seat favorable. Martel and Fleischer bid up to 2 hearts, and they comfortably stopped there to make 110, earning their side 3 imps.
Yep, so still a 19 imp lead for Fleischer. So, after the approximately 40% mark, it's nice, but certainly, forget by no means definitive. It's, almost background noise even at this point. We'll see. I mean, this rates to be a very good result for Garner and Wolfson. It would be, whatever. Like, sure, they could get to 4 hearts in the other room. I think if I'm Garner and Wolfson, I'm extremely happy about this, both dodging what looks like it might be an attractive 3-no trump from one side or the other, or just, missing the game entirely after a slightly more conservative auction non-vulnerable.
Yeah, I agree. It's nice to be able to get to this game, and it's nice when the spade finesse works, even though we're taking the hook into the opening bidder. So there's a case to be made for, even if we could see the north-south hands, maybe it's subpar to be here from an imp perspective, because West is more than 60% or whatever to hold the spade queen from the opening bid. But 2 rounds of diamonds come. And now Declare is going to be in a position where if trumps are 4-1, he might be under some pressure. He can mitigate that risk a little bit by cashing 2 trumps, and if they don't split, then he can get to work on one of the black suits. So, spade to the jack. This was going to have to happen at some point anyway.
Yeah, West can, I guess he's thinking about ducking this just to make Declare's entry position a little more challenging, but just nothing is going to matter. The spade splitting and heart splitting is too much for the defense to overcome.
Right. And Wolfson taking the spade finesse early, just kind of getting into a situation where if trumps happen to be 4-1, he at least wants to start getting the black suits going. Once again, West the culprit on this hand. West thought for a long time at trick 1 about what to play on the opening lead. West gave a little bit of consideration to what to do at trick 2, and now he's thinking once again for a long time on a spade to the jack. He does duck. So now the 9 of hearts will probably hold. Now Declare can pull the last trump and then just knock out the club ace.
Yep. So north south. Not that there's much to this hand, but notice they're playing quite quickly. You know, doing their part. Yeah, so West can really do nothing better than to, I even catch these ways. I was going to say, try a diamond and, I don't know, maybe declare somehow doesn't have another club or something. Well, I guess it wouldn't even matter. He would have spade entries to the south hand. I guess there's just nothing to do at the end there.
No, 420. But a potential game swing brewing for Wolfson on that board.
Yeah.
So, as well as on board 23. I mean, these two boards back to back, we could easily see. I don't think we'll see a new leader, but the match could be very close after board 24 at the other table. We got 6 more boards to play in the first half at this table at the very least, and then the players will have a short break for lunch. We'll be resuming around 4 p.m. Central Time, the local time zone in the tournament, which is in 2 hours, 10 minutes from now.
Yep. For those who don't want to figure out where they're in relation to Central, that will be 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. But obviously, stick around. There's still half a dozen boards left in this segment. So it looks like the players are going to give themselves a short break, and since they are ahead of the other table, they are certainly entitled to it, although I think the directors are going to be a little bit unhappy if it goes on for too long, given what happened in the last segment.
Okay.
And for those who've not been on Bridge Winners or seen the ACBL Bulletin, we had an amazing result in the Silidor Pairs 2-day event. Bob Hammond winning a national championship in his 7th decade. He won his first in the 60s, and he is now still winning them in the 2020s.
That's why they call him great. And
Yeah,
Bob just
really
showing off that he's still got it, even after all these years. He is a incredible personality, great player, and we hope that he continues to win national events for the remainder of time.
That guy's going to live to be 1,000.
I hope so. It is a lot of fun really watching him play. It's a lot of fun playing against him. Just a real joy to be at the table.
Yeah. Indeed. So we do actually have a result on 23. After all that, 600 in the other room. So the combination of Lawrence not continuing hard and Garner being able to make an over trick was only worth 1 imp.
Yeah, well played by Martel over there, once again to go plus in 3 no trump, a challenging contract after the hard opening lead, but he did manage to take his 9 tricks. So, still waiting. Looks like the players are taking a short break here, but they should be back momentarily to finish up the second half of play. Last 6 boards of the segment.
Yeah, in fact, momentarily was spot on.
Here we are. So Wolfson has an 11 count. We saw Garner pass a mediocre 11 earlier, so Wolfson will probably also be passing this north hand. First seat favorable.
Yeah, I think even Fleischer Martel, I think, probably passed this, but we'll see. I think there's only one pair currently sitting in who, not sitting in rather because they're out, but who might open that, and that's Cemento Versace because of the mini no trump. But we'll see. I've been wrong before, and I'm going to be wrong again. So,
3
fourth
rounds of
seat
passes.
diamond.
Yeah, diamond. Nice hand from West, 13 count, good 5-card diamond suit. East will bit a spade.
It's not East turn yet. North might try and take out double.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, if you're not going to open, then getting in there with a double to just try and compete a little bit for the part score can be a valuable tool.
So now East might try a natural no trump rather than try to get to spades, although his 4th seat opening, West would often have, 3 spades and maybe 4 here, because some of the time with spade shortness, you pass it out. Pearson points. If you're a Pearson point count or just practical considerations, knowing it might be tough to test the par score. Yeah, so he does a bit of spade. West just makes his obvious no trump rebid, and that's that. So 7 tricks are available fairly easily with extremely friendly diamond position. 5 diamonds and 2 hearts right off the top. The defense can't do much in clubs with those splitting 3-3.
Right. And given the takeout double, Declarer will expect that at least one of the spades is on, so probably lobs a spade up towards the jack or the king at some point in play. Wolfson on lead, you have to imagine will lead a heart, fourth best from his longest and strongest.
Yeah, and I think for similar reasons, West is going to feel pretty good about playing the diamonds, figuring that since North is a pass hand was willing to come in, that the diamond queen is a fairly strong favorite to be on side, as indeed it is. Jack of clubs lead, kind of a creative choice, but it does work out well to get the defense's 3 club tricks in. South, maybe he wins and shifts to a heart, maybe just wins and plays clubs, even though the 4th club in dummy looks a little scary.
Yeah, as you're saying, the jack of clubs is going to look a bit strange to South. He might expect that this could be the holding that North has led from. If you're leading a club from this North hand, I think the jack is the clear choice. General reason for leading second best from a 3-card holding is to unblock the suit. If North were to lead a low club, then if his partner turns up with a 5-card club suit, the suit might be blocked. Like it goes low, low, queen, ace, and now you can't unblock and get over to partner's hand, so you'd want to lead the jack and then the king on the next round. Here, Garner wasn't able to read it. I guess he expects his partner could be 4-4-3-2 in shape, and has made a takeout double of the diamond.
North-South do not play Rusino leads. Their jack is a standard jack, so I think North-South was fairly sure that it was a short jack rather than a creative jack.
Yeah, but we've seen these types of leads not that often, but when you're leading from 3-card suits, this is an important thing to discuss as to what you choose to play from that suit. And I think South might also just not expect partner to have come up with this lead a lot of the time, which could be one of the reasons why he just very quickly ducked the opening jack lead.
Yep, so Declare now in very good shape with the 10 of diamonds holding, so he's going to take at least 8 tricks.
Yeah, 5 diamonds, 2 hearts, the club that he's already gotten, and he'll definitely try a spade up to the king at the very least, maybe even a spade to the jack.
Yeah, so that'll be at least his 9th trick.
But that's probably it. This was all about over tricks, and thankfully Lorenzini, once he has made his contract, is speeding up the play here.
Yeah, so he'll lead a spade, and whatever happens, I guess now that he's pitched a heart for a dummy, he'll have to catch the king of hearts after the diamond. Well, nothing's going to matter. He'll lead a spade up, and the defense will have hearts and clubs to cash.
All right, North wins the ace of spades. King of clubs.
Oh, yeah, so I think he does have 10 tricks here, right?
He does. The defense has not been as accurate as they could have been earlier in the play, so...
No, I guess Garner could have exited a heart there before cashing the 10 of clubs to save one more trick, but nothing really mattered.
Yeah, 10 tricks, so 180. On to board 26. Yeah. So we got 5 more boards to play in this set, but we're still keeping an eye on board 24. That has the potential to be a swing in favor of Wolfson. 18 count here from Basis. Wow, they've had this 2-diamond opener quite a lot in these first 30 boards. If it comes up this often, everyone would play it, probably.
Yeah, so for those who have not seen the French pair use this earlier in the day, their two diamond opening is 18-19 balance, and they have some specialized methods over that to sort out various shapes.
Now, West has a 13 count opposite this 18 to 19. West is going to be thinking slam after the opening bid. I wonder how they're going to diagnose whether or not they have a club fit, because I think that can sometimes be challenging in some of these no trump oriented auctions. Finding major suit fits, everyone can do. You play Stamen and transfers and even puppet Stamen to find these 5-3 fits. But finding clubs, which could be valuable, if East had king third of clubs instead of king doubleton, then 6 clubs could be a good spot. So what is Lorenzini going to do? 2-no. I assume there are some alerts on these bids, but I am unfamiliar with the follow-ups to this 2-diamond auction.
Yeah,
I've been getting some helpful kibitzer comments today. Please keep them coming in if you know what's going on in the auction here, but I am unfamiliar.
Yeah, so their card just says, quote, multi-meaning transfers. So it is possible that actually showed clubs.
That would be really helpful here. Because as mentioned, I think the most important thing that West is going to want to do is investigate 6 clubs. And if his partner is rejecting a club slam try, then maybe they can actually get away with just stopping at the 3 level.
Yeah, I think it looks like that may be exactly what happened. 2-no showed clubs, 3 hearts, possibly showed a better hand than just transferring to clubs and bidding 3-no trump to kind of give East one last out. And so if that is what happened and East rejected it, maybe West bids 4-no trump here, but actually, if he does that, East might actually be inclined to accept it because his hand is pretty good, having shown an unsuitable hand for clubs. He does have 3 key cards, so it's possible that if West is not done, East will also not be done.
Right, and that's a huge problem because on the surface, there's only 9 top tricks: 3 diamonds, 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 spades. They will come to a 10th, the diamonds split, or maybe they'll just set up the long club, but it's going to be hard to do more than that.
Yeah, fortunately, it's a little hard for the defense to attack everything because you can attack hearts, but South, if you have South win the ace of spades, South cannot continue the attack, although South might be able to continue the attack on spades. If Declare plays 2 rounds of spades, South can actually return a 3rd one and set up a spade trick. This actually may be a fairly slow play in no trump, possibly even in 3-no, although more likely in to be slow in a higher number of no trump.
Okay, I know what I'm rooting for. Please, Cedric, pass 3-no so that you can just take your 9 top tricks.
Yeah.
Because you're right, 4-no trump has some problems in the play. And Wolfson's going to be on lead. Now, Wolfson has identical holdings in both major suits. What do you lead? Heart or spade?
Probably a spade, just because I have no good reason why.
Yeah, give me the 50-page document of why a spade is superior to a heart. No, you don't have to. I'm just joking. I think it's kind of just a complete gamble on an auction like this. There might be some implications if you understood the full East-West system about which one is more likely to hit a fit from partner. And I'm sure Wolfson is on top of it. He has thoroughly studied their notes, and he knows that a heart is best.
Yeah, I don't know. What day of the week is it? If it's Saturday, lead a heart. If it's Sunday, lead a spade.
Today is Saturday. You've done well.
Yeah, so this is a little annoying for Declare, but of course he doesn't need any finesses to make 9 tricks with 2 clubs, 3 diamonds, 2 hearts, and 2 spades.
Yeah, so opening heart lead, he's going to run it around to the 10 and king. He's now going to knock out the spade ace just to guarantee his 9 tricks. And eventually, the diamonds will come home for at least a 10th. There doesn't appear to be... Declare could squeeze south for an 11th. It's possible.
Yeah, and he might end up taking the heart finesse because North's opening lead. I guess once South plays the 10, North can't really have the Queen of Hearts unless it was exactly Queen 9-7 third. If he had Queen 9-7 fourth, he would have let his fourth best.
Right. Yeah. So another second and fourth opening lead choice by North here. Maybe he's just inclined to lead from 3-card suits against no trump, and they always play second best.
Yeah, I think that's, a somewhat common American agreement where, fourth best, low from a 3-card honor holding. I know we talked about this the other day, or second highest from other combinations is very popular in the U.S.
So Heart comes back. Declare declines the Heart finesse. We'll cross to the Diamond Queen. Ace of Diamonds, Diamond to the Queen, just in case South has an honor doubleton. I mean, honestly, just in case South has honor singleton. Because
what?
This is not how the play went.
Okay. I wouldn't have thought so, and indeed, you are correct. Here's the undies.
Yeah, so Diamond over to the Queen, cash the Ace of Clubs to pitch a loser. That doesn't split. Diamond to the King, that one does, so we got 10 tricks this way.
Yeah, and if South had started with 4 diamonds initially, maybe we can play King of Diamonds, Diamond, and, depending if North had done something strange in the heart suit, it's possible South would be unplayed to let the Jack of Spades come back into play.
Yep, good point.
Not super likely after that opening lead spot, but, nothing else is worth playing for. But
so,
Diamonds
board
just
27. Splits. Ooh, board 24, we do see a push in both rooms. 4 hearts making 4.
Yeah.
Over there, Martel was able to cubid, or chose to cubid, to show a good heart raise, and that vaulted North into the heart game. They investigated a little bit. North was able to show his balanced hand, but South insisted on hearts.
Yeah, so nicely judged by both Souths to steer the hand toward a heart game with soft values.
Now this hand, South opens 2 clubs and North picks up a 15 count.
Yeah, South has 22. So they have 14 top tricks with no finesses, 5 spades, 4 hearts, 3 diamonds, and 2 clubs.
Yeah.
So North obviously just cannot believe what he's looking at.
So a popular agreement is to bid 2 spades here, 2 of the top 3 honors. I mean, they might have something else to deal with 15 counts opposite a 2 club opener, and it could just be 7 no trump. But if they don't have that agreement, then...
Rob, I'm going to stop you here.
Yeah?
I'm looking at their revenge card. They play controls.
They play controls. Oh, boy. So North actually will show his controls. He'll show 5. Which is... I'm counting.
So no, he's actually going to bid 2 spades to show 3+ controls. So I'm glad I cut you off before he bid 2 spades and you started explaining.
Oh geez, I would have been way off on this one. Thank you.
Yeah. So anything 3 or more according to their card is a 2 spade bid.
Okay, so 2 spades, 3 or more controls.
Probably South just bids 2 no trump to show his hand type. Nope, 3 spades. It's possible this card's out of date and they don't play controls anymore, but it does say well, it says Wuhan, China, 2019. So possibly they revised their methods in the last 6 years.
Yeah, that's part of the challenge of having some. Yeah, and so I think two spades is just natural. Man, you shouldn't have
Yeah.
cut me off. I was on a roll here. So two spades natural, two of the top three honors. Three spades natural, four no trump is key card in spades. North decides to take over. South is confused.
Yeah.
Five hearts, two without. North just gets to five no trump, and South has all of the kings. So South is going to bid seven no, seven spades.
Seven clubs is possible, kind of as you know, like a partner. You make a 7 level decision. I don't know.
Yeah, so five no, guaranteeing all the key cards and the trump queen. South gets to start counting. So he has three diamond tricks, he has two hearts, he has five spades, and he has two clubs. Gets him up to 12 already. If his partner has the heart queen or the club queen, that's already enough. It's possible his partner has a doubleton club and you can try and rough the suit out. It's possible his partner has ace jack fourth of diamonds. That would be enough. I think South will bid seven spades.
Yeah, if he does bid anything else, North will bid six hearts, asking for the king of hearts, and South is then also about to bid seven.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's pretty infrequent then when your partner bids five no trump and you have all of the kings. I think the common response is that six no trump promises two, is a way that some people play it. But what do you do with three? Well, seven no trump. I mean, if six no promises two, seven no should promise three, right?
I mean, you don't really need 6 no to show two because you can bid the cheapest one and partner can ask about the other. But yeah, as you say, having all of them is a very unusual position for South.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he just took a shot at a grand, either probably spades at the off chance that ace king and rough a club is an extra chance to make it. But if he just bid seven no trump, I think that's pretty reasonable too. Because like, would partner just take over with key card if his hand was just king queen fifth, ace third, ace and one, three small? No. Partner would want you to bid key cards. So I think I'm talking myself into seven no trump is just the standout bid from South. He bid seven spades though. I mean, I think pretty reasonable. The presence of the jack of spades is rather huge in that if he only had ace empty third of spades, sure, seven spades would be on 3-2 trumps, but seven no trump might offer them an extra chance if the spade suit didn't come home, and so Garner might be a little bit more concerned. But with that jack of spades, he's relatively comfortable playing in the spade suit.
Yeah, so I guess North, for the same reason, is just going to see if he can count 13 in no trump, which might be safer some of the time.
Okay, diamond opening lead, win the ace, spade to the ace, everyone follows, end in quick claim. But really nice auction by Wolfson and Garner. It shouldn't be too difficult to get there, especially after a strong two-club opening bid. Declare is going to be very upset if spades are 5-0 because 7 no trump does just have 13 off the top. But not today. So 15-10. 3 boards to play. We're still a bit ahead of the other room. Lorenzini now picks up a distributional hand. Quite nice. 6 spades, 4 clubs, 13 count. He'll open a spade. Cease can bid a no trump, and then Lorenzini has to decide between 2 clubs and rebidding the spade suit. They play Gazilli, is that correct? East-West, I assume.
I actually am not sure. I'll take a look here.
It's relatively common, and so using Gazilli, I know that we've seen auctions go a spade and no trump, two spades, showing spades and clubs of some variety. So maybe they have that gadget available.
Yeah, I don't see it at a glance, but I may just be missing it.
All right, a spade and no trump. We'll know presumably once West bids. This almost looks like a three spade bid in standard methods. The spade suit is so strong, the distribution's great. I know it's only 13 and the Queen of Hearts might be a little bit suspect, but I think if he doesn't bid that, they're going to go through a Gazilli sequence.
Yep. I'm so sorry, I just need to check one thing here. Okie doke.
So two spades,
Yeah.
not alerted. Oh, and I'll pass.
Yeah, so we do have a Kibitzer confirming they are a Gazilli pair, so thank you. And
Club opening lead. East-West are going to be relatively happy that they stayed low on this hand, even though everything is working. The hearts are 3-3, the king of clubs is on side, the spades are 3-3, the jack of spades is on side. They didn't even knock out the ace of diamonds entry at trick one. So Declare should be able to win this, ruff a club. I guess lose a heart, a club, and two spades. Probably makes 140 from here.
Yeah, I think after you rough this club, you just play a hard now, right? And, figure you can pitch a club, even if they rough it, whatever, you're going to lose that club anyway. No, yeah, I see. If the ace of hearts doesn't have the fourth club, they might have a hard time untangling it.
Yeah, all right. Jack of hearts holds. Now you just go ace of diamonds, rough a diamond. Oh, okay. Heart to the ace.
Yeah, so now if South doesn't play a spade, that club might go away, but he does play a spade, or can cash in line of clubs, and South will still get his jack of spades.
Right, yeah, Declare could have stuck in the 10 of spades at that point to pick up the spade suit. It's really amusing when a trump is the only entry to your partner's hand to play an important card like the 9 of clubs here before that trick goes away. But East-West do end up making presumably 140. Wolfson might lead another heart, and Garner could potentially ruff with the jack of spades on that trick, but Wolfson smartly decides not to play back a heart. He has no trumps worth promoting in his hand, so he doesn't want his partner to ruff on the third round of hearts. All right, diamond ruffed, queen of spades, 10 of spades, making 3.
Yep, so we are now in the somewhat unusual position of this table being 3 boards ahead of their counterparts.
Yeah, not a spot that they frequently end up in, at least not the East-West pair. But 2 boards to play in the set, and Fleischer still holding on to a narrow margin, 18 imps in the lead, although a lot of that could change over the course of these last few boards. I don't think they'll miss the Grand Slam on board 27, but if they did, that would be a large swing. Wolfson with 11 in first seat. He is a little bit more distributional than some of the past 11 counts that their side has been passing.
Yeah, I think this looks like a pretty normal one-heart opening, even for a pair that's maybe a little more conservative than average. Yeah. I mean, average in the context of modern bridge, of course.
And so then with Basis, is he going to make a takeout double, holding kind of perfect shape, or is he just going to pass? He decides to just pass.
Yeah, I mean, vulnerable with 2-year suits being jack fourth, especially that one of them is suit partners likely to bid. I understand the inclination to just, give it a miss. If it goes a heart past 2 hearts, pass back to him, he can still double, and now he's a lot happier about it.
That's a good point. So South bids three
So,
clubs. This looks like a Jacoby 2 no trump type bid to me.
yeah, I'll take a look at their card. I wonder if this is exactly a limit raise into no, they keep it pure for the game forces.
One way or another, North South do get to four hearts.
Oh,
Vanguard
wow. So at least in 2019, that was a mixed raise. It does look a little heavy for that, but
with 12, yeah, maybe just a tad. So the defense has four quick tricks to cash if they do get them. There's not much danger in not cashing because the Jack of Clubs doesn't fall, so the Ace of Spades should always still remain as a trick. But the defense might want to be a little bit careful on how they handle the first couple of tricks. So Ace of Diamonds opening lead confirms the Ace King and East Hand. Lorenzini now is just going to hope that partner cashes out. King of Diamonds, spade to the ace.
yeah, and yeah, East West actually plays standard signals, which is, I think, less common for American experts, but particularly in France, quite popular. So the three was standard count, even though it also happens to be attitude. I think the French priority is generally count. So now the eight of spades to preference, East should probably have no reason not to do what partner's asking.
It's unclear if the 8 was necessarily high because the 9 was missing, but but yeah, East does decide that a spade shift is fine. West wins the spade and now declares going to knock out the ace of trumps for one down. I guess he probably should unblock the club, ruff a diamond, and then play club pitching a spade just in case there's a spade ruff outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
But he does just decide to play a heart. Heart to the jack. West will win. There is no spade ruff. And this will be down one. We're on to the last board of the set here. Fleischer still up by 19. There was a 1-imp swing going the way of Wolfson on, or a 1-imp swing going the way of Fleischer, in fact, on board 25. Amusingly, one no trump was played at both tables. Fleischer and Martel started out the auction and got to play one no trump down 3, favorable, to do one trick or one imp better than one no trump the other way, making 4 on that board.
Yeah, East West actually, with West having the best hand at the table and East West having the majority of the values, never took a bid.
So last hand, East has a big one, 21 this time, so he'll get to open 2 no trump.
Yeah, and West will probably bid Stamen and put it in 3 no trump, but we'll see. Maybe he decides he's 4-3-3 and doesn't want to get involved in spades, but I think with that hand, Stamen would be a popular choice. Partner could even have 5 of them.
Yeah, West could definitely go through Stamen or a puppet variety if they have a way to uncover a 5-3 heart fit. 3 no trump, of course, the alternative. 4-3-3. Spade suit is fairly weak. And we'll see what Lorenzini does. Either way, East-West are going to reach 3-0, and then South to lead will have to decide what his best option is. He goes with fourth best from his longest and strongest, tried and true. And how many tricks is Declare going to take at this point? He's got 2 spades, 4 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a club.
Yes, this opening lead probably is going to help him, right? I think if South had let a heart, Declare was going to have more work to do because he still would need 2 spades and wouldn't have, one of them set up immediately here. So this could be, I don't know if it's going to be a swing, versus the defense in the other room, but I think this is a pretty good position for East to be in declaring this. I think he's very happy to to have that. A diamond lead might have been worse because it's possible that the defense would be able to attack diamonds a second time.
Yeah, so how is he going to go about the play? I mean, the two of spades being concealed, mostly perforce, North was just giving a count signal on this trick, is going to make Declare a little bit worried about continuing a second spade immediately to set up a trick, because South might have started with ace-jack fifth, and then South could set up the entire spade suit if he has an entry and, say, the ace of clubs. If you instead play on clubs, like heart to the king, club to the 10, for example.
Well, there's a brilliancy available.
Well, I mean, the point being is that you can easily go down. Like, yes,
Right.
on this lie of the cards, North can just duck, and then partner gets in with the ace of spades and plays another club throw, and North runs 4 club tricks from there. But yeah, point being is that Declare playing on spades is a little bit risky immediately. Declare playing on clubs immediately is a little bit risky.
Right.
And with the defense having all of the honors sitting over Declare, like the ace queen of clubs and ace of spades, all of which need to be knocked out to get Declare his 9th trick in the club suit, they can start establishing diamonds on the side.
Yeah, although I'm going to offer an alternative here, which is if you play 4 rounds of hearts, it might be hard for the defense to, they might just signal what their holdings are, but it also might be hard for them to realize what they need to keep.
That's a good point. Yeah, of course. With North having the entry to the long diamond, Declare can afford to lose ace spade, 2 clubs, and a diamond trick. So could afford to duck 1 round to cut communication in that suit. And therefore, if North just starts pitching clubs, North's hand is not going to be a threat anymore. After 4 rounds of hearts, you can just then play a club to the 10, get in. Okay, this is going to make the contract.
So that does seem kind of dangerous, because I think with a lot of defensive club holdings, it would be natural to duck the ace if you hold it, and you wouldn't really expect that this would be the reason to. But the king of clubs play looks a little strange, which might make it kind of look natural also to duck the ace, like whatever's Declare is doing. You might want to withhold that card.
Well, but I think that's the point. I think this is a great play by Basis. So if North ducks the ace of clubs, Declare plays a spade to the king, and South is never playing a club.
I guess it's true.
So
there's holdings where the clubs would block anyway.
Right, and if clubs happen to be 4-3 and the king of clubs takes the trick, it doesn't matter if they get 3 clubs and the ace of spades. Right. That's all they get. So yeah, this was a great play and well spotted by Basis, because I just don't think the defense was ever going to be able to do something about it. So spade to the ace, spade back to the queen, but now Declare is in control. He can just knock out the queen of clubs, and he has his 9 tricks. Very nicely done. Got a very fortunate opening lead, which gave him a chance, and then he capitalized perfectly on that plan.
Yeah. I mean, although on this layout, I think Wolfson is going to spend the break kicking himself.
Sure, but there really was nothing he could do. Garner was never playing a second club when he got in, so it was...
I guess that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, the king of clubs, I think, always makes the contract when it can be made, and I think that makes it a really strong play. But head over to the other room. They still have 5 boards to play over there, but we'll be back for the 3rd quarter of play.
Great. Thanks, Rob. We'll see you in about 90 minutes.
Okay, chat, I think I have food at the door. Let me take a look. And then we have some shit to do. So Craig, if you're here, don't go away. We have to talk. You might have seen the email, Craig. Found it. Shouldn't the session have ended like an hour ago? No. No, there's an email. Are you on this email thread? Hold on a second. Wait 2 seconds. Let me turn my camera on. Because there was something about like... Do. No, it's fine. You're good. You're good. Go get your glasses. We're on for quarter 3 and 4. All good. Totally fine. Yep. Okay. I just didn't exactly know what it said, so I wanted to check in and make sure. Perfect. All right, back to drama. This is really important. Thank you, Rob, for the sub. Welcome back to the lounge. Appreciate you. I think that was 28 months of support. Wow. Oh boy. Oh no, wait. We should watch the other 5 boards, shouldn't we? Yeah, we'll watch the other. It was fine. It was okay. We can watch this table. It's all good. We can do that while I eat, right? While I eat. 13 imps. What happened? Oh, Eckenberg and Rang, they got too high. Why did they do that? Who just goes and gets too high like this? Was the email related to the Bridge Winners thread of shitting on commentators? Yes. Yes, it was. But apparently we're good. We're all good. Like, we have approval to see that we can do commentary. I just wanted to check, though, because there was a thing where it was like there was a schedule now all of a sudden. But apparently I still get to do whatever I want. Which is exactly where I wanted to end up on this. Naturally brewed premium soy sauce. Ooh. Naturally brewed premium soy sauce. Look at that. That's nice. You don't want to have to go to Bridge Winners now? Don't worry. You don't have to. We'll get to the drama in just a minute. But... Okay, face cam off while I eat. But we'll watch the remainder of the play in this room. Martel has, what, 22? He opened 2-0. Is this like 22 to 24? They play the flip range thing, which I like. Someone at the table chat is suggesting that Martel is downgrading. This is not a bad 22 count. Like, bad 22 counts are these, like, King-Queen Doubleton, Ace-King Doubleton sort of things, where your honors are really blocking suits. Just because you're 4-3-3 doesn't mean that your hand's bad. Did I have anyone yelling at me today? One of the kibitzers on BBO? Hold on, I'm going to scroll through my chat history. You can't see it. Someone said, THX, you're great. That's nice. Okay, looks like I didn't get yelled at least not too much. Chopsticks are so hard to use. Never go to bridge winners. That is advice to live by. Muppet asks, is this Muppet Stamen? I don't know. Let's see. I haven't been following the alerts. Stamen, no 4-card major, Smolin by North, 3 spades, 4 clubs showing 3 clubs. Fascinating. 4 hearts, 4 no. Now we have like key card and stuff going on. Okay, give me a sec while I spill soy sauce all over myself. What did I even order? I just put in repeat last order. I hadn't been to this place in like months. So I just put in repeat last order. And hopefully it's good. It looks pretty good. Looks like I got like a salmon, a crab, a roe, some sushi stuff, you know? A bit of sashimi. If it was 22 to 23, you're surprised not 7 no. Sometimes 7 spades will be better, maybe. Like, what if the Jack of Hearts is missing? Is 7 spades superior? Maybe not. 7 spades by Fleischer, coward. He would also be very upset if spades were 5-0. You know, I actually think I might hate playing in one of these big knockout events nowadays. Back when I used to play, there was no delay on Vugraph. And I really enjoyed coming out of the room, 15 minutes before the other table was done, and then just pulling up like a cell phone or a tablet and watching our teammates play out the rest of the boards. You could also compare faster. So you could get back into the play quicker because we just get to see the teammates' results and scribble things down. Obviously, there are Vugraph operator errors, but Eric says, I've learned the hard way that sometimes 7 no is better even if you have a fit when you have a lot of points. Yeah. It is, but it's also sometimes rather difficult to diagnose because the lot of points that make 7 no trump better are like the Jack of Hearts. And if you didn't have that card, 7 spades is probably better. You pull 4 rounds of trumps, pitch a club on the king, queen of diamonds, and then try and rough the club suit good. Yeah. Key card in hearts or spades, or hearts and spades, is what's going on here. So 5 clubs showed 3 out of 6 key cards in hearts and spades, which South has. Kind of cute. Didn't need to ask about kings later. Oh, am I wrong? Without the Jack of Hearts, there are 13 tricks? Four spades, three hearts, three diamonds, and two clubs. I mean, if the spades are 4-1, then you always have 13 in either. Five spades, three hearts, three diamonds, and two clubs. But yeah, I mean, I guess 7 no trump would still be superior in that case because, well, whatever. They get to 7 spades. Sometimes it's hard to diagnose. I mean, at the table, you would do a lot more thinking. I am kind of done thinking. I am so done thinking. Rob, you ate supper and only missed 2 boards? Way to go. Way to go. So Ace Twist got to only 2 spades at the other table. That feels like a good result. Oh. Well, they also got to 2 spades at this table. That was easy. Yeah, what happened on 26? Oh, I forgot. We looked at this. It was 6 no trump. Presumably Rang thought for a while over 4 no. Jack of Clubs looks like a terrible card on that auction. Not sure. I might be inclined to pass. So how confident are we that Declare playing the Jack of Hearts here is the right play? Feels like more of a match point play than anything else. Alright, they have gone heart to the queen. Didn't Declare make more than 8 tricks at the other table? Wasn't it 140 over there? Am I missing something? Declare's gonna lose a heart, a club, and 2 spades at most? Yeah, 110 is not the right result, is it? That's not the right result. This is 140. And it might be 140 again. Alright, diamond to the ace. Heart, pitch, a club. So this is going to be 170. So this will be 1 imp, not 2, for Wolfson. Oh my god. Just kidding, 2 imps. Alright. Everyone hold up. Plus 200. Yeah, I'm sure North didn't really think about the consequences of his actions here, but similar to what Wolfson had in the other room, really important that North should not suggest to partner that he's promoting trump tricks. He should just exit a diamond. So Wolfson by 20. Or no, Fleischer by 20. 2 boards to go. A heart. Takeout double by East. West will probably crack 4 hearts with 2 aces. You think so, chat? These guys haven't really doubled anything. Other than the one time where Fleischer and Martel lost 11 imps. No. West is not going to double 4 hearts. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, this is cabbage? How would I ever have known? I just tried this little, like, shredded white gooey looking thing. Apparently it's cabbage. Huh. Who'd have thought? West didn't double? Coward. I mean, they're not going to win the match playing like this. East doubled? Okay, okay. Good, good, good. Good, good. Yeah, let's no one freak out. Diamond back. Easy game. Okay, 1 board to go. 3 no trump making 4. I don't even remember the hand. Was it the boring one? No, it was the one where, like, Bassis just, the monster that he is. King of clubs from dummy. Like, maybe I would see that if I was sitting at the table, but that's not the first thing I'm going to look for in commentary. What a player, though. Oh my god. I don't think Martel is going to lead a spade. So I think this is going to be a game swing one way or another. Now, what would Martel lead? I guess a heart. But leading from ace-jack fourth into like 2-0, 3-0. I don't think you're going to make a lot of friends or teammates by doing that. Alright, we'll see. So Fleischer probably going to pick up a game swing on this last one. I would not be that surprised if this match ends up being a blowout, but it's going to be a disappointing final. Fortunately, we got to see Fleischer-Zimmermann yesterday, which was great. And that was a good match. Muppet, you said your robot will have played 10,000 boards by the time they play 16. Do you have a bridge-playing robot? Is it any good? Is it better than Gib? What's happening now? Oh, the last board might be getting pulled. Oh, well, that's going to be a challenge. Man, Fleischer got a huge result on the last board. It's better than Gib, but it just lost a W bridge in the final. I see. I think the last board is getting pulled. You're helping develop Ben? Nice, nice. Yeah, I've talked with Lord Zerker. I think that's his name. It's been a while. But we had a chat about it. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to Muppet on YouTube. There should be chat to the side of the screen. I did turn the chat on, so you can see the Twitch and YouTube chats, although they only linger for about 15 seconds. This is why it's really important to have chat on the screen, by the way, in case people were wondering. If I'm streaming to multiple places, then you need to be able to see what's going on. Difficult to read usernames? Yeah. It's not perfect. I could make chat bigger, but then we wouldn't be able to see anything else that's going on. Alright, I'm gonna choke on some sushi. Give me a sec. What? Mm-hmm. Alright, South always leads a heart, right? You can see only the Twitch chat? No. It's right here. Like, that oops beneath you is not in the Twitch chat. That is from YouTube. I know that this isn't perfect to read, but there's no way I can get YouTube chat to pipe into the Twitch feed, and vice versa. So this is the only way I can kind of cross-platform for this sort of thing. Yeah, as expected, Martell is not a goddamn fish. And he doesn't lead a spade away from ace-jack fourth. Like, who would ever find that lead? No offense to Garner in the other room. Like, what's your objective from leading ace-jack fourth? No, Richard, I got you. It's not perfect. BZL says there are some bots that will transcribe YouTube into Twitch. So on my end, I can have just one chat window. I do find it to be somewhat buggy, so I don't. I pull up both. But in theory, it could happen. But I guess for you guys, like, you're only on one platform. Like, it would be pointless for you to watch on both YouTube and Twitch. Then you would have, like, audio coming in both ears at the same time, and part of it would be 30-second delayed. Anyway, if people are curious about what's happening, that's what's happening. Eric says, today I played in a national team championship second stage and it went absolutely awful. Still have to play tomorrow. Does that mean you still have a chance to qualify? Or do you just have to play to fill out the movement? Because that sucks if you're already cut, but they just don't have enough tables, so you have to apply. The defense needs to do something at some point, right? Otherwise, declarer is going to get 2 spades, 4 hearts, a club, and 2 diamonds. So they're going to have some time to work out what to do, but they need to make it happen. Martel finds the diamond switch. What a beast. You're 40 VPs from qualifying. That's going to be tough. But, you know, go give it your all. Try and swing a bunch of boards. I'm sure you do anyway, because it's fun. But best of luck. You went minus 800 2 boards in a row? Just go back and blame your teammates for not finding the slam. Alright, queen of spades and a spade. But now Fleischer can pitch an encouraging club. Boom. Club to the queen. Diamond. Win the ace of clubs. Cash the diamond. Down one. Easy peasy. Look at these guys, so good. Okay. We'll get back to this in a minute. Drama. But let's check the actual scorecard. So it's 40 imps right now. Fleischer over Wolfson. Oh, you know what I should do, just in case people are wondering? Do I have a timer? Ooh, maybe I can do this. We have an hour until the restart. That's what I was about to put up. If I can figure out how to do it. Let's see. Here, let's do it like this. Uh-oh. Where is it? Why is it not showing up? Help. I have a timer. Give me a sec. We're working on it. Okay, hold on. Maybe if I drag it on here and then drag it away. No. Why can I not? Why can't I crop this? We're gonna figure this out. We have 55 minutes to do so. If I can get this done in 50 minutes, then we'll have a 5-minute timer for when the next match starts. You know what? Screw it. No timer. This was a failed effort. I've had a timer before. I just apparently I don't know how to use it anymore. here's what we're gonna do. Third queue starts 4 p.m. Well, I'll just say 5 p.m. EDT. Boom. There we go. Great. Back to the drama. Great. Where were we? We were at... Let's see. We read this guy's stuff. See ya, Rob. We were here, right? The semifinals commentary was downright weird. For the first 3 quarters of the competition, Fleischer Zimmerman had commentary in both rooms with a large audience. I got 5 likes in your comment. Cool, cool, cool. The Wolfson-Dinkin match had 0 commentary and very few spectators. Well, that's not surprising at all, because, like, no one wants to watch that match. Who, what decides such things? The audience does. The audience decides that. This isn't a question. Like, if you wanted to watch that match, you could have. It certainly couldn't be state of the match, as both contests looks like wipeouts until the final segment. But, like, that wasn't even true. Okay, I don't know. Should I even read this post? Commentator who's not knowledgeable as to the systems and carding of the contestants is totally useless. Yeah. Equally useless is a commentator who will absolutely not shut up. Oh, that's me! Look, I'm mentioned! I'm right here! Look, I made it onto the front page, guys. Even for a second or two. And yes, I mean you. Name upon request. Oh, that's me! This is great. To end on a friendly note, congrats to the finalists. Oh, amazing. I watched the Zimmerman-Fleischer match. No time to look like a wipeout. I don't agree with the Stevens comments. In this world, you get what you pay for. These guys are giving of their time, are not obligated to appeal to experts in the audience. Experts can do their own analysis. Furthermore, you can close the video. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Both matches looked like wipeouts that were accidentally very close. I know, right? Exactly. You did sit in the Dinkin room for 5 minutes and they were clueless. You gave up. It would have been better with someone that knew their system. That's true. I think that's tough because if they don't post system notes or whatever. But Al Hollander will complain that, like, he has a repository. People just need to search for it. Thought the commentary for the Platinum Pairs was fantastic. My feelings exactly. I wish BBO could do what happened on Real Bridge. It was interesting having champions come in and explain some of their tactics. Sorry, Bronio, you were probably the worst of the best. YouTube was not done on Real Bridge. It was independent by Rob Barrington. Successfully hosted, same interface, which was hosted on BBO. Same's true when you watch Twitch. That's a collection of BBO, Rob Barrington presenting to an audience. He has rewind, replay. I mean, like I could do this if I wasn't on BBO's thing. Like, that's what I do. I pull up interesting deals and kind of replay important matches for people. So this is nice. But we can't do that when we're live for this type of audience on BBO because they're not following my stream. If I was just on stream, I could do it. You're glad that I made the front page. Me too. Me too. Scores. BBO as an interface, convention cards, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm not going to read that. Let's just keep going. Not only does Michael Camel share his world-class expertise, he shows his sense of humor. I laughed and laughed when he commented when a pair had an elaborate auction for a simple hand that they must be getting paid by the bid. Yeah, that's nice. Watched on YouTube and may have had a different experience. Rob Brady. Oh, that's me again. Look, it's me. This is my mod. Credit for doing what no one else is willing to do. Boom. You get an upvote. I don't agree with giving youngsters or relatively inexperienced commentators a chance. Oh my fucking god. Where's the downvote button? We need a downvote button. Can I... How would people feel if I just, like, wrote a comment, like, in response, we need a downvote button? On an unrelated note. The viewing audience deserves quality, informed, and entertaining content. Bro. This is... Dude, get off your high horse. The fuck is this comment? Holy shit. Okay. Okay. I mean, a little bit more mature than what I was going to do. As the older, better commentators die off, the younger, terrible commentators will just magically acquire whatever they need to commentate well. Yeah, I mean, give people a chance. But especially, like, young players. Like, really important to bring them in. Like, if people are trying to grow the game, get young people doing stuff. People are more, younger people are more interested in watching other young people. They don't want to see, like... No offense to Larry Cohen, but they don't want to see Larry Cohen doing commentary on a thing. Manel Richmond. I loved the commentators last night, not because of how brilliant they were, or even how knowledgeable, but because they were not full of themselves and they were nice to each other. I don't know who that was talking about. Maybe it's me. I'd like to think it was. Maybe it wasn't. Were there any young commentators? Muppet asks. I know Kai, so I did commentary with Kai for a number of sets. I don't know if he was doing commentary yesterday. I think I was told no. He might be doing commentary today. But he's a very young player, and he has been in contact with the ACBL, trying to support them by making video stuff on their channel, bridge-related stuff. He has his own channel. Like, he's someone that a lot of people like because he's engaging and entertaining and he loves the game of bridge, and like that's really important. I think it's also important to stick him with someone who's a lot more knowledgeable, like myself or Craig even, or, you know, Danny Sprung, or like I'm not sure, but like I think it is important to have like one really strong player added to the commentary, but like you don't necessarily want two strong players as commentators. I think it's really important to have someone who's like very engaging and excited about the game and like who asks questions and stuff. And it was Kai's first time doing it. Like I had a short combo with him afterwards, but he was great. I think that he had fun. I had a good time. I hope that the audience had a good time. Others are so arrogant and so competitive about who's got the smartest comment. This is so true. Oh my god, like this is just like the most amazing comment ever. I hate the commentators whose whole objective is to prove that they're smarter than everyone else in the room, and I think this is just a bridge player thing. Yeah, Kai has done commentary on his own channels. I don't think he's done BBO commentary before, though. I could be wrong about that. But either way, I mean, like, he has a huge following. You know, relatively speaking, there's no one with, like, 1 million subscribers on YouTube or anything like that. But from the perspective of the community, he has a relatively large following on his channel. People that watch his ACBL stuff as well. That's the reason why best pro commentator duos in sports are an ex-pro who knows all about the stuff and a journalist who can that's excellent. That's excellent. And I think Craig and I work fairly well because Craig is he's kind of the journalist type, personality-wise. Like, he also understands the game at a pretty high level, but he's good at kind of, like, bringing up some of the important questions. Robin says, nice to see that every community has drama as someone who's never played bridge outside of a family environment and stumbled upon my streams earlier this week. You've had fun. I'm glad you've had fun. That's the whole reason why I'm doing this. And I'm glad to see, like, new people coming into the stream and enjoying the events and whatnot. Like earlier, I'm going to make a gamble that the Nikolai HE that messaged that wrote in YouTube chat earlier was probably the very talented young Nikolai Heiberg Evenstad that we've actually seen on stream quite a few times. Really, really strong young player from, please don't be mad at me, Iceland, Denmark, one of those countries. Listen, to Americans, Europe is just Europe. You're all the same place. Like France, Italy, Poland, basically the same. Norway, there we go. Great. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. But, I mean, like, Kevin Rosenberg has been in frequently to have discussion and help with some of the bridge analysis. So we have a great community of people here that are, range from relatively newer players all the way up to people who are winning world and national championships. There have been quite a few cheating scandals over the years, as Muppet mentions. MathLab Jordan asks, what is Kai's Twitch? He is he bridging with Kai now, or is he Marksman Master Ma, or something like that? That is a great question. He's Marksman MA? Marksman MA. There you go. Thank you, Will. Man, I feel like I've said this before, but Will, you're awesome. Watson Bridge, for people who don't know. Excellent expert player. Played with Olivia Shearson last year in the team trials, I believe. U.S. team trials. Was a buddy of mine back in the day. I think we played on a team once at a regional, maybe. But really great player, and he always corrects me when I'm wrong. And you're here often enough, so you can call me out whenever I say something dumb, which is great. Really useful. I think it's unfair to criticize the commentators who are giving up their time for free, some of them, to do a job that's probably more difficult than most of us think. Personally, I turn off the spoken commentary as the speed of play is so slow. I'm usually watching, listening, reading something else at the same time. Reasonable. And the written stuff is easy to ignore unless someone really amusing is on, so no problem. We all have a choice. I liked all the commentators in the semifinal. You're all full of S-what. S-what? How are you going to finish that sentence? You can't just leave me hanging there. Rob. I mean, that could be anything. You're all full of sunshine and rainbows. Like, maybe they're just trying to spread some positivity. You're all full of sugar because they think they're sweet. Okay. Drama over. We still have 40 minutes. Scoring unplayed boards. Is this about the event? No, apparently not. Rob still wants to keep his Bridge Winners account? Oh, are you not allowed to curse? I didn't know that was against the terms of service. Okay. So I'm not going to stream tomorrow. Would people be upset if I just played BBBL while we wait for the next round? Also, while I finish eating, I'm almost done eating. We've had a lot of time. I could just skip it. We could play some imps. Here's what we'll do. We'll play some imps for the time being. And then, if we have time, we'll do BBBL. Since we're at least playing in an imp tournament. Or watching an imp tournament. Okay, let me clean up. I'll get my cam back on, and then we'll play some stuff. You feel like too much of us would turn off the stream? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I will be back in Love My Message. Let me shift this over to the side just a little bit. Boom. Okay, BRB, like 1 minute. Then we'll play some imps, and then we'll probably just hang out and chat until the third quarter starts. Alright, here we go. What should we talk about while I meaninglessly click through some imp boards? At least we're not at 4. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. Okay. Yep. This is going well. Mm-hmm. Okay. At least we weren't in 4, right? Nice rough by East. Well done. Do. I've seen partners jumps before. I have seen partners jumps before. Alright. We're doing well. Did we make it? It looks like we made it. Looks like we did it. Way to go, us. We're so good. 620. No one's feeling chatty. I understand. Jack of spades lead. Incredible. Wait, didn't I open a no trump? Why is partner passing with 8? And a 5-card suit? Jack of spades lead. What a player. Alright, I don't care. I'm not going to mess around. I will take this many more. Ugh, diamonds could be 5-0. Yep. Alright, now I will take this many more. Who's Jack 9/4? Why? Why would that be? Hold on. Do I need to poll the audience? Alright. So you're sitting over here in the West, and you hear the auction going no trump, pass, pass, pass. A no trump doesn't promise like hearts and clubs or something. I'm just to be clear, it's 15 to 17. Balanced. So this is your hand, and you can and you have the opportunity to lead any of these 13 cards that you choose. Now your lead agreements are 4th best or standard honors, right? So what would you do? Well, some people might choose to lead, say, the Queen of Hearts. That would be pretty reasonable, right? You have Queen Jack 10 4th. You have a solid sequence in that suit. Some people might choose to lead the 6 of Hearts. Those people are insane. But I get it. It's 4th best. Some might choose a high club. The King or Queen, depending on your lead agreements. Just the standard honor from King Queen. Some might get more aggressive than that and lead their power card, like King of Clubs, please unblock the Jack. I really want to be able to run the suit if it's 3-3. Or 4-3-3 around the table. Okay, that would make sense. You could lead a low club too. Not quite as crazy as a low heart, but that's up there. Some people might be like, I really hate my life. I just want to lead a spade. So they would select their normal spade card to lead from this hand, which would be, apparently, the Jack. Jack 4th. And people wonder why robots are never going to surpass humans at the game of bridge if they do stuff like this. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that was fun. Pass, pass, pass. PJ says if I have the 10 of hearts, I'd lead it. That's a good convention. I wouldn't be upset with someone who played that way. This hand's gross. Okay. I've decided on my plan. Do. It is imps, not match points. I guess it's fine. It's totally fine. Okay, made one. West actually unblocked the 9 of spades. What a beast. Look at that sexy play. Spade to the king, spade finesse. Incredible. The jack was fun. The robots just want to have some fun. Don't blame them. They're just dumb chunks of metal. Oh, this is like best hand, right? Okay, Pard. You got it. That is not a very good bid. Although a club lead could have presented me with a problem. Okay. Let's play low? Low heart? Queen of hearts? That worked. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. No, I understand now. Sure. Yup. No, this makes sense. Alright. Do I just, like, take the heart finesse and then pitch my club and knock out the diamond king? I guess not. Got him. Well, they got me good. 620. Match points, we made 650. At least we went plus. That spade suit was nasty. 1 heart. How many? This many? Okay. Yep. This better cash. It did. Now what? This card? Ace just dumps the king under the ace. Well done. Were we making something? We have 4 top losers. I guess not. Boom. Apparently I'm supposed to bet a heart. 4th suit game forcing, but partner, you don't understand. This is a best hand tournament. I know you have 12. Alright, 1 no trump. Partner has hearts. Oh, okay. Am I supposed to bet the game anyway? I guess. What? That is not a heart suit. We don't... Didn't partner promise 4 hearts with this bid? They did? Okay, good. I'm not going crazy. Yep. Heart switch. Amazing. I'll win the 7. Yep. King of clubs. I'm so happy that Lorenzini is not playing this hand. We would be here for hours. I guess I'm playing low. I don't think I'm making this. Alright, what if I cash the ace and the jack doesn't drop? Am I just like down a lot of tricks? Is it better to just go down one? I think my brain is too tired to think. I guess I'll play to make it. And then if I don't, we're going to go down like 4. Not today. Alright. We were so close. We were so close. This would have been such a hot hand if West had Jack third of hearts. Oh well. Can't make them all. Partner is really pessimistic about our chances of taking tricks in any contract. Okay, I'm done. 120. Good stop, partner. Well played. Pass, pass. Boom. Trump lead. The opponent's never bid spades. Partner has a 9 count. We're doing great. Spade switch. Yeah. Alright, I hear ya. I gotta figure out the diamonds immediately. Let's try the queen. Really? I got this wrong? That's lame. Alright. 110. My bad, Pard. Could have made the over trick. Single suited. Takeout double? Probably not. 3 clubs, 3 hearts. They never bid spades? Oh, you're so right. I didn't look at the hand after. I did make that comment. I mean, why would you bid with the East hand, right? You're vulnerable. You could be in huge trouble. They just had 7 of them. No problem. Dude, what? East is a passed hand. I open a strong no trump. West passed. How can they just be bidding a game like this? This is bullshit. What? I like how the alert on 2 diamonds is 20 or fewer points. That's it. What? What? It's another one of these hands. East forgot to preempt a 7-card suit in first seat. Oh no. I guess partner probably has the spade queen, right? Four of diamonds. That's high from like 8, 6, 4 deuce, isn't it? And that's a stiff ace. Oh, this is so bad. Well, they got what they deserved. 200. I'll take it. 14. Boom. 2 spades. 4 spades invite. I guess I have to reject. Why is 2 no trump a re-invite? What do you mean 2 no trump invitational to game? What do you mean? Do I just have to pass 2 spades with this hand? Okay, partner didn't accept my re-invite. That's good. We missed a heart fit. That's fine. Happens. Partner just has a game force. Also cool. No problem. It's gonna be pretty disappointing when I go down in 2-0 and 4 hearts is just cold. Diamond switch, thank you. Stop, stop. I hate it. Why do they not understand third hand high either? Oh my god. The safety play is to run the 9, right? I think so. I guess I can go low to the ace and duck 1, but hearts could be 5-0. I mean, probably not, but... Am I crazy? Like, 9 of hearts protects against everything? Now I duck a heart. Pretty sure we're supposed to duck a heart now. It's imps. Why do I care about over tricks? Let's not Cedric this hand up. We'll just duck a heart. It's fine. Look at that. Another diamond. These guys really have not got the memo. Now East plays the king. Let's try this. I should cash the ace of spades. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. Thank you. My timing's good. East was getting squeezed. No, East wasn't getting squeezed. I needed to cash the ace of spades first. Oh well, 180. We'll take it. Oh, north is a passed hand. 2 hearts. 3 hearts? Sure. Spade lead. We appear to have 4 losers. We still appear to have 4 losers. Yep. Ace of spades. I'm gonna feel real dumb when East overroughs this trick. Okay. Everyone follows? Great. 140. We almost went plus on every hand. Board 7 was a little bit of a frowny face. We tried our best. I think I could have gotten out for down 1. How much time do we have? 7 minutes. Perfect. How'd we do? We were plus 21. Not too bad. We lost 6 imps on board 7. Oops. So who's going to win the match? We're currently sitting at 40 imps. 85-45. Wolfson should be out for the remainder. I think he's played both sets. And Fleischer will be in for the next. Should we watch Fleischer and Martel, or should we watch Versace Cementa? I think Bassis Lorenzini will be out for the set. And who are they going to be up against? We will... I mean, I kind of don't want to watch Rang and Eckenberg because I don't know what's going on at their table, system-wise. And it seems like a lot of people really care about the system stuff. But we haven't seen them on camera. So maybe we'll try their table. What's going on in the fantasy bracket? Tuva Nielsmark is still leading. Apparently it's 13 points for picking the winner of today. Hey Rob, welcome back. So we have a Fleischer pick. And we have a Fleischer pick. Is there a better way to navigate this rather than refreshing all the time? More Fleischer picks. There is a Wolfson pick, so Frederick Kronmarker. So the two possible winners are Frederick Kronmarker if Wolfson wins, or Tuva Nielsmark if Fleischer wins. There's a conditions of contest. Should I click on this and find out what's going on? Eligibility. An account must contain both full first and last name and a valid email address to be eligible for prize. Associates of bridge winners and their families are ineligible for prizes. Individuals who create multiple brackets are ineligible. Prizes. Glory forever and ever. Wait, so if you don't verify your email address, you can't have glory forever and ever? This is pay to win. Tiebreaker. Number of correct picks on the first round. Great. Play at your own risk. Bridge Winners is not responsible for any mental or physical injuries sustained by participants or for any technical malfunction of this contest. I don't know who runs Bridge Winners nowadays. I think that like Adam Parrish and like other people have kind of taken over from Greg Humphreys. This feels a lot like a relic of the Greg Humphreys era, because this seems to be written in Greg's voice. PJ says it used to be a Bridge Winners gift card. I mean, way, way, way back in the day, when they first had this thing, the prize was to play against Bridge Winners staff in an online team match. So the Bridge Winners staff was Levin, Weinstein, Steve Weinstein, who was the Bridge part of the staff, Greg Humphreys, Jason Feldman, and I don't remember who else. But it was like Bridge Winners had a relatively strong four-handed team, and the winner would get to choose their own four-handed team to play against Bridge Winners in an online team match. So my first commentary, Will says maybe Eugene Hung. It could have been Eugene Hung. My first ever commentary, actually, was doing text commentary on one of these matches because Greg Humphreys asked me to do so. It would have been like way, way, way back in like 2010 or something, probably. But yeah, that used to be the prize originally. And then I don't know when that changed. Supposedly Bridge Winners gift card at some point. But it was super cool because everyone like wanted to play up against Steve Weinstein, right? So none of the other guys were important, but Weinstein was super cool. And so people would fight really hard to like get their fantasy brackets in and try and make the best picks. I always enjoyed that. I thought that's like a cool prize. But I guess Bridge Winners people are no longer any fun. Again, I don't know who owns the site right now. Oh, we have more comments on the commentators on BBO. This is great. Let's take a look. What will we have? I would rather have no commentator. Easy enough to arrange. I have no qualms about doing so. I don't know if you have any say in the matter, buddy, but John Stell, our English friend, Steve comments are absolutely ludicrous. Steve's comments are these ones. Yeah, these are kind of obnoxious. Agreed. I think they meant that you can just close the video commentary. That is not how I'm choosing to read it, and I stand by my belief on this. But yeah, you can. But the thing is, like, most people don't get that. I understand the people... I need to get rid of this. I'm just making a mess. It's going to go over here for now. I'll take it out later. We're also at the start time of the third segment, and it's not... Oh, speak of the devil. The devil here being Wolfson and Fleischer. But I think it is a big problem that BBO needs to deal with, is having a way to effectively default to silence in commentary, because I think some people do jump between table and table. Like, they'll be in one room and then just click the little button that takes them to the other room, and if it's the default is to bring the commentators up every time that happens and you don't want to hear it, then you should have like some sort of toggle so that you can just not have commentators. I still think that like a serious problem is having the text commentators not listen to the voice commentary. Like Warren Spector used to when I was doing this with a bunch of other people in the past. It seems like he has stopped as well. And I don't know if that's just because none of those people really care, or they're just... I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate. Until any of them say anything, we're never going to know. What did I say? Rang and Eckenberg? Yeah, let's go to this table. Goodbye, chat. I will see you in a bit. Oh, I also need to turn you off. Boom. Chat is gone. Craig will be here shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting underway with the third of 4 quarters of play of the finals of the 2025 Vanderbilt from Memphis, Tennessee. 5 clubs doubled. So South after spade preempt, 8 card spade suit. Pretty nice hand there. East-West take the preemptive save in 5 clubs. Welcome on back, Craig.
Hey, thanks. Sorry for missing the auction. Looks like there was a little bit of excitement there.
Yeah, and with North-South having all 4 aces to cash, they'll beat this at least 2 tricks. If Rang does work out to continue playing spades, Declare might have a little bit of difficulty, but he does cash the ace of hearts. Gets a discouraging signal from his partner, switches to diamonds. His partner gets to win the ace, and now just the ace of clubs.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get that typo in the West hand corrected. That is, of course, Versace, not Verace.
Yeah, so East-West, the Italian partnership, Versace and Cementa playing for Team Fleischer, Eckenberg and Rang playing for Team Wolfson.
Yeah, and I think we, unfortunately, do not have a convention card for North-South. We do for East-West, so probably going to take a couple of boards before we're 100% sure what the North-South system is, but if there's any kibitzers familiar with their methods that can give us a capsule summary, we would certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, and as we had mentioned in previous sets, Versace and Cementa, aside from playing a mini no-trump, first seat non-vulnerable and second and third favorable, tend to be relatively natural. They'll play some of the more popular conventions from across the sea, like Gazilli, but for the most part, they just bid their major suits, open their minor suits naturally, and you'll see a lot of very familiar system if you're playing just a regular 2/1 style card.
Yeah. Yeah, they're other than that wrinkle, basically, pretty familiar looking methods, and this is too strong for a first seed no trump, since that would be 10-13. So East will have to open a club, and that probably means that it'll declare no trump by West rather than East.
Yeah, if East opens club and West decides to bid a no-trump over that, then I guess Cementa will have to judge with his 16 count how high to go. But they may well end up in 3 no-trump. Pretty good spot with 16 opposite 10.
Actually, yeah, so just taking a quick look at their card, it looks like they play transfers over that, and 1 spade would be the bid with the West hand, 1 no would be a game force. Yep, he beat me to it.
Yeah, so a club of spade denying a 4-card major. 1 no trump is now showing the next up no trump range 14-16 for East-West, and East does have a maximum, so this means West will probably invite opposite the 14-16 range. Or he might just game force on the power of his 10s. Rang on opening lead, pretty likely to choose a diamond. or
Yeah, I would
or
have.
not.
I would have thought so too, but decides to attack the majors since West denied one and East, just has normal attribute. I maybe was thinking like, well, I would do the same thing after 1-0, 3-0 and wants to, wants to do that. Or he might think that stuck 40 imps. We talked about kind of subtle ways to swing. If he thinks in the other room after 1-0, 3-0, that's out the lead a diamond for Queen Jack 9 fourth, and he also thinks that it's a somewhat indifferent choice. This is a good chance to go for a swing. Lead a heart, figure there's not much expected value difference, but if it's the other choice, maybe it swings a game at the table when in equity value it's, a neutral decision.
Yeah, that's a great point. Talking about what you might be able to do to make a comeback or just generate a swing of a large number of imps on hands like this. Close lead decision could be the way to go about it. So, hard opening lead goes to the king. Declarer is going to attack clubs, which will set up at least one extra trick. Club to the 9 and king. Rang will have to decide if he's going to continue hearts or if he's going to now switch to diamonds.
Yeah, and that 3 of hearts, it's possible that South might even think that North has the queen if that's encouraging. Certainly North would not want to play the 10 from 10-9 third here because that might give partner problem. But, that first trick might just induce South to play a second heart.
Yeah, and that's not going to be the most challenging defense. Because with North having all the remaining entries, the Queen of Clubs, potentially an entry, the Ace of Spades, South setting up the heart suit is not going to be effective for his side's chances to beat this. Declare only up to 8 tricks. He has 3 hearts. He can now take 2 club tricks with the help of a finesse, but the suit doesn't split. He has 2 diamonds and he has 1 spade once he knocks out the ace. But he can force a second spade trick by knocking out the jack as well, as long as he keeps the danger hand off lead, which would be South.
Yeah, notice we're not 100% sure what the defensive carding is. That 8 of clubs might have been a count signal, but it also might have been a Smith signal, which would also obviously affect how South is looking at his choice of next plays.
Yeah, good point. If North gives a negative Smith, then South will probably know the heart card he has is the 10 and not the queen. It's worth noting that if Declare had both of those cards, Declare would just duck trick 1 to steal an extra heart trick. So South knows from Declare's play at trick 1 that North has to have at least the queen or 10 of hearts.
Yeah, and of course Smith, it doesn't really say good holding or bad holding in the abstract. It says, given what my holding is better or worse than you're expecting. So if North could have had either the queen or 10 of hearts, if they're playing Smith, positive Smith says it's the better one and negative Smith says it's the weaker one, kind of continuing the signal from trick 1. Trick 1 said I have something, and then the Smith signal clarifies which side of that something it is.
Yeah, so Rang, difficult choice here. He does switch to the diamond queen, and that's going to get an encouraging signal from North. Now spade to the queen. This might not be good enough.
Yeah, so North can knock out the diamond, and how many tricks will he have if he plays on clubs at that point? The clubs are not coming in, and this is also going to knock out his last entry to dummy. So from here, he'll only have 2 clubs, 1 diamond, 2 hearts, and 1 spade, which is not enough.
Right. Yeah, so possibility for the defense to go plus. Eckenberg, I think, should... Well...
He's going to wonder why his partner let a heart at trick 1 instead of the queen of diamonds. That's, I think, the one thing.
Yes, that's a good point. Because he might expect that partner with queen jack 9 fourth of hearts and only... Or queen jack 9 fourth of diamonds and only jack fourth of hearts might have led a diamond to trick 1.
So I think the layout that North is worried about is So Declare played the deuce of hearts at trick one, which maybe was a subtle mistake if North South are playing fourth best, because if he concealed that, North might have thought that South had ace jack, 8-4 deuce of hearts or something like that, where the four was his fourth best. Declare's king would be normal with queen third in his hand, and then South would just be waiting for North to get in and play a heart to his four heart winners. So that two of hearts maybe could have told North a little bit more about the story, but with a 10-9, if Declare had queen fourth of hearts, he'd be pushing it through, and that would be just fine too. So hard to know. I think that opening heart lead did induce North to build up a false picture of the hand. Actually, I take that back again, because then what are South's high card points or East high card points? I guess it's just barely possible, but really just barely.
Yeah, so a bit of a missed opportunity for North-South here. After Declare had misguessed the Jack of Spades, but in a reasonable fashion, North was in the position where he could have guessed to switch or continue diamonds, his partner's second suit that he led on defense. Sometimes it's hard.
Yeah.
You have to trust your partner's opening lead, and it just didn't work out this time.
Yeah, the Kibitzer points out that there's a pretty good chance that the six of hearts was played at trick one, and the operator just put in the wrong card at that point.
Yeah, very possible. Very possible. Well, Declare is going to pitch, I guess, a diamond on this trick, and
I think his only chance now is that the queen of clubs comes down, right?
Well, no. I mean, like, he could decide to take the club finesse, or he could decide to go ace of clubs in a club. Those are the two options, and both are going to work.
Right. With the diamond knocked out. Yeah. Sorry, I was living in the universe where North had continued a diamond, but of course he had not.
Right. Yep. Yeah, so as long as you trust that South is led from a 4-card heart suit, you can just go ace of clubs in a club here. Looks like Declare doesn't trust that, and instead is going to take the club finesse, which is also going to work out just fine.
So this is, possibly a missed opportunity by North-South, kind of, putting Devils in a position where they had to make this difficult defensive guess.
Yeah, now a diamond opening lead at trick one would have made Declare's life a lot more challenging. And so we'll see what happens in the other room. I think they will reach 3 no trump, probably on a strong no trump auction starting from the east. And then it's going to be all about guessing that Jack of Spades, I think.
Yeah, that would certainly be enough to go plus. But, as you say, the club play is pretty attractive, and that is not going to work. Anyway, we have probably 2 passes followed by a diamond opening by North, and we'll see what East does about that. No trump overcall is kind of within range. The hand is a little marginal for it.
Yeah, North might be thinking about preempting in third seat. You're favorable, your partner's a passed hand. You don't really expect that your side is going to have a game, but he does open at the 1 level. 1 no trump overcall by East, as you had mentioned. 15 count.
Yeah, maybe 2 clubs by South, showing both majors. Like, you'd love to be 5-5 instead of 4-5. I actually do like 1 diamond by North, because I think when your majors look like that, the value of the preempt goes down so much. Like, even putting aside the diamond suit is weak. Like, preempt them out of what, right? Expecting them to, have a club partial is a fairly narrow target.
For sure.
So South does bid 2 clubs showing the majors, and that'll make North pretty happy that he didn't preempt.
Yeah, so West has an 8 count. His partner overcalled a no trump vulnerable. I don't think he has enough to just blast a game, but West is probably thinking that game is going to have some decent chances.
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, unfortunately, he may no longer have the ability to invite a game after South bids. And yeah, I was going to say, you could start with double, whatever it means, and if he bids to know at his next turn, that's probably National Invitational. We'll see what he decides to do. And actually, we do have his name corrected, so we've overcome that hurdle.
Perfect. He won't go down in history as Visace. So, as you mentioned,
it was Verace. I was going to, North can redouble here, probably.
Yeah. So he showed some values. The redouble by North, presumably pick a major. This double often is going to have elements of penalty to it. So 2 hearts by South.
Yep, and
West is happy to just let this go because he's already showed his values. He doesn't need to take another call. Cemento probably balance with 3 clubs or 2 no trump. 3 clubs.
Yeah, I was wondering if West pass over 2 hearts is forcing. I suspect it probably was, or like quasi forcing.
Right. He's showed his hand. I mean, he's also past hand, so his hand's already into a very narrow range, and Cemento knows kind of what he has. So he does bid his longer minor.
Yeah, which is pretty good for West with King Queen 4th there. It's much better support than if his partner had bid diamonds. So maybe East also could have bid 2 no trump with equal length in the minors. So I don't know. Like, does West have any reason to believe that East has 5 clubs? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, so he may well be considering 3 no trump. And I mean, if we're talking double dummy, that contract's going to make. I don't know if it would in practice, but...
Yeah, they have a spade stopper, which is pretty helpful.
It's not only helpful, it's their 9th trick. Declare is going to attack spades because he can't play a heart to the king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the defense cannot attack diamonds because South, when he wins the Queen of Spades, doesn't have one. So even if North holds back his Ace-King to push diamonds later, South is going to be in on the on one of the rounds of spades with no ability to continue the diamond attack.
Right. Well, Versace does decide to pass 3 clubs. I think a pretty practical choice. He's aceless. He doesn't know that his 8 of spades is the key to the whole hand. Oh, Eckenberg balances back in with 3 hearts. He does have a singleton.
Yeah, I think West also thinks that this has come up fairly well for him. He made this double because he kind of had to. His partner were called to no trump. It wasn't so clear they're going to get to a great spot at that point, and from his point of view, if it's just difficult at the other table, also getting to 3 clubs and going plus could be worth a bunch of imps.
Well, how is 3 hearts going to do? Because unless West bids 3 no here, I think this is going to end the auction.
Yeah, so in the other room, we're being told North is also about to be declared. Well, I guess South is going to be declared here. North is playing 3 diamonds. It is very possible they just went past 3 diamonds by Marty Fleischer. Yep, that's exactly what happened. So this rates to be, if nothing else, a better spot for Eckenberg and Rang than it is for Fleischer and Martel.
Well, how many tricks are East-West going to take against this? Like 2?
A little more than that. Possibly as many as 4 because you do have to deal with the clubs. You have to deal with the 4th round of spades.
Sure.
Not as many as they will against diamonds, where here the ace and queen of diamonds are certainly not all going to score, and in the other room, they're going to score, and the 7 might as well.
Yeah, okay. But this contract might make, so well judged by Eckenberg there in the balancing seat.
Yeah, and three clubs was an easy make. Even if you lead a heart to the king yourself, you're just going to lose four major suit tricks.
Yeah. After pulling trumps, heart to the king, that's offside, but you still score at plus 110 east-west. So really nice result for Wolfson on this board, and they're going to pick up a bundle of imps.
Yeah, I mean, north-south are not vulnerable, so even if Fleischer is down 2, that would be 100. And if it's 140 here, that'd be 6 imps. So, a nice start by Wolfson if they do manage to beat this, but, they still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that tends to be the case when you come in down 40 on the set.
Yeah.
So how is Versace going to end up defending? He cashes a high club at trick 1. He sees this awful dummy from his perspective. The singleton club, 3-3 in the majors, and no wasted diamond cards opposite what's likely diamond shortness in South's hand. Mm-hmm. He switches to spades.
Yeah, and I think probably West has an almost complete count here. Partner probably doesn't have a singleton spade. I mean, it could be singleton queen and a 1-0 overcall, which would give South 5-5. But, most of the time it's going to be a doubleton. So, the club lead and bid, probably adds up to a 5-card suit. Or rather, the club bid and, if South has 5 hearts, and he virtually has to, I think that gives East and South exactly the distributions they do have. I think he's going to not be 100% sure because, again, he could have, I don't know. I guess actually not, because that would be, if he says 1 spade and 2 hearts, his shape is not possible. So I think West can be sure the distribution is exactly the way it is.
I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption as well. So after the spade switch, Declare wins the ace. He's probably going to start trying to ruff a couple of diamonds in his hand to get some club ruffs. So diamond up to the ace, spade return.
Yeah, so the defense is just trying to attack his communication as best they can. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do too much damage. I mean, I guess he could have got up with the queen, ruff a club, ruff a diamond, ruff a club.
Yeah, it does look like Declare is trying to lead a spade towards the queen, and if East ruffs, then he'll preserve his spade winner.
Yeah, and if East ruffs, it does expose his king of hearts, although West will probably still have a natural trump trick after more club ruffs. So can the defense do anything from here? They're probably going to take 2 heart tricks. If there's a third, I'm not seeing it.
Okay, there's the spade. So we do see 3 diamonds going down 2 in the other room for 100.
Yeah, so even if North or South rather goes down here, he's going to win imps, but I certainly suspect he's going to make it unless something that I'm totally missing happens. I mean, East, I guess he could rough this and play the king of hearts now that it isn't really probably ever going to score a trick.
Yeah, he does just decline to ruff. So he's hoping to score the king of hearts and then play a trump back. I was going to mention that it does feel like one of these scenarios where with north-south cross-ruffing, sometimes it is right to just rough in, give up a trump trick to prevent the cross-ruff. So,
yeah, although, of course, winning the king and returning 1 is symmetric with winning the 6 and returning 1.
Right.
So, roughing there would have been the same as waiting to get in with it and playing another one.
And because partner has the jack of hearts, when you play back the king, since Declare's roughing in the north hand, the jack of hearts was going to get re-promoted anyway.
Yeah, so I was saying that East-West were always going to get 2 trump tricks one in East, whether it's the king or a low one. And if South roughs even one club, then West has a trump trick.
Yeah, now on this trick, we're going to see the super fly ace of hearts rough high so that we can rough our spade with the queen of hearts, and we have all of the heart spots, the queen, 10, 9, 8, and 7. There's no way the defense can get more than 2 trump tricks from here.
Yep, we have it's 2 on power, and really no way to, there's no possible defensive position from here that would lead to only one defensive trick as well.
Right. Yep.
I mean, yeah. So, all right. So a nice result for the Wolfson team.
Yeah, plus 140. They pick up 6. The other table, Fleischer, as already mentioned, in third seat, ended up opening 3 diamonds, which we had talked about earlier. Reasonable alternative, and that passed out for down 2.
Yeah, theoretically a missed opportunity for East and West to get to 3-0 trump, and in practice, there's just no way.
Right. And if they did, they were probably going to go down, so maybe it's better that they didn't.
All right, so I think we'll see. I was going to say, we'll see North open, but maybe it's just a little too marginal. 11 points, no aces, bunch of queens. No, he does open.
North does open, so we're going to have a different auction than in the other room. There was a pass out over there. I think our second pass out of the match so far.
Yep, there was one. The Wolfson Garner table where both pairs are playing a less aggressive opening style. A little surprised in the other room where Fleischer and Martel are somewhat aggressive openers, but the North hand, flat no aces. I certainly understand why vulnerable second seat you don't want to get involved.
Yeah, so heart pass 2 no trump, limit or better.
Yep. 3 clubs presumably says he would reject a limit raise, and I expect that they will get to 3 hearts.
Yeah, I think the popular treatment of 3 clubs nowadays is any minimum, and then South can re-ask with 3 diamonds if they're still interested. But so they do get to 3 hearts, and how's this contract going to do? There's 2 trump tricks. There is a spade trick, and there's 2 diamond tricks. And there doesn't appear to be anywhere that those are going to go away.
No. I don't think so either. I guess it's possible the defense could lose their way a little bit after, some player somehow would have stripped the black suits and West wins the first heart and shifts to a diamond, then East get then played, but I think as long as West wins and shifts to a diamond fairly early, there's no way for the defense to, mess up from that point.
Right. Or
I
if
think
they
West
never
might
touch diamonds, then that's also fine too.
Well, it's not fine if West wins the ace of hearts.
I mean, West can always cash the king of hearts, and then East gets out a club. But yes, I mean, if they just play back, if they play back black suit cards, and then West hops up with the ace of hearts, then his partner's going to get end played.
Right.
I think it's pretty reasonable for Versace to switch the 10 of diamonds here, because he's looking at ace doubleton of trumps. He knows he can get in, and if his partner happens to have an entry, he knows his partner doesn't have an entry. If his partner just has ace fourth of diamonds, he can get a rough.
Right. Right. Any ace of diamonds, third or longer, is good enough.
Yeah. Although
I guess ace
now that
fifth wouldn't be good enough.
I mean, I'm counting out the hand, and maybe that's not enough tricks. Because the ace of spades, the ace of hearts, the ace of diamonds, and a diamond rough is only 4.
Right. Partner would need a trump trick or the king of clubs, where we can lead through Declare's hypothetical queen, which I think is what he was just trying to do.
Yeah, so he does switch to clubs. It looks like Declare is going to take this plan of let's strip the black suits and hope that we can end play them.
Yeah, and of course, Declare doesn't know who's trying to end play. He just knows that if the defense mistimes the order in which they cast the hearts, he actually might survive this.
Or there might be a legitimate end play. If like East had the stiff king of hearts, then he would be end played here.
Right.
So East gets out a heart, and now West will get out the 10 of diamonds. Probably. He could play a low one.
Yeah, so reasonable try by Declare, but unfortunately, it is not going to be good enough. So the pass out will be worth 3 imps, it looks like.
Yeah, 3 imps going the way of Fleischer, assuming this does go down. I think Versace will exit a low diamond here. Nah, it looks like there was a claim, in fact.
Yeah, so after 4 boards, we have imps scored on all of them, but no net imps.
No, which is really not what Wolfson was hoping for coming into the segment, but Fleischer is a tough team.
Yep.
On to board 5. The other table is well ahead of us. They get to play a no trump in the West, and they made 90.
Yeah, so here, East will open a no trump, probably 10 to 13 is a maximum.
Yeah, the 4 triple 3 13 count with 2 jacks, a maximum. I haven't heard that one before.
Also 2 aces and a king.
So yeah, as you were saying, pass by North. East will open the 10 to 13 no trump, and that probably ends the auction. Neither North or South are going to come in, and I guess South on opening lead can lead a unblock or count diamond.
Yeah, probably unblock with ace, king, jack, 10.
So king of diamonds, North will dump the queen on this trick, and South can rattle off 4 diamonds. From there, how many tricks does Declare have? Off the top, he has 5, 2 hearts, 2 spades, and a club. He can knock out the club king, even if it wasn't on side, for a 6th trick, and he can try spade finesse either way for a 7th.
Yeah, well, that guarantees a 7th, right, in the same way, because the jack 10 of spades will be a trick regardless of where the queen is.
Yeah, and with the club hook on, Declare shouldn't have any trouble.
Yeah, possibly win a hard, club to the jack, holding, spade to the 10. Turns out to hold, but you don't care either way. You'll have 3 spades, 2 hearts, and 2 clubs.
Okay, last round of diamonds. Samantha has to decide what to discard. If both the king of clubs and queen of spades were offside based on his spade guess, then he could be in trouble because the defense will be able to set up hearts or knock out both of his hearts. So that's what he's worried about right now. I think he will pitch a heart from both hands, though. He wants to preserve the possibility of taking 4 spades or 3 club tricks.
Right, if the club jack loses to the king, clubs could still be 3-3, and then you take 2 spades, 2 hearts, and 3 clubs and never worry about the queen of spades.
Exactly. But he has other ideas, so he pitches a spade. The thing about pitching hearts is that it kind of gives away to the defense, switch to hearts, so that would be something that he's nervous about, and understandably, he has just pitched a spade from the west hand and a club from the east hand, trying to induce a non-heart switch.
Right. Yeah, so I don't think it's going to work here with North pitching the deuce of hearts encouraging. North also played his hearts, or his diamonds rather, 3 then 6. So that should probably tell South that spades are out. Clubs don't look that attractive with his and dummies holding. So I think North's combination of plays is going to get South to play a heart, even though it looks a little scary from Jack Doubleton. Maybe not. Maybe a club is still in the picture, but it kind of feels like, like North is asking for a heart, and I don't see that South has a strong reason to override that desire.
Yeah, this spade pitch from Dummy is going to set off alarm bells to South. That, like, if East was sitting on even just Jack third of spades, there's no way that Declare would pitch a spade from Ace 10 third. So I think the spade pitch from Dummy is going to look like Declare has strong spades. The club pitch from Declare's hand could almost be anything.
Right.
So, as you say, club switch from South has some merit as well. Coupled with that suit preference in diamonds. Alright, there's the Jack of Hearts. Well, Declare's not happy about this, because with these discards from the black suits and them still finding the heart switch, he's kind of tangled himself up a little bit. Like, now, even if the club finesse loses, you might not be able to take the spade finesse later because the clubs are blocked. You can't really test everything the way you want. If you decide to play South for the spade queen at a later point in time, then the spade suit is uncomfortably blocked. But okay, he wins the King of Hearts. He'll play club to the Jack. And be very happy that that holds. Now I think just...
Now Ace of Spades, 10 of Spades to unblock that suit, right?
Yeah, spade to the 10's still fine, but I think either is okay.
Yeah, I guess it's true. The defense can't knock out all the entries to your hand.
Right. Alright, spade to the 10 wins. Now Declare is relatively happy. He's guessed everything.
So yeah, I can play club to the ace now just in case the king drops.
Right.
Spade to the ace, heart to the ace, king of spades, no queen, and I think he'll be perfectly happy to be plus 90.
Yeah, push board. So once again, no swings going either way on this one, and still 7-7 on the segment. Fleischer maintains their 40 imp lead. So what do you think would be a margin going into the fourth quarter that Wolfson would be happy with, thinking, we have a decent chance at a comeback here?
I think if they are 20 or 25 imps behind going to the fourth quarter, they will play normal bridge for at least the first few boards of the segment at each table. I think, 30, 35, maybe you start to swing a little bit, and if it's still 40 at the start of the fourth quarter, we'll see some wildness. We'll see.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Once it gets to be more than 2 imps aboard, you're often in that danger territory.
Yeah, I think 30 is a number where maybe for a couple of boards, maybe you're looking for some subtle opportunities, but you win one game swing, and all of a sudden it's not quite anybody's match, but it's no longer a position where you want to do anything too exotic. 7 boards in, if nothing interesting has happened, now 30 imps is a lot. 15 boards to go, 30 imps is, not great, but it's not panic time.
Uh-oh. Vugraph operator lets us know that East... So this was the pause. Vugraph operator has asked East not to cover his cards with his hand, but he habitually does so. So hopefully we get the play records accurately reflected, but if there's a little bit of a mix-up, I think Craig and I should be able to spot what's going on.
Yeah, that is good to know that, that some of those spots is going to be because the operator is not getting an optimal view of what's going on. Anyway, so we have a club, a heart, showing is not alerted, but I'm sure that showed spades given South's 2 spade bid and North's 5-4-4 shape.
Right, so the 1 heart, 4 or more spades. This is as if the auction has started a club, a spade, 2 spades. And now North with the 5-4-4 10 count with a void in partner's club suit. Has to decide what to bid, tries 4 spades. Seems like a reasonable attempt. Game try.
Yeah, I mean, there's vague play for a slam here, but it's pretty horrible.
Club lead.
Yeah, I think to make a slam, you probably need incredibly good luck in the club suit, as well as a spade split, as well as the diamond finesse, as well as the king of hearts on side.
I'm sure Declare is going to pitch from dummy at trick one. The question is just what.
Yeah.
It looks
Probably
more,
doesn't.
I mean, it looks more natural to pitch hearts because your diamonds are stronger,
what I think.
but effectively it's like a 50-50 guess between the heart finesse and the diamond finesse.
Yeah, to me it looks a little more natural to pitch hearts also because, maybe on a really good day something happens and you can pitch all of dummies hearts away. That's, if you pitch all of dummies diamonds away, that's not nearly as good.
John in the text chat, with the help of Deep Finesse, is telling us that it's right to pitch a diamond here. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, it's like, if he's had ace jack third of clubs, say, now maybe a heart's better. I don't know, because now you can pitch 3 more hearts than king queen 10 of clubs.
Right. Yeah.
So that was kind of what I had in mind. Where you pitch a diamond, if that's the layout, great. You can pitch the 4 queen and ace of diamonds, terrific. So,
well, we'll see what he chooses to discard.
Yeah, I do agree that roughing looks, incorrect single dummy, although, of course, you can rough out the ace of clubs in 2 rounds. So roughing does have the advantage that it'll work fairly well. So let's say we pitch, and, first question is, do you want East to win the ace or not? You can temporarily...
Yeah, I mean, East has to win the ace because his ace is roughing out.
Oh, no, right. But I'm saying, suppose he just had more club length, and from the player's point of view, when he's deciding what to do with trick one, suppose he wins trick one in his hand on a layout where East has more clubs.
Yeah, in that case, I mean, it's probably right to pitch hearts then, because then you might be able to cross rough clubs and diamonds. If you pitch a diamond, it's going to be a little bit harder to set up the heart roughs in hand because you might have to lose a couple of tricks along the way.
Yeah, and maybe that's deep, but I think, if he's had ace jack fourth of clubs, maybe he'd find it, kind of figure, Declare is getting at least 1 trick regardless after that opening lead, but maybe we can deny him 2.
Right, yep. All good points. So East wins the club ace, and Samantha over there probably just going to switch to trumps. That looks like the natural thing to do looking at this dummy.
Yeah, of course he knows his partner has a singleton trump, but obviously he can see that Declare is going to want to take as many roughs as possible. So now that the ace of clubs is out, Declare, let's say he loses a spade and I guess, he can pitch 2 more diamonds on the king queen of clubs, having gotten that right, and as long as the heart's on side, he's fine. And if the spades come in, he can even afford to lose 2 hearts because he'll just lose 1 club and 2 hearts after he pitches dummies diamonds on the king queen of clubs.
Right. Yep. Yeah, so spades 2-2, there's going to be no issues from here. If spades are 3-1, then Declare has a bit of work to do, but only if the queen of spades is third. In this case, Declare can afford to pull 3 rounds of trumps because, as Craig has counted out, there's only going to be how many is it?
No, he can't quite, because that would actually only give him 6 spades, ace of diamonds, and king queen of clubs. So that's actually not 10 tricks. So on the 2-2 spade break, yes, now he can take 7 spades, ace of diamonds, king, queen of clubs, and take 10 tricks with 0 red suit plays. If that queen of spades was a true card, now he needs something else, whether it's an extra rough in the south hand or the jack of diamonds coming in.
Couldn't we have just played spade to the jack, spade to the king, king, queen of clubs, pitching a heart and a diamond, and then ducked a heart to east, who's then played in the red suits?
That's true.
because we have this king 10 8 7 of hearts combination. We just lead the 8 of hearts and cover whatever West plays, and East is then played into giving us either the ace queen of diamonds or the 10 of hearts, for example, whatever card it is. Or if East has another club, then clubs are splitting, and we then get to rough out the club suit, and the 10 of clubs becomes good. So that looked 100% to me. But maybe Declare had a different plan. But as you say, either way, on this lie of the cards, he can now pull trumps and take the heart finesse. The ace of hearts being on side, he will still make his contract, but he doesn't make 11 tricks, which was made in the other room. That feels like a lot.
Wow. It really does. I wonder, possible ace of clubs led, so you get the same number of club tricks without losing any? Nope. 5 of clubs, same pitch, same spade return. Declare played a heart at trick 3. And I think I'm only on trick 4, but it looks like West probably got squeezed in the round suits. Yeah, there's just a claim, but I suspect that it was a squeeze against West hearts and clubs.
I did quickly step through the play. It looks like we might get an adjustment. There don't appear to be the entries to pull off the squeeze, but it is conceivable that something went wrong.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's yeah. All right. Well, that'll either be corrected or not, but either way, Martel certainly did make his game.
I've definitely been wrong before, but I think I spotted the 100% line, and looks like none of the declarers found it at the table. Either way, both of them are going to make their contract. I'm being told that in the other room, West threw some clubs, and so Declare was actually able to rough out the jack of clubs. That makes sense.
All right, well, that is certainly not the the way that trick went.
Yeah, there's a club discard. Declare contests the clubs now. If the clubs had split, he would be able to pitch all of his hearts. Well, all but one. So we pitch a heart on the queen of clubs, and then if East had followed, we would rough out. That's not the card that was played.
No, I certainly agree with that.
But yeah, he would be able to rough out the jack of clubs, rough a diamond back to hand, and cash the club before trying what might be a failed heart finesse. But he'll just lead a heart up to the king at this point.
Yeah, I think he's out of other options.
So this will be 420, and on the scoreboard currently it's going to be 1 imp. It sounds like it was 1 imp going the way of... That is not the right number. That's okay. That's okay. I feel for the VGraph operator when Samantha is covering his cards all the time. So
yeah,
difficult position to be in. But that sounds like it's going to be 1 imp to Fleischer on that board.
Yeah, so here I think we'll see West open a strong no trump. North is going to like his hand, but doesn't have anything to bid with it in most modern methods, and East will have to decide whether he wants to take a call or make a slightly heavy pass.
Yeah, the 4-3-3 really downgrades the strength of East's hand, and with all of your high cards concentrated in one suit, it's actually a little bit worse. You're not helping to fill in partners like Ace Queen of Spades or that Queen Doubleton of Diamonds over there. But Samantha does decide to take the push. 2 clubs, 2 spades. He'll bid 2 no. Whoa!
Wow, that is. Oh, all right. Apparently,
Okay.
he's covering his bidding cards as well. So West is obviously going to accept this,
Yeah, West has a maximum.
and so we'll see. I mean, North, if he leads a high diamond, obviously he can cash out potentially 5 diamond tricks. Although South has to be on blocking here. It's not so clear that that North is actually going to do that.
No, but it's really not going to matter. Nothing splits well for East-West.
Yeah.
So he does lead a high diamond at trick 1.
So this is presumably asking for attitude, where the king would be the counter on block signal. I don't think he wants it on block without holding.
No. I mean, he does now, looking at
Right.
the dummy, but he didn't know that at trick 1. Dummy might have hit with a small doubleton. So he's looking at the king of spades as a potential entry, and with dummy hitting so late in high card points, the queen of clubs is also a potential entry. I think it's possible he does just go ace king of diamonds at tricks 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, he would only be wrong when Declare needs that for his 9th trick and has the other 8 ready to go. As long as North can ever get the lead in a black suit, it doesn't matter if he gives up a diamond trick.
Yep. All right. So he's hit off to that line of play. Declare has to find 3 pitches on the diamonds.
Yep, South correctly unblock the jack to make sure his partner can cash the first 5 tricks. And 1 heart is fine, right? But then you're going to have to pitch 1 card in a black suit.
Yeah, every discard from the West hand kind of compromises a suit somewhere. If you pitch a heart, it gives up on the possibility of picking off a jack or doubleton or 10 doubleton in South.
Right.
Pitching the spade, of course, you might have been able to take 4 spade tricks if both the king jack are on side and the suit splits 3-3 with the 2 heart entries, and pitching clubs is possible, but I think what Declare is doing makes the most sense. He'll probably pitch another spade from the east hand.
And I think now I'll probably pitch a club from West rather than completely expose the spade position.
Right. And so this is going to come down to a squeeze against North.
No, I think he'll pitch a heart now, right? Because I think South pitched a heart. There's no way that North had... you can't pick up 4 hearts in South, right? Because there's no entry to the east hand, so... The odds that North had 5 diamonds and also a heart suit to go with is so remote. I think pitching a heart is fine.
Well, it's probably fine, but he doesn't need the 4th club. He has all but...
I mean, Queen 10 of clubs could be coming down.
That's true, yeah. Okay, good point.
Probably they aren't, but one way or another, he needs a miracle.
Well, he's already down, so... Yes, the miracle would be to take the rest of the tricks from here. So North will be getting squeezed on the run of hearts. And if Declare reads the position, he'll be able to throw him in to get a black suit led into him at the end of the hand. He does pitch a heart.
Yep.
Heart switch from Eckenberg, and so now Declare will presumably try the ace king of clubs to see if something good happens. Doesn't hurt to play a heart up first.
Yeah, and South pitched a heart, so I think he knows hearts are either 3-3 or 5-1. South wouldn't pitch from a 4-card holding exactly.
Yeah, I think he knows they're 5-1. So he plays a heart up just to get a signal from North. North throws a discouraging spade. That's a good false card there.
Yeah, so probably catch the King of Hearts now since it's stranded, but obviously that does set up a winner for the defense.
Yeah, and so he'll have to decide what to pitch on the King of Hearts. Presumably you pitch... Okay, he pitches a spade. As does North. Well done by North to keep all of his tricks, and Declare has one more opportunity to pick the position off, but he doesn't.
Nope.
Cashes the Club King.
Yeah.
So North is going to get 2 tricks in the end. This is going to be down 3, and 5 imps going the way of Wolfson.
Yeah, so 3-0 was reached in both rooms, but the other West managed to go down only 1. So despite going minus in, a contract was a bit too high, he'll still win 5 imps for the Wolfson team.
Yeah, just a difference in opening lead. So Fleischer in the other room elected to lead a low diamond from Ace King 10/5, and that blew into Declare's Queen. So gave up a trick immediately, and then I didn't follow the rest of the play, but maybe the black suit squeeze was achieved for down 1.
Yeah, and a little interesting in the other room where East declined to bid Stamen. He bid 2 spades, range asking. West showed a maximum, and East bid 3-0, so East decided not to bother looking for a 4-4 heart fit.
So 5 needed imps to Wolfson. They're now down by 35. West passes on board 8 in first seat. North has a strong no trump over there. And Cemento will presumably show a single-suited hand with a major.
Yeah, so we'll see what South does. Possibly to start with a pass and make a takeout double later if it's spades, or, maybe start with the card showing double, figuring you want to double hearts, and maybe partner can double spades.
Right. So there's the 2 diamond bid, passed by South. West preempts to 3 hearts, now 3 spades, and now South is going to have to come back in with is going to pass, of course. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, West, of course, knowing he has either 9 spades or 10 hearts, partner guarantees a 6-card suit with his 2 diamond bid, is happy to boost to the 3 level as a preempt.
Yeah, so Eckenberg, you probably bid 3-0. You do have the spade stopper, your 4-3-3. Alternative, of course, is always to pass, but it just... Your partner made this takeout double, you may as well take it out, and 3-0 looks like your best chance at a game.
Yeah, I'm trying to count how many defensive tricks he thinks he might have. 1 spade, hopefully, possibly a heart, 2 aces for sure. Partner's hand is marked with something, but if you don't take a spade trick, partner needs to have 2 tricks to beat this, and even that's only 100. That seems a little dangerous to me.
Right, but we've seen actually time and time again in these matches that just collecting your plus score against these doubled contracts can still provide a decent swing, especially if you're going down your way.
Yeah.
And here, Queen of Spades lead is going to run around to the king, but with the King of Clubs offside, the defense is going to take 6 tricks relatively quickly. And I guess from there, that's all they wrote.
Yeah, is there... I guess double dummy, maybe you can hold it to down 1, but in real life, you start by taking the club finesse and, kind of knowing that you can use clubs as entries for diamonds later, but possibly not vice versa.
Right. Yeah, as you say, you could play a heart to the ace, take the diamond hook, cash 2 more diamonds, cash the King of Hearts, and exit a spade to North.
Right.
I don't think this is how the first trick went.
No.
Oh, it was how the first trick went? Wow.
It's fine, right? West is known not to have an entry.
That's actually a good point. Declare really just needed 3. Well, Declare wouldn't have had enough tricks if he took 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, and 2 hearts. Needed the spade as well.
I suspect he was hoping that East would have some trouble reading what was going on and shift.
Okay, but here we go. Heart to the ace. Now the jack of clubs run around to the king, and East is just going to cash out. And Declare will have the rest after this.
So this is one where I think if the jack of clubs had held, queen of diamonds next, if that holds, another club.
Yeah. Declare was going to need to take both hooks. Okay, and there's the claim. East can cash out his 3 spades, and this will be down 2.
Yeah, so maybe it would have been, obviously not risk-free, but, a better expectancy for North to just pass that. But I don't know. I mean, there's some risk management involved there, too. He might have made it, and...
It's a tough position. I mean, everyone... I think the common expert belief on a lot of these hands, which might not necessarily be held by some of the younger American partnerships, like Cranyak and Demoy or Hurd and Bathurst. We saw them playing earlier in the week on the Shorey team.
Yeah.
But most pairs tend to play takeout doubles or for takeout, and it doesn't always work when you take out partners take out double. But there's nothing that works all the time. So, as you say, risk management is an important prospect of deciding whether to bid over partners take out double. On to board 9. North opens a spade. Lovely hand.
Yeah. So South will bid a no trump, and West will certainly come in over that.
Yeah, 2 clubs. You have a nice 6-card suit. Bunch of aces. I think the 10 of clubs is a big card as well.
Yeah, so North will bid his diamonds, and we'll see what East does now, who has an unexpectedly good hand. Obviously a terrible hand on the first round of bidding, but an unexpectedly good hand now.
Yeah, East could bid 3 clubs. I mean, honor Doubleton. East could try 2 no trump as he does here. He does have stoppers in both the opponent's suits. I think this is a reason.
I think I like 2 no trump.
Yeah.
Like looking for a heart suit. When West bid a no trump, North is almost certainly short in hearts because he has at least 9 cards in the pointed suits. West bid 2 clubs, didn't make a takeout double, which they would do off shape if he was looking for hearts. So I think he's giving up on hearts immediately seems sensible. He doesn't need much, right? If the club finesse is on and club split, he has 10 very easy tricks.
Right. Yeah. Oh, and he gets a diamond lead. So I think Declare should just try and safety play this hand. Ace of diamonds, low club to the queen. The only risk is that you lose 4 heart tricks. But there might not be a way for the defense to take 4 hearts, which as is the case here. South might also have led a low heart at trick 1 if they happen to have honor 10/4 in the suit.
Right.
If you do, for example, win the king of diamonds and run the queen of clubs, now you're at risk of losing the club king, and you don't have access back to that 3rd diamond, so you'll get stuck in dummy and have to lead away from the spade ace. You'll lose 3 hearts and a spade to go with the king of clubs for down 1. Now, I think Declare is going to safety play this. Ace of diamonds, low club to the queen.
Yeah, I think if South had king, queen, 10/4 of hearts, he might have led one. Ace, queen, 10/4, probably he would do this.
Right. So here we go. Ace of diamonds.
Yep.
Low club. Now you just have to dodge 4 rounds of hearts caching, and you have your 9 tricks set up. 5 clubs, 3 diamonds, and the ace of spades. John's asking if you play a club to the queen like here and North plays the king of spades, well, now you're going to take more tricks.
Yep. Yeah, of course. Here, you can just overtake the club, but on some layouts, if East had slightly stronger hearts, you might just be able to duck the spade. Like, he doesn't need to here, but like some of the time, the king of spades looks brilliant, but doesn't really help at all. Declare might just not just duck it. Hearts aren't a problem, and the ace of spades is still an entry later when you need it.
Right. Yeah, what John's describing, I think, is known as a merrimack coup, where you kind of sacrifice an honor to take out a key entry from a different hand. So the king of spades would force West to win the ace of spades prematurely. If, for example, we hadn't knocked out the club king yet, then that would be a way to shut down entries to all of the long clubs in the West hand by cutting communication in spades. But it doesn't quite work this time.
Yeah, he is just going to hope the partner's hearts are good enough to beat the hand immediately, which unfortunately for him, they are not.
Yeah, Samantha was sweating when he saw that ace of hearts, but then the 10 of hearts shows up and he breathes out.
Well, I think for the reason that I mentioned, though, it was virtually impossible that South had king, queen, 10, fourth.
Yeah.
And maybe he'd lead something else, but I think a lot of people would put the king or queen on the table, whichever one is the appropriate card in their methods.
Right, which also would have immediately blocked the heart suit, so that would have been fine.
Yeah, it goes king low 10 and cemented, all of a sudden breathes a very large sigh of relief.
Now, additionally, I will bring up, because we didn't talk about the opening lead, South very quickly led a diamond on this hand. A spade lead, Declare probably was going down. There are 3 hearts to cash. That would set up the 4th defensive trick, and then Declare would have to drop the stiff king of clubs offside.
Yeah, and the other room was played by West, so they did not have the opportunity to do that. I guess they could have played 3 rounds of hearts there, and South can shift to a spade, and Declare still needs the clubs. But that's pretty hard, expecting North to lead the ace of hearts from ace 10 Doubleton. Anyway, we'll see whether East is a 1 spade or 2 spade kind of guy here.
Yeah, it's a nice 10 count. It's one of those two. I don't think it's very popular nowadays to play that there's a range in between your preempt and your opening bid. So regardless of East's opening bid choice, South will probably act. If it's a 2 spade opener, South will probably make a takeout double. If it's a 1 spade opener,
so non-vulnerable. I just looked at the cards. It'd have to be 1 spade because their 2 spade range is often 5 cards and pretty light. This hand would just be too heavy.
Well, I guess we're about to see what South chooses to do over 1 spade. And he does decide to double. It feels pretty bad with the 5-card heart suit, but you really just can't overcall vulnerable at the 2 level on a suit that's ace queen empty 5th.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not going to miss a 9-card heart fit.
No, and now that partner's bid 3 diamonds, so partner has values, but I think he might just pass this. You can't really get back to hearts anymore. If South bids 3 hearts, that would show a monster hand, like a takeout double and suit bid. So his only option was to bid 3 spades to ask for a stopper, and he's kind of minimum in values.
Yeah, I mean, North is showing approximately the strength he has, so South isn't super excited to look for a game, right?
Yeah. So good stop by North-South, and then let's see how they handle the play. One of the kings is onside in the round suits. One of them's offside.
Yeah, so you might take a club finesse trick too. Besides the fact that it wins, what you want to do is set up your transportation back to your hand when you rough spades and dummy, and just because you have 7 hearts and 6 clubs, a club rough to your hand is more likely to survive when that king is on side than a heart is.
Yeah, it's a bit counterintuitive, of course, because you would kind of prefer to rough a spade at trick 2, and Declare might do that. But then you have this problem, like, how do you get away from dummy? You have to lead away from the ace-queens, or you have to start pulling trumps.
Yeah, so for that reason, I like a trick 2 finesse, and just for length reasons, I like the club finesse, but we'll see. I think a spade rough is possible, but that kind of commits you to playing a diamond next and maybe banking on using the heart finesse, which the heart does have the advantage that you might be able to set up the hearts.
Right. But okay, here comes a diamond through. So diamond to the jack and ace. Samantha can play back a second diamond.
Yeah, and this on some layouts would be fine also. So you do take a spade rough, and you have at that point, if you take can somehow draw trumps, like let's say East had the short hearts but didn't have the long diamond, you might take a spade, 4 trumps in your hand, and a rough is 6, 2 aces is 8. Now you just need either heart or club finesse to get up to 9. Here that 10 of diamonds is potentially a problem.
It's a big problem, because the way that Samantha has defended, continuing the 7 of diamonds, Declara was forced to win the 9. If he had overtaken with the king of diamonds in dummy to rough a spade, then the 10 of diamonds is going to get promoted instantly when Declara roughs a heart back to hand here. But now he'll be able to rough with a high diamond. But then when he roughs a spade, he's in the same position. So this just has not gone well for Eckenberg. And
no, it's gone fine for him. He roughs this. Does East overrough? He plays a spade. We rough it, rough a heart. Now trumps are gone and the heart is good, and take a club finesse.
Okay. Yeah, clever. Yeah, great call. I was thinking he might rough high, but you're absolutely right. He spots that roughing low. Samantha doesn't have a way to prevent Declara from now establishing the heart suit and roughing a spade. Nicely played.
Yeah, I think the defense is still going to get one trick in the end, right? Are they?
Yeah, they'll still get a long spade. I don't think that's how this trick went, but I think it's possible he pitched a club. Yeah. That would end play west.
Right.
But it's also just as good to rough this trick, rough the heart's good, and try a club finesse.
Yeah, even if it loses, we're still okay, I think, right? No, if the club finesse loses, we're not okay, but then we never were.
Right. There's the club hook, the 3 of hearts cashes, and Declara has to lose that 9 of spades at trick 13. But this will be plus 110. So very well done by Eckenberg. Well spotted. We got 5 more boards to play in this segment. Looks like the other table is mostly caught up to us.
Yeah, so on that board 10, we're being told in the other room that they got to 3 no trump after a 2-spade opening, 2-spade double, and after a double of 2 spades, North was more optimistic and bid a game.
I don't think the optimism's going to be rewarded. I hate to let everyone know, but...
Yeah, I think there's 8 easy tricks, but 9 is pretty much impossible.
Well, I don't think there's going to be 8 easy tricks because East is going to duck the ace of diamonds twice.
Because I'm right, the spade will be knocked out of trick 1. You are correct.
So we'll see what the result is over there. It looks like we might have another pickup going the way of Wolfson then for going plus on the north-south cards in this room. But on to board 11, North opens a heart in third seat. Got a 13 count. Takeout double from Cementa. 2 hearts by South.
Yeah, so obviously we don't know because we don't see if there's an alert that if South has a 2-diamond sound raise to 2 hearts available. Most players at this level do these days, but I think that South hand is kind of right on the border. The Queen Jack of Clubs is bad. Having 8 points is pretty good. So not totally clear which direction they're playing it. So we do have the result in the previous board. 7 imps did go Wolfson's way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so West maybe could have taken a call opposite that takeout double, but that is a pretty dreadful hand, especially in the Italian takeout double style where there's just no reason to believe that you could have as many as 8 cards in either minor. So bidding 3 clubs and possibly buying even a 6-card fit could be a disaster.
So Cemento, with nothing better to do, decides to try a diamond from 3 small, and that's going to be rather unsuccessful. With the diamond splitting, Declare can pitch a black suit loser on the 3rd round, using the Queen of Spades as an entry point.
Yeah, he might just start clubs, trying to rough a club and get an entry for heart plays, because he does have a trump problem.
Yeah, that's certainly what he's going to try to start out with. If the defense lets him rough a club, then that's great. He can pitch a spade on the King of Diamonds. If the defense doesn't let him rough a club, then he'll probably get the trumps guessed for him, because the heart will go to the king, and an ace, and then East will return a heart into the jack at some point in the play.
Yeah, and of course he knows when West has a 2nd diamond that he also has a 3rd diamond because that deuce of diamonds lead was 3rd best from 3.
Yeah, exactly. So Cementa hops up with the Club King and now regrets his choice because he doesn't want to be on lead.
Yeah, so he might just play another club and all right, well, I suspect West won that trick. There we go. So West maybe now plays a spade. I don't know. I mean, he could play a hard knowing Declare is going after roughs, but that might cost him the ability to take a trick with the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, I do wonder. This is going to be West's last time in on the hand. He does decide to just switch to the Jack of Spades, which is sensible. Cementa brave ducks that trick. All right, now we get the King of Diamonds to pitch a spade. We'll probably even see another diamond pitching another spade. Or is it time to just lead a heart to the king and rough a club? All right, there we go. Diamond pitching another spade.
Yeah, I mean, West, I was going to say, could rough or not, but none of his options are really all that good.
No. No, if West had had just 1 club remaining, he could have pitched a club to potentially overrough the 3rd round of that suit, but not this time.
Yep, so rough a club, play a hard, and Declare does not even have to guess it now that West has gotten a trump out of his hand.
Yeah, so spade comes back. Spade rough, club rough, heart to the king, and as you say, this will be 140 for Eckenberg.
Yeah, which once again feels like a pretty reasonable result. A flat hand opposite not great single raise. Yeah, it is probably kind of normal. East-West don't have much reason to contest the part score even though it's only a 2 hearts. But
no, although it's very fortunate for North-South that they got that diamond lead because that was very helpful to I mean, it gave a free diamond finesse and then also set up that extra discard.
Yeah, I think East Alternative is probably a club, though, and that starts getting Declare's Club Rough going as well as an entry to dummy, so it's not like he's had a great alternative.
No. It might be flat, but I think North-South are going to be pretty happy with the result. So currently, Fleischer up by 30 where we stand. We got 4 boards to play at this table. Versace, that is a...
I was going to say, I think, non-vulnerable for them. This is, I think, well within the 2-heart range. This is probably even towards the top of it, at least according to their convention card.
Yeah, because you had mentioned that they open a lot of 5-card suits, and this is a pretty good hand for them. So this will pass back around to South, who has 15. Probably balances with 2-no.
Yeah, North... I mean, I think it's just going to raise to 3-no. He's not going to love it with all those queens and jacks, but the hand is just too good to, to put down the dummy and hope that 120 exactly is the result.
That North hand is disgusting.
What can you do? I mean, passing here is probably better because you're not thrilled about display problem in 3-no trump, but I was gonna say I think it's just no choice.
Okay, so West is gonna lead a heart, right?
Yep. So an attitude 3 of hearts.
So first off, given that hearts could be 5-2. I think Declare might have to assume they're 6-1. Because if hearts are 5-2 and West has an entry in either the ace-king of clubs or the ace of diamonds, then West can set up the heart suit and you just go down. So hearts kind of have to be 6-1 or else I don't think you have much of a chance.
So the good news there would be that 2-no was also you'd be going down 3 and 3-no, but 2-no was also a disaster.
Fair enough. But to try and make it, because I think Declare might make this thing, you can collect. Here are the tricks that we can take. We can take
you can definitely make it.
3 spades, 2 hearts. We can take 2 diamonds at the very least, and 2 clubs. That would be 9 tricks. So if we just guess the 10 of clubs, which could happen, you could also just end up taking 1 club. But 3 diamonds, because that 10 doubleton of diamonds comes down, and you would take the restricted choice position given the 6-1 heart split by hooking the 8 on the 3rd round of the diamond suit. Entries are a little bit tight. So in terms of how does Declare proceed at trick 1, it doesn't feel great, but we could start trick 1 by winning the heart queen and running the 9 of clubs.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking, while that does work, that it feels a little more natural to me to win the king of hearts and play a diamond at trick 2. West could have a short ace of diamonds also. Then we take 3 spades, 2 hearts, and 3 diamonds. I guess we still need a 9th trick then.
Right. You're always going to need at least a club trick to make this hand.
Right. But when West has the ace of diamonds, East surely has both the ace-king of clubs.
Yeah, so making a bit of a discovery play in the diamond suit, as Craig's suggesting, could be beneficial.
Yeah, it also just kind of feels natural to play a heart from Queen Jack 3rd. But I think, as you say, he probably does have to start with 9 of clubs or clubs of the 7 now.
You don't have to immediately, but it looks like he is going to lead a club. Okay. He might have been... Ooh, and he plays a club to the queen. That is going to do him in.
Yeah.
West needs to cash the ace of hearts, right? Yeah. No?
I mean, I think yes, because if he doesn't, we can just keep playing minor C cards. East, we will have to guess at 8 of diamonds eventually, but East would take 2 clubs and a diamond from here, and we could still take 3 spades. Oh, actually, no, because we're going to have to knock out the ace of hearts ourselves. We still need those tricks.
Right, yeah. So as long as Versace doesn't duck another heart,
yeah,
he'll be okay.
We only have 7, even if we take 3 diamond tricks without knocking out a heart, so West is okay in delaying that play, at least on the actual layout.
Yeah, and the spade switch, if we continue trying to knock out the ace of diamonds and the ace 10 of clubs, East is going to set up spades.
Right. So now a spade, I think, knowing where the 2 minus 2 aces are. East will continue a spade. Oh, East will duck it and will... I don't know what we'll do.
Yeah, declarers put themselves in this position. I know it feels terrible to take a club finesse against the 10 at trick 2. You would prefer to make a bit more of a discovery play, but if your alternative is to play a club to an honor in hand, then maybe that's not such a great alternative.
Yeah, I mean, again, it wasn't going to be much better if we had 1 in hand and let a dime to the queen at trick 2, whether or not it won. You know, particularly if Samantha withheld the ace there, it was still going to be the same kind of brutal decision.
Yeah, ultimately, Declare just needed to find the 10 of clubs, and if he came to that realization, then I don't know. If you tell me that someone preempts and I need to pick off a 10 in a side suit, then I would be like, the non-preemptor. It's that guy. He has it. But a lot of these, a lot of these decisions are not so simple as that. I mean, there were other things to consider, of course.
Yeah, and as you say, it does always look a little much to take a finesse against a 10 at trick 2, knowing nothing else about the deal.
Yeah. So it was not an easy play problem by any stretch.
No.
But
it could very easily be a push board, or at least the same contract reached at the other table. Yeah, the opening 2 heart bid was pretty normal. The balance was pretty normal. The raise was ugly but totally normal. What different thing could have happened here? At the other table, I don't think Chinosar and Berkowitz play multi, so the opening bid is probably going to be the same.
Okay, the 7 of diamonds does come, and now Declare is put to this guess first. Do you stick in the 8? He says yes, restricted choice. And now it's definitely time to play a club back to the 9 and hope that you've guessed correctly.
Yeah, well, I think that's another reason to put in the 8 of diamonds, that we need West to have more clubs now anyway.
That's true. Yeah.
And I guess West could have had 10-3 of diamonds, King 10 doubleton of clubs, or King 10-3 of clubs, but once we're putting the club in West hand, we might as well, sort of account for the fact that we've already seen 1 spade, 6 hearts, 2 diamonds, 1 club, at least 1 more hypothetical club. There aren't that many spaces left for another diamonds.
Right. I do see a comment, actually. Someone has mentioned that if you run the 9 of clubs at trick 2 into West and it loses, you might end up down quite a lot of tricks, because now West is going to have a second undisclosed entry, that 10 of clubs, to go with either the diamond ace or the ace king of clubs, and they'll just go ace of hearts heart, set up their heart suit, and that could be really bad. So it's very dangerous.
It's also really quite embarrassing when East had ace king 3 of clubs.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually thinking that when he led a low club and Samantha kind of quickly followed low, that he might have then changed tack. Like, maybe his plan was, I'll lead a club to the queen, see if Samantha flinches, with like ace king 3rd or ace king 4th, and then when he doesn't pop up with one of the honors, then I'll take the hook. But either way, at this point in time, Declare just needs to play a club to the 9. It's going to lose. Samantha can cash the ace of clubs, exit a diamond, and eventually Versace will take the ace of hearts at the end of play.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just not cash the ace of clubs, but I guess there's no real reason not to.
Right. He's been kind of holding on to this jack nine of spades sitting over that queen 10. If he knew his partner had a doubleton spade, he would have just been playing spades back this entire time. But when his partner has the singleton spade, then a spade into that queen 10 could give up a trick.
Right. Yeah, so a little, a little unlucky, I think. South hit this, pretty horrible dummy. North hit this normal but very minimum South hand. Everything went wrong. A lot of duplication in shape between the North-South hands, with no one having a fourth spade in one hand would have been obviously really nice instead of this, very weak 7-card club fit that he needs to develop.
Yeah. Club to the ace, spade. Finally, Cemento had to lead away from his jack of spades anyway.
Yeah, so down one, really, doesn't matter. I think all things considered, Declare obviously would have rather played 2-0 making 120 than 3-0 down one, but given how this kind of looked when he started, I don't think he's so unhappy.
No, although you kind of mentioned everything has gone wrong, and sometimes that means the other table's in the same contract and things just go a little bit less wrong for them on this hand. Declare did guess the diamonds. There is a way that he wins 3 imps on this board if they get to 3-0 and misguess the diamonds in a similar position.
I do think it's pretty likely the contract will be the same, but we'll find out in a moment. And we have board 13 up, where East and South both have pretty good hands, so we'll see how they choose to handle them. Obviously, East will open a spade, but South could bid 2 or 3 clubs, depending on how he wants to treat this opposite partner's pass. He might just decide it's worth, even though it's worth 2 clubs in values, that you want to preempt it once partner's passed as the dealer.
Right.
I think a lot of people would choose that course.
With potentially 7 club tricks, the argument for overcalling 2 clubs is that you still think your side might have a game, which is possible. Partner could have a spade stopper and another trick somewhere, like ace of spades, ace of diamonds, and the clubs run.
Sure.
But yeah, with partner being a passed hand, there's a lot of draw to just preempting with hands like this, because it can cause the opponents to make a high-level guess.
Yeah, imagine switching the west and north hands. Sure, they could cash 5 spades against you, but they might not, and you do have 7 tricks as soon as you get the lead.
Right.
If you switch those hands, West would have queen 10 doubleton of spades. They could easily block, and your 9-4 of spades opposite 8 doubleton does become a stopper. Yeah, so he does bid 2 clubs, I think. Partly a little bit, if 3 clubs are going to end the auction, maybe you're better off with 2 clubs. But, I think also, as you said, the constructive possibilities are not dead yet.
Yeah, so Versace has to decide how strong he thinks his hand is. He has 4-card trump support. He does have 2 aces. He has no wasted values in the opponent's club suit. But is this going to be good enough to treat it as a limit raise? And he says yes to no trump.
Yeah, I think 2 aces are so powerful that, if the alternative is a mixed raise, that, partner's just going to, I think, expect a very different kind of honor texture than you actually have.
So Eckenberg notably did not bid 3 clubs. It would not have offered a lot of preemptive value on this auction, but I think a lot more importantly, he really doesn't want his partner to lead away from a club honor. This 3 club raise would often be made on king third or even queen third some of the time, where you're just hoping to get partner to lead from that suit to set up some tricks.
Yeah, so of course here it didn't really matter what Versace did, because Cemento over a mixed raise was going to bid a game as well. Yeah, 17 points, even though it doesn't really look like it with all those queens and jacks.
Yeah, great hand, the singleton club, for all those reasons. Cemento was absolutely bidding a game once he heard a peep out of partner. And Rang now on opening lead.
Diamond probably, right? Maybe a
He goes with a high club. The singleton diamond would have been effective against...
high club, but...
Yeah, the
he
singleton
does need a high
diamond could have
club.
been effective if his partner, for example, had the club queen to give him a diamond ruff.
Yeah, I think if you want to play for a diamond ruff anyway, then I think it's attractive to lead the singleton diamond, because diamond to the ace, get your ruff, and you can still decide whether to try to cash 2 clubs or under lead, but leading the ace of clubs to trick 1 might restrict those options.
Yeah, as it would have here. In this case, his partner did not have the diamond ace, but give North the club queen and the diamond ace, and a diamond lead might have been the only thing to beat this contract.
Right, of course, if North had a singleton club and the ace of diamonds, then it wouldn't really matter what we did. A doubleton club of 2 or cashing, it wouldn't really matter. It only matters in that exact circumstance. But, yeah, so here, are we going to see Declare go up with the ace, or is he going to be a little bit deceived by the lack of a lead at trick 1? Not that it would matter. He would make 4 no matter what, but I do wonder if he's as suspicious of a singleton diamond as he would have been at trick 1.
Yeah, it can be a clever kind of like match point attempt to switch away from your king here to try and score that trick. But in this case, Declare is happy to just pop the ace of diamonds, try and pull some trumps, and give up tricks to the king of diamonds and third heart if the spades split.
Yeah, and of course, Declare was always going to lose a diamond anyway with the spots missing, so no reason not to play the ace. So now that trumps have behaved, Declare is going to lose this trick. He will eventually lose the queen of hearts, but he's going to make 620 and be pretty happy about it.
Right.
Yeah, and he would have gone down, of course, had he taken that diamond finesse, so...
Yeah, so Queen of Hearts is offside. Declare probably has a count on the hand, so just heart to the ace, heart to the jack. $620. But big result in the other room for Team Fleischer on board 12. They got to the same 3 no-trump contract, same auction over there, and 3 no-trump did come home. Ginasar on opening lead, rather than choosing a 6-card heart suit, actually led Declare's problem suit, that club suit, picking off the 10 of clubs in partner's hand and giving Declare an easy route to 9 tricks.
Yeah, so I think kind of a reasonable shot, hoping that his king of clubs could support whatever partner had in the suit, but at the table it just resolved all Declare's problems. So so 12 imps back to Fleischer, so only up 2 on the set, but plus 42 with 17 boards to go is very different from plus 40 with 30 boards to go.
Well, there is an opportunity for Fleischer on this hand to saddle their way into what looks like a nice club game. 3 no-trump might also make. But you still open a club, so South can overcall spade, and West will bid 2 clubs.
West will pass.
That's a choice
I
too.
I find that surprising.
Well, because the 1 club bid, since they're playing this mini no-trump, 1 club covers like a variety of hands. Just basically balanced hands that don't fall into the no-trump. Bid, West isn't convinced that they have a club fit, and West decides that he doesn't want to steal the no-trump himself, maybe, with just the flimsy jack-10 fourth of spades stopper opposite his partner's possible range, as well as the fact that he just has a heart void.
Yeah, so 2 hearts. Looks like it was a spade raise.
Yeah, constructive spade raise from North.
So double by East, probably take out of spades, but possibly showing hearts, possibly a little bit of both.
So I would assume South just bids 2 spades to show a minimum.
Yeah, and West now is going to love his hand, right? Because this does confirm that East has real clubs, whatever else is going on.
East has some minor. I mean, East could presumably have like 1, 4, 5, 3, maybe. Probably not. I guess they would open diamond with that.
Yeah, it could East be 3, 4, 4, 2 and have opened a club.
Well, yes, sure. But hopefully not after the opponents have bid and raised spades and we have 4 of them. So.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. But yes, they would have opened 1 diamond with that shape, I believe, if I'm reading the card correctly. Oh, sorry, we would have opened a club rather with that shape, if I'm reading the card correctly. Yeah, 1 club was potentially a 2-card suit.
So I would expect Versace has a 2 no trump both minors bid available, which seems like a reasonable plan here. That's what he has. He has both minors.
I mean, his hand is really good at this point, though. I think he might do something more aggressive.
I assume 2 no's forcing.
I mean, 2 no and then raise whatever partner does. That's possible. Yeah, I think whatever happens here, obviously he is going to make either 1 aggressive call now or, as you say, a 2 no trump call and then not be close to done.
Yeah, if he wants to be more aggressive, I guess his choice would be 3 spades.
Yep.
Not really to suggest a no trump game, but just basically to be forcing, right, because he doesn't expect his partner to be able to bid 3 no over 3 spades. He's looking at 4 of them. So yeah, there is 3 spades. Yeah, and now Samantha needs to really unpack what's going on. That his partner couldn't take a call over 1 spade. So obviously they don't have a heart fit, given that West has now turned up with values with this 3 spade call. Therefore, he must have both minors. He's not interested in 3 no. So 5 clubs? Or is Samantha have stars for eyes, and he might even cubid looking for a slam?
Yeah, so I think West presumably has something like the shape he actually has. Obviously, he doesn't have to be 4-0 on the majors, but I think 5 diamonds, 4 clubs is somewhat likely, because with 5 clubs he might have raised. With 6 diamonds and some values, he might have bid them. So it doesn't leave a ton of minor suit shapes for West. And of course, East doesn't care how many hearts West has. He knows it's probably not as many as 3, because West is marked with some spade length when North-South stopped bidding in 2 spades.
Yeah, so he just takes the practical approach to bid 5 clubs, and this is going to work out great. Clubs 3-0 would have presented the only problem for Declare, but he'd be able to ruff a couple of hearts before pulling all the trumps anyway.
Yeah, and some of those, you might be able to set up the diamonds, jack drops or diamonds are 3-3. So one way or another, 5 clubs had excellent play.
Versace pauses. I don't think there's any chance he raises to 6 here. He's missing way too many aces. The heart void is great, but his hand is pretty mediocre in general.
Yeah, so South has to find a lead here. Ace of spades, I guess. Partner didn't double 3 spades, which maybe makes that less attractive.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably that or a trump. Just based on the auction, it sounds like West is coming down with some clubs and some roughing value somewhere. The thing about the opponents getting to 5 of a minor like this You can be pretty confident that partner has the missing spade honors in this position, because if the opponents could have played 3 no trump, they probably would have. He tries the Queen of Hearts. This will make Declare's life at least a little bit easier. Now you can ruff the opening heart lead, play a club to the Queen. If clubs happen to split badly, then ruff the second heart and either exit a spade or play a diamond towards the king to get back to pull trumps. But once, he pitches a spade.
He might just be pretty confident clubs are splitting 2-1 when North-South just showed so little interest in competing further.
Yeah. And I mean, it just... The hand's over once clubs split 2-1.
Maybe not, because the opponents only have 8 spades, but... I guess if clubs did split through, rough a heart, and say just give up a spade, or I guess diamond to the king is a little dangerous, but yeah, there really wasn't much to this one. Anyway, that'll be a pretty nice looking 400 for East-West. We do have the result on board 13, which is a push at 620.
Yeah, and if East-West get to 5 clubs on this hand, then we're going to have 16 more boards to go. Fleischer's still up by 42, and time is running out for Wolfson.
Yeah, so as you were saying earlier, I think if they do come in down approximately this much with 15 boards to go, we're not going to see crazy swings right out of the gate, but we are going to see probably a little bit of deviations from what the first 45 boards look like.
Well, that's always fun to watch, although sometimes the match can get out of hand if that happens on back-to-back boards and the swings go unfavorably for the team that's behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I've talked about this fairly often, that my preference is to do kind of subtle swinging that isn't as dramatic, but just has the opportunity to generate a different real life result, because so often you'll see in the fourth quarter when someone is stuck 40 or 50 imps, they'll swing wildly and they'll win 3 or 4 10-imp swings and lose imps on the set. It is true, you're going to generate some big ones your way, but you're kind of increasing your variance in some way with enough negative edge that it doesn't often get you back into the match.
Well, this does look like a bit of an exciting last board.
Yeah, so how many points is that for South? Looks like
18.
19, so 18. So the both Italians and French could have opened 2 diamonds to show that range, but both pairs in this seat cannot.
Yeah, so a club, a heart showing 4 or more spades, 3 spades by South, giving partner a lot of leeway for their response. And is Eckenberg going to accept the invite, or is he just going to pass this one out? He does accept the invite.
I think accepting is pretty much automatic. 3 spades seems normal, right? If you open a club, your partner responded to spade, you're not bidding more than 3 spades on that hand. Or at least I'm not.
Yeah, so everything is foul for Declare. I mean, the diamond's split, but aside from that... So Queen of Clubs opening lead.
The spade split also.
That's
you're going to,
good point.
You're going to be down 2 via 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and a diamond, and really nowhere for any of those to go. The mirror distribution is yet another problem for these North-South cards.
Right. Now, it is possible that we throw someone in on the second round of diamonds if Versace, for example, doesn't unblock the Queen of Diamonds.
Well, there's another possibility. club to the ace, heart back, and I guess we can't promote a trump trick, but maybe on some layouts we could. Or we can promote a trump trick, but at the cost of a heart trick.
Yeah, so if four spades goes down too, it's going to make Declare relatively happy. But I think there is a decent chance that three spades can be made. No, you might not. But what's going to happen, so let's say these two cards get played. So West is going to return a heart for lack of anything better to do. South will win.
Hang on, I would dispute that.
Dispute what?
For lack of anything better to do. West has a lot to beat three hearts by playing a third round of clubs. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He needed the spades reversed with these having the shortness. Never mind.
Yeah. So Declare can actually kind of create a Morden's Fork position by cashing the diamond ace before pulling this third round of trumps. And then when he leads a diamond towards his hand, East can't hop up with the jack because then the king will drop West 10 and the diamonds run. So then Declare would be able to play the 9, force West in with the last diamond, and then West would be down to just clubs. I don't think it's that realistic of a line of play because you don't know that clubs are 7-2. Declare has no count on the club suit to learn that that's the distribution. I think it's much more likely he would just go ace king of diamonds and a diamond, hoping the third round throws someone in to give a rough slough.
Well, isn't another possibility. No, I guess I was going to say exit a heart, but no, that doesn't help.
Right, a heart exit, even if they have to give you a rough slough, would not help because pitching one diamond doesn't give you a trick.
Yeah, it's the mirror problem again.
Yeah, so Rang now at this point can exit a low diamond because Versace has made the double dummy mistake of not unblocking the queen on this trick.
Right.
But there was no defense to three spades if Rang had cashed a high diamond before pulling the third trump to lead a second diamond towards his hand. It's a fascinating double dummy position, but because they're in four spades, it just kind of didn't matter. He goes down an extra trick. We'll see what happens in the other room, but this will be an exciting match. We're done with the third quarter of play at this table.
Yeah.
We'll see you back here in just a little bit. All right. What's going on in the other room? We're on Berkowitz. We just came from that table, so we're going here. They're in three spades so far. Sorry for terrible analysis. You're all good. It was, I spot a lot of card play stuff really quickly. It's like my thing. I mean, there were definitely some dummy things that I said throughout the set, but this one I was on top of. So they get to four spades. Was there a club preempt? Oh shit, he's gonna make this. Oh my god. Wait, who's declaring? Fleischer. Ooh, if Martel was playing, he would make this. How's Marty gonna do? Wait. Do we trust? Is our boy Martin Fleischer going to go plus on this hand? Or is he going to go down? Wait to find out. Ooh, ace of clubs lead. Oh boy. Heart switch to the king and ace. Club return. I don't know. I'm ready. The commentators at this table haven't spotted it yet. The text commentators. I'm waiting for the aha moment. Should we open up the text chat to see right when they find out that four spades is making? Here we go. All right. We'll follow along. So heart to the king and ace. What's the idea? Cash a diamond, then in play west? Exactly. Exactly. So you cash the ace of diamonds. If west doesn't unblock the queen, then you can simply pull trumps, strip the hearts, strip the clubs, and then duck a diamond to west queen doubleton. If west does unblock the queen, then you cash the heart, cash the club, pull 3 trumps, and lead a diamond towards the king 9. And when east doesn't pop up with the jack, you play the 9, west wins the 10. Now west is then played into giving a rough slough and club, so your heart loser goes away. Here we go. I'm most interested in the aha moment on the text commentators' faces. Then again, I don't think Fleischer's going to make it. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. He does have the king of clubs entry, so he can pull 3rd trump first. But then he has to play a diamond to the ace to execute the end play. You say it's not so easy single dummy, but like I think this is actually a relatively easy hand single dummy. Because there's only one chance. Like, it's not easy if you don't spot the chance, but it is very easy if you do spot the chance. He has a full count on West's hand now. Fleischer's going to make this now. And Ginasar doesn't even unblock, but it's still good. Club to the king. Now we lead a diamond. We just cover East card, basically. Like some of these hands where you actually have to, time out the play carefully and guess certain honors is like really, really difficult. Here we go. Jim Monday, this looks like a safety play for down 1. Warren Spector. Now a club to hand and a diamond up to make 4. Boom. They got there. They got there. All right. Well done, text commentators. Kudos to you. But holy shit, Fleischer is way in the lead. 13 big imps on that hand. They win 15 on the set. They're up by 55 in the match. Let me just confirm on bridge winners, scoreboard-wise. Yeah, they're up by 55. 1 segment to go. Has anyone ever seen a concession before the 4th quarter of a finals match? Yes? No? I don't think they will. I don't think there's going to be a concession, but... Wow. Wow. That 3-club bid from Ginasar really did them in. Thanks for stopping by, Muppet. I guess I can turn chat back on for a little bit. There you go. This isn't in concession range, that's true. This would be a bit much to concede at 55, but there's a lot of imps to make up. Okay, one more set. Does Wolfson have what it takes to make the comeback? I say no.
Thank you so much for your videos on YouTube. Great to learn from your commentary.
Hey, Unexpected. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Welcome back to the lounge, or welcome to the lounge. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the YouTube stuff. I do like teaching. That is something that I really enjoy doing. One more quarter. Oh, it is hot in here now. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Was there no commentary at that table that we just got into? Or did I just close it immediately upon entering? I probably just closed it immediately. Oh, Brad was there? Gotcha. I'm so out of touch with what's going on around me. I just instantly closed the commentary. How do people feel about this chat here? Is it better than the chat here? Like, normally I have chat up above me. I think this looks okay with the black background. Prefer the side? Okay. Prefer the side. Let's see, have there been any more comments in the commentators thread? There have been. Let's take a look. Ah, here we go. Here's a good one. I like the written comments. They usually are intelligent and relevant. The voice comments, not so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Joey. Who's Joey? Why don't you hitchhike south and add some class to these tournaments? The guy above this post says we are all full of shit. Oh, but can't we ban this guy for using a potty word? Which is, of course, true. Can't we ban this guy for calling everyone else full of shit? But how a guy that dim figured this out is a mystery. Oh my god. Anyway, I would hire you anytime, but can't afford it with the new what the okay, we're done. John Stell. Here we go. I've done commentary before. I know for a fact some people cannot stand my commentary. They'll say in private chat I'm talking nonsense, and sometimes they're right. Others have thanked me for my commentary in private chat, and whilst commentating through matches, I will often have some good banter with some of the kibs. You want to hear more about the tariffs? I don't. I'm done. I haven't really covered much of the Vanderbilt this time. I just haven't had much time. I think we all have our opinions on commentators. Personally, I enjoyed Rob Brady, but I get why he's not everyone's cup of tea. I also enjoy commentating with Martin Cantor. We have a similar sense of humor. I will agree, I'm no world champion, and I don't compete in any higher than the OCBL matches where I've been playing for the NetBridge team. Very rarely look at players' convention cards. I simply don't have time to fully analyze a card. Occasionally I'll look at stuff. Personally, I'd rather not know what a player, other than very basic strength of no trumps, is playing, which may sound odd. Okay, that seems silly. I don't get paid to commentate on BBO, and I'm not sure if anyone else does. No comment. I think good commentary should have humor and be engaging. Commentators who just say what all the bids mean are just boring. Agree. I think that's useful at times. Al Hollander is usually top draw at knowing what all the bids mean, but I think he adds more to the commentary than just what the bids mean. Questionable opinion, but sure, which is excellent, but I don't agree with his comments that it's necessary to know the players outside the cards, or players' cards inside and out. Also agree. I'm not getting put off by the odd person who doesn't like my commentary. If I have time to commentate, I will do. Occasionally I have some good moments. Very occasionally I have some brilliant moments, and I also say some ludicrous stuff too. But hey, I'm human. Let me know if you like my commentary, dislike it, hate it, blah, 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 blah. I agree with, like, as a commentator, you shouldn't be two-phased. Like, some people are going to hate you, some people are going to like you. That's just how it is. I think a lot of it is that I'm new to the, like, BBO commentary. I never did text commentary, really. Well, other than that one time where I commentated Greg Humphrey's table for the Bridge Winners, like, champion of the bracket match thing, like, 15 years ago. So I think a lot of people see people, like, I'm just looking at the names now, David Byrne, Warren Spector, and Jim Monday, who are on my screen, and they're like, I recognize these guys, like, I see them all the time, so I'm interested in hearing what they say. people don't seem to get that, like, voice commentary is a lot harder. Like, if you just sit here and, like, once every 5 minutes you type out a sentence, cool. Like, I could be more intelligent if I did that too. But being engaging is very difficult, and that's what happens with the voice. But I also think I'm doing a better job being intelligent than the text commentators. That's just my opinion. That might be some copium. SHG says, thanks for great commentary. You're going to watch the last round tomorrow. Awesome. It's also the median bridge winners poster should have died of old age during the Hoover administration. That's true, too. There are a lot of problems. I've actually talked with Kai behind the scenes about some of this, where the bridge community is so focused on making sure that old people are happy, that they aren't they say they want to attract younger people to the game, but they don't make the environment such that it's inviting or fun for young people to join. And that's really the problem. They're so focused on keeping all of their current members who are like retired senior citizens happy that they're never going to attract younger people. There will still be some young people who discover the game through parents or friends or whatever and really love it and get involved. The junior programs are relatively flourishing across the globe, but in terms of like actually growing the game and making it appeal to a much larger community, it's never going to happen if everyone's just like, we don't want to see people talk about the hands. Look at the guys alternating between insulting everyone and talking about the glory days in the World War II era. I know. I try to appeal to a younger audience, and I get that that's not the majority of Bridge viewers, but that's what I prefer to do, and I think a lot of people prefer that I treat it that way. My commentary tends to be like expert or world-class level in terms of analysis, but thanks, PJ. But also I'm trying to be like fun, interesting, and engaging with my comments as well as like personality and whatever. I do tone that down a little bit when I'm on like the BBO stream, but like I still laugh and tell jokes and whatnot, and that's, I think, more fun to people. But most bridge players aren't interested in having fun. They just like want to be told like, here's the answer to the problem, and that's it. Like they're so used to like these text commentators coming in and being like, here's the answer. Craig says, you feel more comfortable here, you have less of a filter than when on BBL. Well, of course. Like, I would prefer to just do commentary on my stream, but I get paid less. So I enjoy doing this because doing this and having a contract with BBO to do this commentary allows me to take time off from like other things that I do that I'm trying to, build a career to continue doing this and get paid for my time. If I wasn't doing that, then I might not be here. Yeah, like talking about a bunch of random things that come up on the hand is I think interesting, right? Like if there is a deal where there's just 11 tricks and spades, like a lot of the text comments are just like, there's 11 tricks and spades. Why are we still playing? Can't we just claim? Guys, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm sorry I dropped my laptop and the CD-ROM drive fell out. Yeah, Shady Force Game says, main commentary dislike is people not thinking from the player's perspective. Everyone can see what's right looking at four hands. Well, yes and no. Like, I agree with you that, and so I try to always present things from a player's perspective, unless I get like super engrossed in like some double dummy position, and then like Craig really needs to like rein me in, but or my co-caster, whoever that is. But for the most part, I try and do that. Still, there's a lot of things where like the text commentators can't see what's right from a double dummy perspective, and so they're still over here being like, Declare should just take the heart finesse. What are they doing? And Declare has been sitting there being like, well, if the heart finesse wins, I still have this other problem on the side. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're basically just like, well, you know, people are like, oh, you have a two-way guess in clubs, just guess the two-way guess right. What's the problem? And that does happen a lot. So, bridge is a single dummy game. It's only played double dummy if you're cheating. Okay, no stream tomorrow. I had already decided this, but it's been a long week. So, no stream tomorrow. It's still mid-March, so we don't have a new real bridge bidding thing. I guess I'll be back next weekend is the plan. Yeah, as Craig says, like, I try to be educational, right? Like, if everyone in my audience was effectively like a world champion, then I could give that high-level commentary. I would have no issue just being like, okay, I would play for the double squeeze, right? Like, and that could be the end of commentary. And like, people who are, you know, world class would be like, oh, okay, I understand, right? They might not agree, but it's like, and I could elaborate. I could be like, well, I'd play for the double squeeze because like South's carding shows this and this and this, but I don't do that. I mean, I still explain a lot of the basic inferences because most of the audience is not that. On my channel, it's a little bit different, but that's also why I go into such detail on a lot of decisions, because I try and talk from a variety of levels of skill, which I assume is appreciated by my audience, but you never know. There's still people who come back week after week to watch, so I guess that's good. But like to the BBO audience, I mean, I talk about a lot of the basic stuff, but I'm also trying to present a lot of the inferences and ideas that even less skilled players can use to understand what's going on. Like if a squeeze is happening, I could just be like, North is getting squeezed, but a lot of beginner players or the people who watch on BBO don't understand what that means, so I try and talk them through what's happening. And sometimes it happens really quickly, sometimes I have to describe an end position, and like that's going to be challenging for them to follow, but I'm still doing the best I can with the tools I've got to show off, I mean, what I would call like the magical world of bridge card play in general to an audience of varying skill levels. I think I do a good job. And I know that everyone in my chat thinks I do a good job, otherwise you all would have run away by now. But not everyone's going to agree with that, and that's okay. And I think a large portion of the people who disagree aren't disagreeing because they have any sort of understanding of what good bridge is. They're disagreeing just because I'm a new face. Like if David Byrne got on commentary and started saying anything on video commentary, people would love him. Similarly on the ACBL live stream, right? Like Rob Barrington is someone that a lot of people know. Rob Barrington getting on the ACBL live stream and doing commentary, I mean, Barrington is not an expert player. But people love him, and people have loved him for a long time. So, of course, people are going to be happy with him providing commentary of the event. It's just because I'm a new person that people generally don't like new things. Or people are scared of new things, is maybe a better way to phrase it. Also, I get that, like, me talking all the time is, like, overbearing to some people who are, like, used to watching Bridge in Silence and just seeing a text comment pop up, like, every 5 minutes. But one of the things I learned when I was starting out streaming is that, in general, the objective of a streamer is to effectively just, like, fill dead space all the time. You just have to talk about anything. Because if you're just sitting there quietly doing something on stream, it's not engaging to the audience. Like, I'm happy to chat if people want to chat. Otherwise, I will try and provide running commentary of basically anything that I'm seeing and looking at. And it's really not a skill of mine. I'm not good at this, the providing running commentary. I don't have this, like, ability to just start spitting verses. But I think I've learned. I've gotten better over the years. On that note, it looks like we're about to get started for the fourth set. So, who do we want to watch? We've now seen Eckenberg and Rang. We watched Samantha Versace. Let's stay at the Italians. Let's stay at Samantha Versace's table. For one thing, I don't want to watch Cedric tank for 15 minutes and then get the defense wrong again. You want to watch Gino. Oh, Ginasar. Okay. That's fine. You know what? It's fine. Gary says, it would be good to make a short video with highlights of the most interesting hands to developing players. I mean, you know, I totally agree that, like, for developing and growing the game, it is important to get out beginner content. It's just not worthwhile for me to do that without having funding for it. So if the ACBL wanted me to do educational stuff and they paid me, like, a fair price for making some videos, I would do that. But they're currently working with Kai on that. And so Kai puts out his videos. I've checked them out. He's super fun and entertaining. So I would highly recommend his channel if people are newer to the game. But in terms of educational, he's probably not the greatest teacher. He's a fine player, and he's learning. We found out the other day that David Berkowitz has been teaching him, which is super cool, mentoring him. But yeah, unfortunately, like, I don't make a ton of money off of YouTube and Twitch. And so for me to dedicate 10 hours or something to make a video that's interesting and educational, I would not receive a reasonable paycheck for that. I will continue putting out all of my normal content because it's, like, fun for me to stream and play some robot event. I'm sorry, I have, okay, no Lorenzini, right? That's what we said, so this table. Let's get into the last set. We can continue this discussion later, chat. Welcome on back, everyone. We're just getting started with the final segment of the Vanderbilt from Memphis, Tennessee. Wolfson and Fleischer. Fleischer up by 55 coming into this last set. It's going to be a tall task for Eckenberg and Rang.
That game on board 45/15 of the previous set. Really, gave Wolfson a huge hole to dig themselves out of here.
So after 2 spade preempt by Versace in first seat, passes around to Rang, balances with 3 no trump. He has 19, pretty reasonable attempt, and
Yeah, and he could have tried doubling just in case he had a spade fit, having 3-no in reserve, but a direct 3-no probably is the most likely target, as well as concealing his hand some from the defense. I'm sorry, West opened 2 spades, never mind. I was thinking the West had bid 2 hearts. Yeah, so, yeah, 3-no. Again, maybe a little aggressive, but doubling probably is just going to give you an insoluble problem on the next round.
Yeah, so he's dodged a club lead, and
2-no,
he's even gotten
is overstrained. So yep.
he's even gotten a club discard from Cementa, which will make him happy, but he's obviously lacking in tricks. Partner tabling just an ace. At least it's an entry, but he's going to need a bit more than that. He lays down the diamond ace. No magical queen jack doubleton pops up.
Right, of course, with only one guaranteed entry to dummy, he can see an honor drop on his left and take a finesse for a third diamond trick, but there's never a fourth.
Yeah, so a second round of diamonds. He has now established a third diamond trick, but the defense can, of course, cash out 4 clubs immediately, and even if he is able to cross to the ace of hearts and take a diamond finesse, he's still going to be well short on his tricks to make 3-no trump.
Yeah, that gets him up to 6. 3 diamonds. Oh, sorry, gets him up to 7. 3 diamonds, ace, king, ace, king. So.
Yeah, so Cementa has found out about Declare's diamond holding. He also knows about the ace, king of spades from the opening lead. The honor from Versace, denying the king. So there's a club switch. He'll put up the queen. Every once in a while, Cementa has underled the ace-king here. Club back to the ace. Third round of clubs. So Versace will have to decide where he wants to win this last round of clubs. Well, now that's an easy choice. He's going to win the 4th round himself. He has a safe jack of spades exit.
So in the other room, they're minus 103 no trump after the same auction. So this will not be... this will not add much to the Wilson deficit, if anything, but, every push board is kind of synthetically a win for Fleischer that just wants to run out the clock on the Wilson team.
Yeah, so the jack of spades now comes around, and Declare doesn't really have the ability to deal with this third round of hearts, so he will end up down 2, the same as in the other room. 14 boards to go, still 55 imps.
Yeah, so 4 imps a board. And obviously, every board where Wolfson gets fewer than that back increases the number they need per board. So they are going to need to win a couple of big swings quickly to get back into this match here.
Yeah, and how are they going to do it? Opening the north hand could be a way to generate a bit of a swing. 10 count, good 5-card suit.
Yeah, this is the kind of deviation that I really like, where, sure, it's a point light, you have 2 10s, you have a strong 5-card suit. It probably isn't going to be chosen in the other room, which means it's almost guaranteed to create a swing, but it's not a crazy deviation, it's a fairly mild one, so I think that would be a sensible choice. We've seen that these players have been reluctant to double part scores. I think that's a really good way to try to get back into it.
Yeah, and so Eckenberg does open a club. No trump overcall by Cementa. So, oddly enough, this is not going to generate a swing because Cementa and Versace would have... he would have still had a strong no trump in second seat. You know what? You're right.
Right, but the difference is South would not have bid over that, and he is bidding over this one, showing both majors.
Yeah, actually, a good point. We saw this, I think, in the last set where Eckenberg and Rang had this 2 clubs gadget available to show both majors over the no trump overcall, and Eckenberg once again is 3-3 in the majors. They're going to find their spade fit. 2 diamonds is asking for the 5-card suit.
Yeah, and this is super popular, at the expert level, where bidding 2 of a minor, especially Even partners clubs, you could raise them, but you could also just lead them. But being able to bid both majors to compete to the 2 level after partners, open in one of a minor, is really important. And you're just giving up so little by not having a minor suit bid available. So, obviously, Declare's spades are weak, but everything else is pretty much solid, despite he's having his no trump overcall at 15 points.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing that we'll see happen on this hand is whether or not Declare takes a second round heart finesse against the jack to try and pick off 4 tricks in that suit, given the no trump overcall.
Yeah, so if this holds, and I think it well might, East could shift to ace queen of spades, and the defense could draw 3 rounds of trumps and stop Declare from taking club rough.
Right.
Whether he will, I don't know, but the defense, I don't think West was ever leading the deuce of spades, but I think there's some chance that they'll figure it out now.
Yeah, so Queen of Clubs, as you mentioned, looking at that dummy and knowing that Declare is trying to rough a club by ducking the opening lead, Ace of Spades, Queen of Spades does feel like an indicated defense. Cementa is not going to believe that it's going to work, because even if partner has as good as King third without the jack, he can't overtake the queen to pull a third round.
Right.
But this time his partner has King Jack third and can.
Yeah, and of course East doesn't want to shift to a red suit, looking at those red suit holdings in dummy, knows Declare has no problem getting to dummy to finesse him out of his Queen of Hearts, so there's really no cost to leading Ace Queen of Spades there, or Queen of Spades rather, so if Declare just had King Jack of Spades or King any, one lead is enough to pick off Cementa's queen, and Declare has at least 2 entries and possibly 3 in which to do it.
So Ace of Clubs, I wonder if Declare is going to play a diamond to the ace and try the Jack of Diamonds. Because if we've been counting Cementa's high card points, he's turned up with the Ace Queen of Spades, the King Queen of Clubs is 11. If he has the King Queen of Diamonds, he might not have the Jack of Hearts. But if he doesn't have the King Queen of Diamonds, he must have the Jack, must in quotations, have the Jack of Hearts for his no trump overcall, because that would get him up to 15.
Yeah, although of course Cementa can cover the Jack of Diamonds, and then Declare may, as you say, decide he knows where the Jack of Hearts is, and if he does that, he would be incorrect.
Yeah, so I do think he is going to play a diamond to the ace to lead the Jack of Diamonds. It's a bit of a discovery play. Now this is nice. He can actually pitch a club to confirm. Or he can just decide that Cementa would not play low with the king-queen here, either one. But yeah, pitching a club is safe, and then West will tap him in clubs, but he can play a heart to the ace and run the 10 of hearts if he wants to do so.
Yeah, and as you say, this does mark, at least if East is honest, all the remaining strength with him, because he needs that Jack of Hearts to get up to 15, since we've seen a full 6 points from West. There's only 21 missing.
Yeah, so kind of a cool discovery play by Rang as the hand plays out. Versace probably just going to play a club back, force Declare to do what he has to do, and I suppose King of Hearts, heart to the ace is fine as well, before taking the heart hook.
Yeah, since you have the 10 of spades entry to south, if the hearts are blocked, it's not going to matter.
So South now just counting up the high card points, I think coming to the same conclusion that we have, and this wouldn't be a spot that Cementa would want to shade even a little bit. His club suit was pretty good, King, Queen, Fifth, but the rest of his hand was rather mediocre with the Ace, Queen, Doubleton of Spades. So sometimes you upgrade that and overcall no trump. I don't think this is a spot. Ooh.
No, but I think this is one
This is
where Wolfson has some hope for pickup because if North does pass, East will open a no trump. Probably that ends the auction. I don't know. The South is in such a hurry to come in on this hand. After a pass by North and a strong no trump by East, the chance of a game is remote. Chance of a penalty is not, going for penalty. So East will make a no trump thanks to the Jack nine of clubs coming down and Hearts 4-3.
Yeah, that's a good point. So it's not going to be a game swing, but it will be a small pickup. Declare actually deciding to cash the 10 of spades, in fact, which effectively would squeeze East in the red suits because the king of diamonds is marked, and if East happened to have heart length, then he would have gotten squeezed on this trick.
So I was wrong. Lorenzini did come in with two clubs showing the majors. North showed equal lengths up at two spades, and now North, I think, thinking that he had a maximum pass and presumably catering to South having a stronger hand that did come in looking for a game quite reasonably raised on the strength of his three spades, his heart fit, two aces, and possible sources, tricks, and diamonds, and that was down two. So that's 5 imps to the Wolfson team, getting a little bit of ground back.
I'm not convinced it was down 2. I looked at the play record, but we could have... we'll trust that result for the meantime.
Nonetheless, it was down at least 1, I assume, for a minimum of 4 imps to Wolfson.
Yeah.
Although 4 imps, of course, is not quite good enough now with... I guess it's a little more than the needed. Pace is just shy of 4 imps aboard. 13 boards left in a 50 imp deficit.
Okay, Samantha gets to open a heart in first seat. Versace bids in no trump. We get a 2-spade overcall from Eckenberg. Wow. He has 5 hearts sitting in front of the heart bidder, but he's worried about missing a spade game.
And if hearts were 2 with West, 1 with South, they would have a very good fit.
Yeah, they would definitely have a chance. Just off the 3 aces. As it is here, East-West can get a heart ruff, of course.
Yep, to go with there. 2 cashing minus 2 aces. North is 100% going to bid a game.
You sure about that?
I'm not sure he would do it on board 1, but I think on this board he will. I think the lure of a red game here with this deficit, there's also some impods if he thinks that it's going to be sort of close either way. When you bid it, it's win 10. When you don't and it's right, if your counterparts get to game and go down 1, it's win 6. So, there are some impods there. There's more to be gained by bidding.
It
is true. There's a lot of work to do. You can see that.
Yeah.
You're right. He does pass.
I think the 2-spade overcall already was like a little bit swingy. I mean, I understand it's a pretty good hand, but you're vulnerable between 2 bidding opponents, and your second suit is on your left.
Yeah, maybe that's true. If partner could even have 3 spades. If he had 5 trumps and any excuse, he would have bid for himself. Maybe, maybe at this state of the match, even it's still just too much to do to bid, and it's certainly what Eckenberg decides.
Well, there is the possibility that 4 spades would have made. They've done well to stay at 3 if the defense gets their heart rough, but if East just continues the king of diamonds, the queen of spades falls. You set up the clubs to pitch a heart, and you just knock out the heart ace, and you're going to be making 10 tricks. South kind of had the perfect hand for him. Yeah, and Samantha does just continue the king of diamonds at trick 2.
You don't even need that pitch.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can just rough the 5th round of hearts and dummy with spades 3-1.
Yeah, so possibly, if in the other room did you get a similar position, and maybe the North in the other room, Bassis think, well, Eckenberg would always bid a game here at this state of the match and busied himself to try to keep pace. He'll actually gain Fleischer 10 more imps. Possibly if it's the same start to the defense.
Yeah, this is a real potential board for a giant swing.
I think they might have beaten four spades, though, because it's possible that West would have signaled differently on a high diamond against four than against three. Against four, he doesn't need a second diamond to cash. Against three, he does.
Yeah, but...
I know. I'm just saying. The defensive problem is not identical.
It's not, but I think West has a hard time not encouraging with the Diamond Queen at trick one. I mean, he would love to get Ace of Hearts and a heart switch, but a discouraging diamond doesn't necessarily show that. So...
I mean, the queen of diamonds would show that, but maybe that's an impossible play.
Yeah, the Queen of Diamonds might also show stiff queen.
Possibly. Well, not really, right? Because then how many hearts does West have that he didn't raise?
That's true. All right, well, two passes go around, and board 18, we have a push at both tables.
So
the other room, West ended up not bidding over partner's one heart opener, and so North-South were able to easily balance into a spade contract, stopped at the 2 level. Two passes go around to a diamond in the North seat. South bids a spade. North gets to jump shift to 3 clubs. Oh, okay. Cool. I like this. One no trump.
Yeah, I was wondering if he might have an artificial 2 clubs available, but instead he has an artificial 1 no available.
Yeah, so again, for spectators, we actually don't have a card for North-South, unfortunately. They don't have one provided, which means we're just kind of guessing.
Yeah, I think we did see earlier that they play transfers over clubs, so Al Hollander saying a diamond is alerted, probably unbalanced. I think that would be a common agreement. All your balanced hands open, 1 club. So when you open a diamond, a bit of no trump, it's defined as artificial because you can't have a balanced hand from the beginning.
Yeah, great point. So one no trump
Martell are doing something similar.
Yeah, 1 no trump was a transfer showing clubs, and now 2 no trump from North probably just shows this kind of hand range, the 18 to 19 style unbalanced.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these systems have become very popular. They do require a lot of work and memory, not just because they're unfamiliar, but just there's a lot of, kind of adjunct sequences. We're seeing some of them here.
5 diamonds looks like a pretty excellent contract, North-South.
Yeah, we have club to lose, the ace of hearts, but even if the club king is offside, there just isn't much to do beyond that. Rough a couple of hearts if we need to. You might need clubs 3-3 or the club finesse or diamonds 2-2. Like, something good has to happen probably because you do have 3 things that you might need to rough in the north hand if the king of spades doesn't rough out, and if you draw some trumps, you're not going to have that many trumps left to do it.
Yeah, it does turn out that 6 diamonds is making. So if North-South kind of diagnose the singleton heart and North just takes a shot, then maybe they will get to the slam. That would be a huge swing for Wolfson.
6 diamonds is making.
Yeah, the king of spades roughs out, the king of clubs is on side.
So you certainly need the king of spades roughing out. I was just wondering if you might have some entry problems because you need to get to the south hand an awful lot of times to do it, and you do need to draw trumps at some point. You need to get to the south hand enough times to rough 2 spades and take a club finesse and get back there at the end to catch the queen of spades after trumps are drawn.
I am with you.
I'm not saying it can't be done. I am just saying this is asking for a lot.
I'm just letting you know that if we do reach 6 diamonds in the north, then we might be writing 920 on the scorecard.
Are you saying that this transportation problem to the south hand is a mirage, and you just take the first 12 tricks and get on to the next board?
Well, we're not going to take the first 12.
12 of the first 13 tricks, yes.
Yeah.
You will lose the ace of hearts fairly early.
I mean,
I believe it. You do have to play very carefully.
Yes, yeah. I mean, look, if worst comes to worst, we can always play a diamond to the 9 to get 2 diamond entries to the south hand.
Yeah, I guess your plan is going to be you need the trumps 2-2, of course. You do need the king of spades third, but eventually get there and just save the club finesse for the very last thing that you do.
Yeah.
Or, possibly the East player has read his textbooks and say lead clubs against slams.
That would help too.
Yeah, synthetically giving you an entry so you no longer have to take a club finesse for yourself. So 3 spades possibly is shortness. It could be, just sort of some kind of, temporizing bid. Could be showing a stopper and, trying to ferret out a firm heart stopper from south. Not totally clear. There's no alert on it and no explanations of any of the previous bids, so...
No, my guess would be that because if 2-no trump is this 18 to 19 type hand,
I think it was, yeah, quasi-balanced.
Because we've already said that North's 1-no trump is an unbalanced hand. 3 clubs was asking, and 3 spades is showing singleton spade, 3 hearts.
So I would have thought so, except that they've been diligent about alerting everything, and the operator didn't flag 3 spades. That's the only reason that I was questioning whether it might be something else.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like that, and that would be very logical and kind of consistent with the way a lot of people approach these auctions. But who knows? And that's kind of good news, bad news for South. If the North hand is a small singleton spade, it's kind of not great for fit reasons, but it does mean that North has the equivalent of the ace of spades somewhere else, and we don't have that much wastage with the queen of spades. Although actually 2-no, if it was like, unbalanced but no trumpy with stoppers, the North is, probably does have a singleton spade card when it's a singleton, and that's not great for our hand.
All right, we're getting the explanations coming in.
Got it.
2-no trump was clubs, apparently. 3 clubs is asking, and we'll probably get an explanation of 3 spades in just a second. This is going to make the club finesse working, gets to declare up to an 8th trick. The heart lead at trick 1 probably gets to declare a 9th, and either way, that jack third of hearts will produce an extra stopper.
Yeah, I mean, it's not totally secure, right? Because we only have 5 diamonds, 1 heart, 1 spade, and 1 club for 8. So if the club finesse loses, the defense might be able to cash out 4 hearts to go with the king of clubs.
Yeah, but there's just nothing to do. You play club to the jack at trick 2.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but, he's either going to be making very quickly or down very quickly.
Right.
Yeah, and this, 6 diamonds being sort of playable aside, this is where you want to be. It's really asking for an awful lot of luck. 5 diamonds maybe is a better contract, but this is a better contract than 6 diamonds, I think.
Yes.
This just needs the club finesse instead of the club finesse plus a bunch of other stuff.
All right, declare might cash 4 diamonds first before trying the club hook. There's a club pitch from Cementa. I think that's going to make Declare a little bit more confident about the club position. And there's a club to the jack.
Yeah.
And Declare just speeds up the play. Ace of clubs. So 9 tricks. I think he's happy to go plus. 5 diamonds, of course, would have been more comfortable. But this might be another board that doesn't generate a positive swing for Wolfson.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine that it's great for them with, 3-no type values. Getting to 3-no, feels like that's, sort of the kind of a flat paradigm for a board. Anyway, moving on to board 20, 11 boards to go, including this one.
So
We'll
Versace
see.
passes in first seat, as will Eckenberg. Samantha gets to open in third. A no trump?
I think he'll open a no trump. It's a little bit light, but that hand just looks so much like one no trump, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's in third seat and you pick up 13 cards.
Right? Well, you're red, so it's a little less attractive to do it, on a totally sketchy hand, but this hand is not sketchy in the least.
No, and those queen doubletons really are screaming for the leads to come around to them.
100%. So I think one question is now, if you're rang, do you come in? Would you come in, no matter what? I don't know. I mean, it's a little marginal. You are 6'4". You do need something good to happen. If partner has 3 hearts and kind of anything, yeah, he does come in. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, the shape. Sometimes you just hope that things go well.
I mean, this is a bid you might make it, on board 1, board 30, or board 50, stuck 50 imps. Like, that hand does not need to catch a lot from partner to play really well.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, here, Samantha's got your trump suit locked up, which is not great, but I think the bid is attractive, on its own merits, let alone state of the match.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a disaster, isn't it? Oh no.
I mean, it'll be a quasi-disaster, right? Where even if it goes pass, double, all pass, it could just well be the same thing in the other room. Like, everything was sort of normal.
That's a fair point. So Versace does reopen with double, and this is going to go pass.
Yeah. Not great for North-South, but again, like, point to any bid that generated a result that wouldn't be generated all around an expert room on a hand like this.
That one. You can't see my finger.
Oh, my.
Okay, I found it. That one.
Wow. I mean, Cement, again, he does know that he's up a lot of imps. He knows Wilson hasn't got much back yet. There is some risk management here, but boy, I mean...
Yeah, this is...
If he gets a plus score here, and at the other table they're collecting a colossal number, along similar lines, then, it wasn't exactly a triumph for risk management to bid 3 clubs.
No, Versace does save him. He does bid 3 hearts, and they get to 3 no trump, which is going to make. But yeah, they could have done a little bit better against 2 hearts, I think, on defense.
I mean, it's not guaranteed. Like, so double dummy, you can certainly beat it, I think, by leading the king of spades.
Beat 3 no?
Well, you cut off the diamonds, right?
We just need 4 diamonds, 2 spades, 2 hearts, and a club. Yes,
Right.
You're totally right. Declare doesn't know the heart finesse is working. But...
That's what true, because if we leave the king of spades, you can win the ace and unblock the queen.
Right, yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay,
So,
heart
yeah, so
opening
no
lead.
brilliance available.
So Declare is just going to knock out the diamond ace, and then knock out the spade king, and then take at least 9 tricks.
Yeah, it does feel like Samantha got a little bit lucky in that Versace's hand was so good. He had to force the game over that 3 club bid. He was going to get 2 spades and at least 2 hearts, probably 3, and at least 1 diamond. That's 5, and only 1 club. I mean, maybe he could have gotten to 500, but
I counted 11, but
You counted
that's probably
11.
double dummy. I mean, you can score 3
You think it
diamonds,
was
3 hearts, a club, and 2 spades.
oh, sure, because right, you start trumps and now Declare has 3 diamonds to lose. Yep.
Yeah, so I think 11's available, but it might be a little bit challenging.
Yeah. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think one thing that makes it a little bit challenging is East is on lead against hearts. If West is on lead, he can lead a trump. Then it gets a little simpler right from the go.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Declare has set up the diamonds, and with the hearts known to be 6-2, there's not really going to be an issue in the play here. Even if South continues a heart, Declare can just win the queen and then run the spade queen.
Yeah, that 2 diamond bid guaranteed a 6-card heart suit. I mean, you don't always have it, but it is what it shows.
Right. There's the heart continuation, so we can pitch a club from dummy, win the queen, run the spade queen. So this looks like 9 tricks. I guess if the defense has a little bit of an oopsie, maybe Declare gets a 10th.
Like Declare pitches hearts here and plays spades, cashes the clubs, and possibly can and play north in some way.
Yeah, I mean, technically something like this could happen. Declare could have thrown a heart there and then ducked a club to north, and the club suit was going to run, but it's probably asking a bit much. You're just happy to cash out your 9 tricks.
Yeah, technically he'd do it there by playing ace of clubs club, and then north plays a spade and we duck it, but
Right.
I don't think that's a very realistic line of play either.
No. So, club to the ace, and South 7 of hearts is a pretty big card here. Plus 600, but, I mean, this could be a big swing for Wolfson if 2 hearts does get doubled in the other room. My suspicion is that South is not going to come in over a no trump there, but we will see.
So North will probably open a club, but this might be worth a no trump, depending on his exact range. Like if they're playing 14-16 again, maybe this is a spot where you look at the 5 clubs and make this little bit of an upgrade, knowing that you still need to get some imps back. Like obviously he knows he dodged a bullet on the previous board, but dodge a bullet by going minus 600 may not be a triumph.
No, and of course being down 50 still, even if you pick up 10 or 12 or something on a hand, you still have to make back the other 38. So club opening by North, a spade overcall from Cementa.
South cannot scrape up a bid with no fit and only 6 points, so now it's on West, who, I was going to say, who probably doesn't either. And I don't think North is inclined to do much else either. Red-white. Like, you hate to sell out to a spade, but is North really going to bid 2 clubs here? I doubt it, yeah.
No, he lets it go. This is not the hand that he chooses to make his stand on. So Rang on opening lead. I mean, I can kind of see an argument for any suit other than hearts.
I mean, it turns out a low heart is the best lead.
Yes. But he leads a diamond. Remember that partner's 1 club opener was not necessarily natural. Right.
Yeah, most of the time just showed some kind of balanced hand. And probably when he passes out 1 spade, just a balanced 12 to 14 type hand.
So diamond opening lead gets ducked to North's king. Now the king of clubs. South will give attitude on this trick.
Yeah, I think not much for North to do but play 3 rounds of clubs.
No. So Declare can ruff. Trumps get pulled in 3 rounds. You can pitch a heart on the 3rd diamond. Or I guess you maybe should pitch a heart on the 3rd diamond before pulling all the trumps.
Yeah, a little surprised that he didn't, kind of rough with a token 7 of spades. Turns out if South had 2 clubs, roughing with the 5 versus the 7 would have mattered, and possibly he did, and the operator just plugged in the wrong spot. Like, you don't want to rough with the 10 if someone is jack 4th, but I think you can afford the 7 there.
Yeah, I guess at this point he probably knows the ace of hearts is in South Sand. North would have opened a no trump with it, so it should be safe to lead a heart to the queen. But he's kind of bungled his entries a little bit by not cashing the diamonds first.
Yeah, maybe that was safe, right? If North South are playing third and fifth, South led the deuce. Probably wasn't from a 7-card suit.
Exactly, yeah. So diamonds had to be 5-3 from that opening lead. It should have been safe to cash, to pitch the heart before pulling trumps. But he does correctly guess the heart suit, so heart to the king, and he ends up making 9 tricks.
Yep. And that heart was obviously very solidly percentage given the North-South bidding, but, obviously he could have done a little bit of a different, used a little bit of a different timing. Anyway, moving on to 22, we'll see whether West is inclined to do anything after South bids a spade. I think probably not, but we have seen some light 2-club overcalls through the course of this tournament. I think it's a little, a little much by which I mean a lot much, but who knows?
Yeah, so Cemento will pass in first seat.
South will surely open 1 spade.
Yeah, so South could open 1 spade, or if South wants to swing, South could choose any other number of spades to open.
Yeah, and again, this is a spot where I think swinging is really dangerous because you're in second seat. East has a weak hand. Partner could just have anything. You'd really hate to open the wrong number of spades, find out that he has some hand that's suitable, as he does here, and possibly miss a slam, right? I mean, here, 6 spades is a poor contract, but it actually will make with both pointed suit finesses on.
Right, yeah. King of spade on side, king of diamonds in East's hand. Just 1 club.
Yeah, it's 21. It's 21 highs, and, I don't think there's any realistic chance they get there. But you don't want to just be South and decide what the hand is, in the interest of creating a swing, because this is the kind of hand where very often it will be a swing the wrong direction.
Right, if it's South, you open 2 spades and your partner raises to 3 spades and it goes all pass. That's not good.
I think if that happens, you might re-raise and, just apologize later. But yeah, it's just a very bad position to be in. You want to swing in ways that, you feel like you have some real win cases, and obviously there are win cases here, but there's so many lose cases that I don't like it. We do have a bit of pause here. I wonder if the players are just taking a brief break or possibly something to discuss from a previous board. I think more likely just a water/bathroom break.
Yeah, that seems pretty likely. We're almost halfway through the set, and we're also well ahead of the other room. We see board 19, in fact, Basis and Lorenzini actually had an excellent auction to reach the superior 5 diamond contract on their cards, and that had no trouble coming in.
Yeah, kind of a very standard-looking auction from, a French pair that plays pretty standard 2/1 systems, just a diamond, spade response, 3 clubs, natural-ish game forcing, 3 diamond, thrill to do it on Jack 4th. So now when North bid 3 no trump, to show that he had kind of a quasi-balanced hand, same position as in this room, South pulled it, knowing that his diamond support was much better than expected.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, so
let's think back to okay, VuGraph Operator tells us that we're about to get back to play. Assuming South does open a spade and West doesn't overcall 2 clubs, South does open 2 spades.
I take it all back. We'll see what happens to him after this. I do think if North raises to 3 that he's kind of compelled to bid 4, but who knows? North just raises to 4, and that'll be that. Okay. So 2 spades in their methods is intermediate.
Yeah, that's really nice to have this tool available.
Yeah, so thank you, Al Hollander. hopefully if this pair continues to play, we'll get a card for them if they play in the Europeans or the Worlds, because those do require pre-registration of system.
Yep, we get the explanation from the operator as well. King of Clubs opening lead. Cementa's going to encourage. Second round of clubs will get roughed. And then Declare's best play in the spade suit is to start by leading the queen, because if West covers and West started with King 10 third, then East will show out. You'll be able to take the second finesse as well, picking off the spades for no losers.
Yep, and of course if West pitches, then we just run it to East and eventually plan to draw trumps with the ace jack of spades.
Yeah, for sure.
So Al Hollander is saying that not a lot, but a number of Swedish pairs do play these intermediate twos. I was not aware of that. They are nice because that's a hand that it's sort of nice to take out of your one range and standard. One reason is it goes a spade, partner bids something, you bid two spades. In the American style, that can be so wide-ranging. It can be, just 5-3-3-2 with no stoppers. It could be this intermediate hand. So distinguishing those two immediately is a really nice way to start those auctions off.
For sure.
That's a bad auction in standard, and making it mean something else is probably therefore really good.
Right. And I mean, also a huge bonus on these intermediate two spade auctions is that they're more preemptive, because if the auction starts a spade pass a no trump on hands like this, then both opponents have an opportunity to come in at the 2 level. And here, 2 spades pass 4 spades, they have been shut out completely.
Yeah, and I think another thing is kind of along the lines of a lot of people playing mixed raises. It's really much less attractive to come in over an intermediate 2 than over a weak 2. The partner of the intermediate bidder almost always knows where their side is at, and after a week 2, it's much harder for them to double you when it's when you're in trouble. Like counting on the intermediate bidder for some defense, can make a huge difference in some of those competitive auctions. Anyway, that was in the end, kind of a normalish result despite the almost certain difference in auctions at the 2 tables.
Okay, this auction did not start this way.
I think South opened 1 spade, though, right? What? I see. West did not pass, yeah.
Yeah.
That is true. I was going to say, you think South opened a no trump? That's not possible in a South action.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you count South's high card points. That was not the bit I was looking at.
No, West surely doubled here.
Yeah. So.
And North. Obviously, North is going to bid some number of spades. 3 versus 4. I feel like either of them has merit.
Yeah, the 3 spade mixed raise is very descriptive. And
the only real he does open a no trump, so you were right. It wasn't the way it started.
Something was off.
What? So North again, if this is really how it went, decided to swing by passing with his balanced hand instead of nearly the worst spade suit possible.
Yeah, this is... where would they have gotten if North had transferred? I mean, South has to super accept somehow with 5 trumps.
I think he was gonna bid 3 spades, probably, because you couldn't show a doubleton hard, I don't think. Queen 10 doubleton, and also it guarantees partner can't retransfer. He could have bid 3 diamonds to show a doubleton, possibly, but I don't know. 3 spades seems kind of normal to me. Yeah, so I do like Eckenberg has done a few kind of swingy around the edges kind of actions here, treating his spades as a 4-card suit instead of a 5-card suit when he has enough high cards to support playing 1 no trump. I think is the kind of action I was talking about. If South had a doubleton spade instead of 5, this could have worked out incredibly well. Here it's going to work out fine, 4 spades was playable, but it's on the spade finesse. They might not have gotten there anyway, and 1 no obviously is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, well, East-West can beat four spades, but there's a question as to whether or not they will. To do so, they
Oh,
need to
because
get
they
a
have
club
the
rough.
yeah. It turns out they can get 2 club roughs and beat 3 spades.
Yes, they could. That's a little bit more challenging. I think Versace leads a diamond at trick one, Declare wins in dummy, and plays a spade to the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And then when that holds, he'll lead a low club. West will have to hop up and then figure out what to do.
Yeah. Yeah, but I like this action from Eckenberg at the state of the match in the same way that I like his 10-card opening with the HX 10-9 fifth of diamonds earlier. They're small deviations that he knows are going to have almost guaranteed imp swings.
Yeah, so this could be good for them. They still have a long way to go. They've picked up 1 imp on board 20 for an over trick in 3 no trump in the other room.
Yeah, so of course, 1 imp obviously cuts the deficit, but on a per board basis, it makes the match score harder to overcome.
All right, Declare has run the spades. The opponents have pitched quite a few hearts, so he's going to be relatively happy to lead a club to the jack now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think now he'll just cash his ace of diamonds, and that'll be that. So 150, which seems like a pretty good result on the north-south cards here with a 10-card spade fit that, that had some problems.
Yeah, wait for it, because 180 is still in play.
Yeah, I guess it's true.
East and West,
East,
so
West,
on the 10 of hearts exit. Oh, we didn't get to see the ending? I wanted to see that play out. The 10 of hearts exit, East and West would need to be careful.
Right.
West could go up with the ace, which would be effective here, or West could let his partner overtake the jack with the king to cash his 10 of diamonds. But one of those would have been necessary.
Yep. So obviously here we'll see Versace open a natural club. Eckenberg will surely overcall a spade. And we will see what happens to north-south after that. I think south will certainly advance with something. But, this one now could deviate at the 2 tables depending on the subsequent choices made. West probably is not going to be done at that point with a very strong hand.
No, a club, a spade, and then south will either bid a no trump or 2 diamonds. Seem to be the 2 most likely choices.
Yeah, I think 1 no is a little heavy, but maybe a better description of the hand. 2 diamonds often is going to end the auction, assuming it's non-forcing the way most pairs play it these days. And if it goes 2 diamonds, all pass. South knows that something bad has happened to him, so I like a no trump. You're a little heavy, but only a little. You have no club stopper, but 1 club doesn't really promise much.
Yeah, the 1 club bid, especially because East-West have the mini no-trumps, this is just what caters to all of their strong no-trump hands.
He does agree and bids a no-trump. West will certainly bid some number of clubs. Either 2 or 3 will seem to have something going for it. He, of course, doesn't know that his partner's sitting over there with the spades locked up. He may think that North is about to rebid a 6 or even a longer spade suit.
Yeah, he bids 2 diamonds. So this is effectively, as Craig's saying, a 3 club bid, but he's just showing diamonds along the way.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 diamonds by West. Cementa is going to have to take the preference to 3 clubs with his doubleton.
Yeah, South will now be very happy with his 1 no-trump bid.
Yeah, and 3 clubs might end the auction here.
Yeah, so board 21, we do see a few imps going back Fleischer's way. They got to 3 no east-west on the hand that had 6 solidish spades, and unfortunately, they had their 6 spades. They had their ace of diamonds, but the defense had 5 clubs and a heart, so that was down 2.
Yeah. Not a terrible try if the king of diamonds was with South. I guess you still don't have enough tricks. But
again, I think Berkowitz knew the state of the match too, said, okay, my partner advanced to no trump. I'm putting down 6 tricks in the dummy plus some bits and pieces. If he has the right, heavy 1 no trump, kind of hand like Rang had here, maybe they would just score 3 no trump with light high card values on the strength of the spades.
Yeah, reasonable attempt, but it's going to put them a little bit further behind. Lead is back up to 55.
Yeah.
With 9 compares left to go. Eckenberg gets off to a heart lead against 3 clubs. Seems pretty natural to do so. Doesn't want to lead away from the ace of diamonds into West diamond suit. Doesn't want to lead away from queen third of clubs. King of spades. Partner hasn't promised to fit there, so that's a bit scary. Hearts was the last option.
Yeah. And of course, he knows his partner has values from the 1 no bid, so leading away from the queen isn't nearly as scary as it would be on some auctions.
Right, so now a club from Rang after Versace has ducked a diamond. Ooh, Declare took the first round hook.
I remember South bid a no trump.
Good point. Yeah, good point. So now the defense is going to be able to pull a second round of trumps.
Yeah, and of course, going up with the ace, he hasn't set up his ruff yet. The defense is going to get in again, so they were going to pull that second trump immediately. So I think finessing, maybe he should wonder why Rang gave him a finesse with an entryless dummy. But, kind of looked natural to play a club. South did, suggest that he was willing to, take the risk of club leads in no trump. So, seems kind of reasonable.
We do have some VuGraph operator commentary telling us what's going on at the table.
So wag your finger, naughty, naughty.
That, Versace over there sitting west was a little bit confused as to how North had the queen of clubs on this auction.
Yeah, I think, this is something where, a lot of experts are just willing to take the risk because also people are overcalling fairly light. The odds that you end up in 3-0 with no club stopper are pretty remote. If you end up in 1-0 with no club stopper, isn't even that big a deal. Sure, they can run a few club tricks. They haven't taken 7 yet. Right, we were all willing to open 1 no trump with an unstopped suit and play 1 no trump. This is kind of the same. So, I think a lot of experts are willing to accept the mild risk that comes with it in exchange for the fact that 1 no is often the best contract, even when you don't have a stopper in the opening bid suit.
Certainly. So, Rang cashes the spade ace. He knows that Declare has a singleton spade on the auction, plays a second one through. Declare, even if he guesses to duck the diamond out, which he probably will at this point, what else can you do?
Mm-hmm.
He's still going to lose 2 more tricks, so this will be down 2.
I mean, he could have played the king of diamonds if North had queen or jack doubled instead of ace doubleton. It would save a trick.
Yeah, it was a bit of a guess, but he probably worked out based on South turning up with the king jack of hearts, the ace of spades.
Right.
That South couldn't also have the diamond ace. Okay, board 25. This one looks like there might be some action to it. East-West have 11 diamonds, and the trump suit splits well.
I think first question is East going to bid? I'm not sure if he has a two-suited bid available. I believe not, but I think non-vulnerable. If I recall correctly, he had non-vulnerable. His 2 of major bids often have a 5-card suit, and maybe this is one where you would want to do it.
Yeah, I was
2 diamonds by North.
I wanted to stop you before you said first question is East going to bid, because this looks like one of these positions where if we can bid multi, that might swing the board here, North. And he does get in there with 2 diamonds.
So if you're South, you probably bid 4 clubs, asking partner to bid 1 under the major, and you'll get to 4 hearts, but, do you want to? I guess probably yes, right? Not on its own merits, of course, but...
Yeah, I would love to keep the opponents out of their vulnerable slam.
Exactly, yeah.
So he does bid 4 clubs, and this will go past 4 diamonds, and now I think Samantha has another chance if he does want to come in. It's not like Versace, it's getting easier.
No, I think Versace is not loving this. 4 spades comes back to him. I don't know what he would do here. Of course, he's not going to have to face that problem.
Okay, Samantha lets this go. So this could be a huge swing.
Not necessarily, right? Because he does know that he's getting one more chance. Yeah, and we have Kibitzer pointing out Samantha could have bid 4 hearts, presumably kind of a weird, but what else could it be, Michael's bid.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying, over 4 diamonds.
Yeah.
East does balance in with double, but this might end the auction. Okay, let's put ourselves in Versace's seat. So partner couldn't act over 2 diamonds, which oftentimes you can't over the multi-bid.
Right.
He didn't bid over 4 diamonds, but then 4 hearts comes back to him. He doubles. He's got a bid... he's got to have a very distributional hand, East, right? Like, otherwise, how could he possibly make this double?
Right, I'm wondering, could he have, like, a 4-0, 4-5, 9 count? Even maybe a little bit lighter than that. That's, I think, very possible.
Yeah, and how does our hand play in 5 diamonds opposite that? Probably pretty good, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that is what East's kind of prototype hand is, right? Because that's the one hand that he could not show via any other sequence.
Yeah, it's a little bit unusual because, as people have pointed out, 4 hearts by East over 4 diamonds would effectively be a Michael's bid. This does sound a lot more like the 4 by 1 or, 4-0, 4-5 type hand.
Right. Right, and particularly if that was Michael's, then how can you have a Michael's hand now? You would have been Michael's on your previous turn.
Versace is... I'm doing his face right now.
Yeah, of course. Versace does know that he's got a guaranteed beat of 4 hearts, probably with multiple under tricks. So, again, he knows he's up by a lot of imps. If 5 diamonds makes and he's getting 300 or 500, sure, he'd rather have the 600, but he doesn't mind losing 5 imps here when he's started out up 50 and it hasn't been that exciting a set of boards. So I think he's going to pass for practical reasons. We'll see.
I would not be happy trying to work this out in the 4th quarter where we come in up 55. I think he's not happy with the way his partner has handled this auction, but I guess he's going to be happier knowing that his partner didn't pass out 4 hearts, at least.
Yeah, well, of course he'll be unhappy when he sees the hand. I think at the moment he's happy because he might feel like he has a bunch of potentially good choices. If he had like ace 10 3 deuce of hearts, I think he would have bid already.
Yeah, I think I was going to suggest this idea for no trump. I was pretty sure he might try 4-0, 5 clubs, 5 diamonds as like a good 5 diamond bid. Double.
I mean, Rang again. He knows he needs him. So he sees the vulnerability. He thinks he has a lot of defense.
Oh my. Well, this is not going to be the result they wanted. 950 is going to be a huge result for East-West here.
Yeah.
Wow. So I think, honestly, a really good decision by Versace. Looking at his hand, he might suspect this 4-0, 4-5 type shape from Cementa and just realize that his hand had a lot of offensive potential. And he was right.
Yeah. Yeah, very well judged by West here.
Yeah, so King of Clubs up with the ace. Pitch your club loser. And you can just pull trumps. Even if they're 2-0, you can still pitch a loser on the ace of spades. Wow. Big result for Fleischer. I mean, Wolfson was already running out of boards. This might not affect the overall match score, but this may well put it completely out of reach as we get down to the final 5 boards of play.
Yeah.
All right, diamonds
Yes,
with
man.
king and ace, and we'll see a claim.
Yeah. Yeah, I think as soon as that king of diamonds popped up, Cementa knew they were 1-1. He didn't have to even wait for South to follow.
No. Okay, 950.
Wow.
Big result for the Italians here. 5 boards left to go at our table, but still 8 more compares in the match. And we have another fairly distributional hand, West being 7-4 in the minors. Passed by East.
Yeah. We may start seeing some wildness from North-South now, obviously knowing that that last hand's a disaster.
That is possibly the case, of course, that if they're still trying to make the comeback, sometimes they can exaggerate the problem. It's really hard to know when you should give up at some point because you don't really want to continue swinging and have your teammates come back and be like, we won 60 imps on our card. Oh, sorry, we still lost by 10.
It's true. Yeah, it's always possible your teammates are just absolutely annihilating the pair at their table, and you really don't want to neutralize that. Yeah, I think South will probably open a club in their methods. We'll see.
Yeah, second choice if you're trying to swing, you could open a no trump with the South hand, of course.
Yep.
But he does open a club. We'll probably see 3 clubs from West.
I think we'll see 2 clubs. I thought 3 clubs was a 2-suited bid, but I could be wrong.
You're so right. Okay, West actually passes. They do play that 2 diamonds would have been the Michaels bid from West, so 2 clubs, of course, would be natural. But Versace elects not to even act on the first round of the auction.
So North shows a 4-card heart suit. East might bid, but whether or not he does, South will bid 2 hearts.
Yep, 2 hearts from South. Minimum opener with confirmed 4 trumps.
Yep. Basically shows a hand that just would have raised 1 heart to 2 in standard method. So I think normally for these pairs of transfers, the auction, once it kind of gets on this track, starts to look familiar. From this point, so North just bids 4 hearts.
Yeah, so the 4-1 heart split does cause a bit of a problem for Declare. We're pretty likely to see the singleton spade lead at trick 1. If Declare was able to just pull trump... Oh, whoa! East thinks that West 3 club bid shows spades, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think we don't know enough about the East-West methods to speculate on quite how certain Cementa is about this.
No, but I guess he's just hoping that 5 clubs would offer a good save. And it looks like... I mean, it's not going to be pretty. 1100 is definitely in play.
And we'll see if North gets off to a club lead. And a spade lead and a club shift is not great, right? Yeah, spade lead and club shift, I think, might cost the defense a trick. Declare can take a roughing finesse in spades, just leave the high spade pitch. North gets in, leads another club, and Declare now pitches a diamond. So that spade trick would actually be a real trick.
Yeah, Versace is not happy with what his partner has concocted over there with the 4-spade bid. Samenta, I guess, was just hoping that his partners had a better hand for 3 clubs, but I can't imagine why he wasn't able to act over a club directly.
I mean, I do wonder whether Samantha just misunderstood how the auction was going and thought that West delayed 3 clubs was also one of his 2 suited bids. I don't know. Like, I hate to, attribute the, a disaster to, like, a colossal misunderstanding on a pair that, has been playing together a long time, but it's such a big position to, to commit the East hand to 5 clubs otherwise.
Well, yeah, that and it looks like the Hart contract might not have been making.
Right.
With the 4-1 Trump split, I mean, Samantha had to feel like that was actually some defense against the contract. So,
yeah,
Declare wins the king of clubs. I think he'll try the 10 of diamonds, and this is a good play. He's going to run this, so he'll get out for 800 at least. But you don't feel great.
No, now he can lead a diamond toward the queen and salvage 1 trick.
Right.
Still.
Yeah, South pops up with the diamond ace, and assuming the defense don't make any discarding errors on the run of clubs, South will still get a diamond trick at the end of play. King of hearts, spade to the ace would be a good start. But South can just hold on to his diamonds and pitch all of his major suit cards.
Yeah, and I think now that he's seen this heart rough, that's safe. He doesn't need to keep the 3 little spades, the hearts. He already knows Declare is out of, so nothing to do but keep the diamonds.
Exactly. So 800, but I mean, potentially a pretty large swing going the way of Wolfson if 4 hearts goes down in the other room. If they get to 4 hearts and it goes down.
Yeah, I mean, that would be 14 imps for 900, so, enough to make Wolfson, feel like they kept it close, but I think probably not enough to really get them back into the match unless they've gotten some swings on 23 through 25. And 25, obviously, we already know is unlikely to be good for the Wolfson team. I mean, they could bet a slam. I don't think they're going to, but there is a path to winning imps for Wolfson on that board.
It certainly is. All right, South collects the last trick, but 800. And on to the next. Board 27, we got 4 boards to play now at this table. Other table has fallen way behind us. Rang picks up a 16 count. He gets to open a no trump. Versace overcalls 2 clubs, showing both majors. North has both minors. And
yeah.
I suppose if you're playing some sort of unusual over unusual, you could bid 3 diamonds, or you could bid like 2 spades, depending on how you feel about the north hand.
Yeah, so East West can make a game in looks like either major, right? You just lose one diamond, two spades, and take the heart finesse.
Uh, you apparently can make a heart game, but a spade game might be a bit more challenging. Or, sorry, you can make a spade game, but a heart game might be more challenging
Oh, because of the rough, yeah.
because of the rough. Yeah. So, I do wonder if they're going to be able to get to spades here. 3 spades by North. Looks like both minors to me.
Yeah, so East will probably ask what's going on, and then if he's confident that he and his partner are in the same wavelength, he might bid 4 of some minor as a Q bid, just to get Versace to bid his longer major if he has one. Here, Versace might bid his better major, which would be, as you say, worse for East-West, since that would be hearts, and they would potentially get the spade rough. But I think Cementa's probably first priority is going to be to let Versace choose a 4 of a major contract if possible.
I mean, first off, Rang might just bid 5 diamonds. North has showed both majors, or both minors.
Yeah. So even knowing he's going to get another chance to bid here, I'm a little surprised Cementa passed because, as you say, if the auction had gotten to the 5 level, it was going to be, more awkward for him now to try to clue Versace in as to what's happening.
Well, South tries 3-0. He does have the major stopped. Maybe he's hoping his partner has a little bit more in the way of values. I wonder what Eckenberg does over 3-0. South's hand just doesn't fit with the North hand, and so that makes North's hand a lot worse. But does 3-0 trump offer a chance for 9 tricks? Maybe. If partner has like ace and a diamond, then you can take 6 diamond tricks if West happens to have queen and 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take 8 probably at least, because West will lead a major, and whichever one it is gives South either a spade trick or the king of hearts.
Yeah. So maybe Eckenberg's best chance is to pass 3 now and hope that there are just 9 tricks available in this spot. 11 feels very far away.
Yeah, I think if he, diagnoses, as he certainly should, that Rang has major suit wastage here, kind of, what's his future? Like, admittedly, his future in no trump might not be great either, but his future at 5 of a minor doesn't seem at all good.
Yes, I think he will pass, and then, as you say, he's going to be already scooping up the bids on the tray. No, he does bid 4 diamonds, though. Okay.
And notice we had the text commentators talking about this. Board 23, the one where Eckenberg declined to transfer to spades, Berkowitz and Ginasar got all the way up to 5 diamonds. North-South doubled that, and it was untouchable. So that was a big 750 to go with a plus 150 and 1 no trump here. So 14 imps to Wolfson on board 23.
Wow. Well, very much needed. It keeps the match in check at least a little bit. Board 25 is probably going to go against them, although you had mentioned maybe they do get to the slam. Board 26, it could be another 14. I hate to say it's over too soon, so this is going to be an exciting match, the last few hands.
Yeah, so we'll see. Meanwhile, this board is not close to over yet. Notice Cementa has still never taken a call with an ace-king and 4-card support for both the partners' suits.
He must have missed the 2 club bid. That's the only explanation I can come up with now. I mean, this is just... I can't fathom East not taking a call with 4-4 in the majors.
I see. And I wasn't really looking at the play in five diamonds. I'm being told by a spectator that it was not cold, but it did make. So that's, possibly a missed opportunity by the Fleischer team to win 2 instead of losing 14.
Okay, 5 diamonds
All right, well,
doubled, east-west. So Cementa knew what he was doing all along. He knew they weren't making it the 5 level. The opponents were already bidding to 5 diamonds. He was just going to double them.
Yeah, which turns out fine because if they were always going to save over 4 for major, and it certainly looks like they were, then this is destined to be the contract all along. I think Versace is going to be a little bit confused when he sees how his partner handled these cards, but it all worked out probably the same way it would have regardless.
Yeah, so Ace of Clubs opening lead. He's going to continue the King of Clubs, give his partner Ruff. Probably ask for hearts along the way.
Yeah, he's also... it's safe for him to shift, right? Holding the King Jack of Clubs declares club losers aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, that sounds correct. And that's probably a much safer defense because, as you say, Versace might be... Well, he doesn't shift, so now he does have to give his partner Ruff, and Versace will need to cash the Ace of Hearts. And he does. Well done.
Yep, so that'll be 300. I think we'll see a claim. I was going to say almost immediately, but it turned out it was actually immediately.
Yeah, so 300.
Yeah.
East-West saved themselves from the miserable guess of playing in potentially the Heart contract, which could go down. So good result for Fleischer on that board. Board 28, Versace picks up the World's Fair. He's got
25.
a grand total of 25 highs.
So I'm going to quickly take a look and see what their 2 club methods are. They do play Kokish, so I think they will have a Kokish sequence here.
Yeah, we saw a pair earlier playing controls, but...
No, we saw a pair, Wolfson and Garner, that in 2019 played controls, but we believe they do not anymore.
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right.
Yeah, we think they had an out-of-date convention card posted.
So 2 clubs by West, strong. Cemental bid 2 diamonds. This is not the hand North-South want to get involved with.
No, I mean, North-South, remember, can hope that their teammates have a more effective auction on a big 2 club hand than Versace Cement, admittedly. Versace Cement, have very well-developed methods, but... and Gina Sarr and Berkowitz are a new partnership, but, you don't have to win every swing at your table. Sometimes you sit back and hope your teammates are doing the good work for you.
Yeah, so as you alluded to, Kokish auction, 2 hearts is either hearts or a really strong balanced hand with 24 or more high card points, 2 spades asking, and West will be rebid 2 no trump to show 24 or more balanced.
Yep, and East will presumably bid Stamen, here West decline, and place it in 3 no trump.
Right.
So, unfortunately, from North-South's point of view, this is probably going to be very similar with the other table.
Yeah, so they have a little bit of a gadget, their puppet Stamen, or however you want to phrase it, Stamen-esque auction. But we are getting alerts from the VuGraph operator. Thank you for that, so that we can get full explanations from the players at the table. So a Muppet Stamen from East, 3 clubs. I guess 3 hearts denies a 1 5-card major. Oh, it denies both. And so now 3 spades is just a relay back to 3 no trump, which East will pass.
Yep, so that'll leave North on lead, probably tries a low diamond, jack of spades is possible.
So let's see. South had an opportunity to double two spades and didn't. And three spades. Yeah, I don't think the jack of spades is the lead after that auction.
No, I think the jack of spades, the only reason to do it is that it's almost certainly passive, and the diamond possibly is going to blow a trick. I think here, besides the South in double spades, East has effectively shown the majors. But a spade here would have been a neutral lead. So if North just wanted to make Declare struggle, and sometimes it's 24 opposite 2, which plays really badly. Declare's playing out of his hand the whole time. Maybe doing the most passive thing is somewhat attractive in that layout.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying why someone might give the jack of spades a look.
Yeah, well, North does get off to the diamond lead, and Declare plays one right back at him, setting up that fourth diamond and dummy. North is cashed out, queen jack of diamonds, and does set up his fifth diamond if he were to ever get back in.
Yeah, and I think he's pretty sure the king of spades is an entry because Declare, for one thing, he can count the high cards, and for another, Declare's line of play sort of suggests that he does have some reason to think that fourth diamond is going to be useful. It doesn't mean Declare has 4 spade tricks, but I think it's a virtual guarantee that Declare has the ace of spades.
Yeah, certainly the case. So North playing back this fourth round of diamonds is mostly just hoping that Declare won't take finesses into him, which I think is possibly going to work out here. Declare will run the spades, and then we'll be in a position with ace, king, jack of clubs opposite a singleton, where he could take a club finesse at the end of play, or he could just cash the ace, king.
I mean, South is a little bit squeezed here.
South is show-up squeezed. You know what? You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I was looking at North's hand, not South. So this 9 of spades will catch South in a show-up squeeze.
Well, not really, right? Because you'll play the club, and the queen won't pop up because you didn't have the ability to cash the ace of clubs and then do it, since dummy only had a stiff club. But
sure. Yeah.
But it's certainly in that family.
Yeah, so ace, king of clubs is going to drop the queen doubleton, and Declare does well to make 11 tricks.
Yeah, so on the 950, unfortunately, there was a swing, but it was a very pedestrian one. 5 diamonds did not get doubled in the other room, so that was 8 M's to Fleischer with Versace and Cementa making 950.
Yeah, the auction was a lot less enterprising over there, with North not opening the multi.
Right.
Board 29, Eckenberg opens a no trump. He's got 15.
Yeah, and again, this is one that this is not a state of the match no trump. This is just a 1 heart followed by 2 clubs. It's not a great auction, and for them it might not even be a natural 2 club bid.
Yeah, so Rang passes, and Versace in balancing seat. He's not going to take a call. He's got a 14 count, but he's flat.
It's possible West can't make a call, right? Their double might be 4-card major, long, or minor. I don't think he would anyway, but he might not even have any options. Well, he is looking at it.
Yeah, okay, so he does double. It might be penalty. I was wondering if he might try and protect himself in a way where he knows that North-South are going to be looking for swings on these last couple boards, and 1 no trump is often some sort of psych. But he chases North-South into 2 hearts, which is probably worse for them than a no trump would have been.
Yeah, so... Yeah, so if you can get to dummy to take a heart finesse, you will take 5 heart tricks, which you would have a no trump also. Um, Beyond that, you're going to take one diamond, one club. Maybe you can take an extra trick by somehow picking off the jack of clubs, but if you do try to just finesse the 10 of clubs, I don't think there's any chance of making two hearts. 5 hearts, one diamond, and two clubs would be an absolute miracle make with that queen third of hearts on side, but but that part of it's going to work at least.
Yeah, and that might actually come to fruition because a fairly natural line of play is to lead a club to the queen, hoping that's an entry, and then take the heart finesse and then try and cash the heart suit. Obviously, you would prefer to play a club to the 10 if that was working, but if that fails, then with 4-2 clubs, you never get an entry, and then the defense starts cross-ruffing against you, and that's really bad. So a club to the queen might offer a little bit of protection against going down extra tricks.
It does depend a little bit on where you think West doubling range starts. It doesn't have to be a lot better than this, but this has to be as minimum as it could ever possibly be.
It's true. That's true. Okay,
Yeah.
club to the 10. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think in the context of Versace's double, this is a pretty attractive play, even though obviously it's the wrong thing on this hand.
So, how does West feel at this point? I mean, club to the 10, he now understands that his partner has a club card, so it looks like he just wants to get a ruff, and this is going to go great. Samantha can play back the 9 of clubs as a signal. Okay. I was going to say he could play back the 9 of clubs signaling for spades.
Yeah, so I was thinking also we could cash, double dummy, get a club ruff, cash a couple of spades, ending in West and play ace and a diamond, and that actually promotes a trump trick back with these 9/4 of hearts.
Well, even better, they could get 2 club ruffs. West can overruff the dummy and then do
Oh, that's true too. Yep.
Yeah, this could have been a horrible disaster for Declarer, but now Declarer can just start pitching spade losers on the ace of diamonds. I mean, it's still not going to be great, but
Right.
it'll be a little bit better. I guess he can also do this rough in with the jack of hearts. Which honestly doesn't help because
Yeah.
he can never cross to the club queen. Okay, he tries it anyway. So club to the queen. Now
Yeah, I think
Versace
best-
needs to work out to cash a couple rounds of spades.
Yeah, it looks like from here down 2 is the most likely result. I think Declare probably will manage to get 4 heart tricks rather, but that's going to do it.
Yeah, at this point, Declare will either get 4 hearts by a spade return, ruff with the 8, exit the king of clubs, or a heart return, and then he could pull 3 rounds of trumps and play the winning king of clubs as he struffs in. So this will be down 2.
Yeah, here he can just play trumps from the top or play 1 trump and exit with the king of clubs. Kind of figuring whoever roughs it, he can just, if West wins and plays a heart, take a finesse if West leads a low heart, or if East wins, East is end played. Yep. Claim of 5 tricks accepted. That looks like one too few, but anything is possible.
Yeah, I think it was minus 200. We're on to the last board, and what a lovely hand that Samantha has. 16 count, 7 card heart suit. He'll get to open a heart in first seat.
Yeah, we'll see if West is inclined to game force. I think a lot of players, despite having 12 points, would not want to. They want to give their partner room to open light. He only has Jack Doubleton of hearts, something race to be wasted in, his scattered honors outside. We'll see.
Yeah, so
He
2
does get
clubs
2
by
clubs.
Versace. He does game force. He still get to rebid 2 hearts.
Or 3 hearts, possibly. He might want to just show how strong his hand is right off the bat. I mean, obviously, you'd love to have more solid hearts for that, but like ace queen 10 9 7 is pretty good.
Vugraph Operator tells us that
I say the
East
wrong
actually
black
did
suit
retain
nines.
the club and get the maximum penalty. So 2 hearts down 3 was correct.
So 2 spades. Obviously, we're seeing every bit is alerted, so possibly East-West or East is artificially showing this hand type.
And Versace just decides to sign off in 4 hearts.
Thank you, Al Hollander. 2 spades was either a 1-suiter or showed side clubs. So presumably 3 spades confirmed that it was a 1-suiter in hearts fairly strong, and West placed the contract. Or
They're off 2
Temperer
key
tried to
cards.
place the contract.
Yeah, I mean, they're off 2 key cards. East obviously has a little bit extra.
Yeah, it does take a diamond lead. Otherwise, you can pitch the diamond on the 3rd round of clubs.
Yeah, it definitely does. South would know what to lead, looking at that king of hearts in his hand.
Yeah, and Cementa does have a pretty classic keycard hand. All he cares about is King of Hearts, Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Clubs, and his partner did game force.
So he does bid 4 now. He's going to get the bad news, just 1. He'll sign off in 5 hearts, and this will be perfectly fine. No defensive roughs coming. Declares trumps are solid enough to prevent that 8 of hearts from taking a trick. So 5 hearts, making 450. It looks like Fleischer might be the ones taking home the trophy, but there's still quite a few boards to play in the other room, so not going to call it just yet. Big thanks to BBO for hosting the tournament, the ACBL for putting on the nationals, my co-commentators, both Craig and Kai, who I've been doing some commentary with all week, as well as all the Vugraph operators that have been running the show over there in Memphis. Thanks to all the text commentators and all of the other casters that we've had on BBO doing commentary at all of the tables, putting on the big event so that everyone at home can watch and be entertained while you're hanging out and playing bridge. Or if you didn't hear a word I said, you've probably clicked the blue X above me because you don't want to listen to me talk, which I totally understand that. But on the last board, 450 and 5 hearts. Wonderful conclusion to the event, and if Fleischer does win, big congratulations to them. They definitely deserved it. Have outclassed, I think, every team that they played throughout the this entire Vanderbilt knockout matches.
Yeah, they beat Zimmerman yesterday, and Zimmerman has been one of the hottest teams in bridge over a very long period. So the path to victory was pretty challenging, having to get through some very good teams on their way to this final against the strong Wolfson team.
So last thing that we have to figure out is how is Cementa going to play the hand. He'll definitely win the Queen of Spades, and he'll definitely lead the Jack of Hearts at Trick 2. I don't think there's any reason to play Ace, King, Queen of Clubs, pitching a diamond first. I guess that's not entirely true.
Yeah, with clubs are 6-2, you might just go down. Well, I guess you would be pitching your diamond, so clubs would have to be 7-1.
6-1.
That's not super likely.
Yeah.
6-1, I'm sorry, you're right.
Okay, he wins the spade ace.
I mean, that feels like he might be planning to play on clubs.
Yeah, I think so too. So does he cash the ace of hearts first? He doesn't. Alright, King of Clubs.
This does feel a little match point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could be necessary if South has, say, the King of Hearts, North has the Ace of Diamonds, and Spades were 5-1, which is definitely possible. You need to cut communication. Otherwise, you run the Jack of Hearts into South, they win, Diamond to the Ace, Spade Ruff.
Right. That's true.
So there wasn't any guaranteed line to make 5 hearts against every layout of cards, but this is a pretty good one. 480. Make sure you head over to the other table, check out the remainder of play. We will see you all for the next National. Thanks for tuning in and watching, everyone.
Bye.
All right. I'm done. I'm free. Chat, we did it. We made it through another National. I didn't get fired either. That's great. And I also didn't get yelled at by the ACBL because the ACBL wasn't running the tournament. Do they not play on Sunday? Oh my god, hold on. And our stream has lived throughout this entire set. I'm sure it's about to die. There's no voice commentary at the other table. Well, that's their loss. Or maybe it's not their loss. Maybe, like, people were complaining about the voice commentary. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. It was fun to watch. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay, I actually have work to do tonight because I've been putting all of this off the entire week. But we'll stick around until we see the actual final score. There are bridge finals on Sunday. There's the North American Swiss. I don't know which one it is. I think it's the Kyohane Swiss, but I'm not sure. It might just be listed as like NABC plus Swiss on the ACBL page, but it's not being broadcast. There's no VU graph of it. I always thought it used to be that the Vanderbilt and Spin Gold ended on Sunday, but that might be because whenever I used to play, we would always have more than 64 teams enter. So there was like a day of play-ins, and then there was another day of round of 64. Here, our play-in games were basically the round of 64. Because we only had like 50-some teams that entered the thing. It's a 2-day Swiss? Why is it a 2-day Swiss, Craig? Who decided that? It used to be 3, right? Wasn't it always 3? I thought it was always 3. The summer and fall are 3? Aha, aha. Aliuna, you ended up in the Swiss? Me too. Me too. Look at this. Look at this. Berkowitz, unlike Samantha, had his spectacles on, so he could see all the way across to the other side of the table, where his partner had bid 2 clubs over a no trump. And you know what happens when you see your partner bid 2 clubs over a no trump and you're 4-4-1-4 in shape? You show your majors. That's what you do. So Berkowitz figured out what to do because he could actually see across the table. Is this why Samantha makes so many mistakes? That he's just legally blind? Do we think that that's the problem? Dude, 4 hearts down 2 as opposed to 5 clubs doubled down 3. How did they get to 5 clubs? Does anyone even remember this hand? No! Dude! This is exactly it! He saw 3 of a black suit on this hand, and he thought his partner had overcalled 3 spades. That's what happened. Like, that's the problem. He thought 3 clubs was 3 spades because he can't see. No, we've identified the issue. Ah, someone get this guy some glasses. No. Oh. Well, that makes more sense now. I get it. I'm just throwing out conspiracy theories. Sorry, Diana's talking to me. I'm reading. Congrats to the Vandy winners. Congrats to the Vandy winners. 5 diamonds doubled again. What was this auction? Oh, East West got to 4 hearts. Who'd have thought? 5 clubs, wobble. 5 diamonds, wobble. I'll pass. Okay. I'm so tired. Thanks, Welsh Rabbit. Oh, Twitch chat, you can come back. You know what? Everything can come back. Now that I don't need... I'm done with the commentary thing. Boom, that can come back. Alerts, TTS. Yeah, that's perfect, right? That's probably all we have. What did people think about the text box, the chat box? To this side or to this side? Let me poll people while people are here. I will make sure to poll YouTube as well, because YouTube is going to be the one watching the VODs for the most part. Please let me know. So 3 boards left. It's 35 imps. Wolfson's made a bit of a comeback. 5 diamonds doubled. So this was supposed to go down somehow. 1 no, transfer 3 spades. Double. Redouble. Redouble is a big bid. 4 hearts. 4 spades, pass, pass, 5 diamonds, pass, pass, crack, club lead. So how are you supposed to make this? Club ruff, heart to the jack, club ruff, heart, club ruff, diamond, whoa. Nine of clubs. Huh. Now a heart. Oh. Wait. Could they have actually beaten this? Go back a couple tricks. I'm so tired. Oh! That third heart, North can give partner a rough. Wait, shouldn't he have known? Like, shouldn't North have known that his partner had a heart void? Because East bid 4 hearts in the auction? Did we miss something? I mean, look, I scrolled through the play quickly. I missed it. You gotta forgive Basis. He's had a long week. Also, over under on how many weeks it takes Tomas to break up with Cedric after this event. Like, I know it never really feels like the way things are gonna go if you win a national championship and then you tell your partner that you can't play with them anymore, but how upset is he at his partner? I think we do not see these two playing together next national. That's my guess. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 now. Guess these guys haven't discussed the Kokish relay. It's a newfangled convention. I don't know if they've heard of it, but it would really help out here. Maybe it wouldn't. Too late to bail for next cycle? I'm pretty sure that North gets to dictate terms. Like, this guy right here, him, but 20 years older, this one, he's really good. In case it wasn't clear to anyone else, this guy is why they win events. This guy, I mean, just look at him. He's even borrowing his teammates' glasses, which is why Samantha can't see across the table. Like, he plays well, but I mean, okay, I think my point's been made. Like, if he says he wants something, if this guy says he wants something, you give him that something. That's how it works. Gary, you played with Thomas in a Pro-Am? Nice, nice. I've never played with Thomas. And I've never played with Cedric either. I have played with a lot of European people, but None of the French players. I mean, I played against them a lot. I played against both Bassis Lorenzini. I played against Bassis Volker. Quite a few times. Marty's ready to throw Lorenzini and Magoo. Who's Magoo? Oh, we have poll results. Okay. Huh, who knew? Yeah, I do kind of like this black box next to me when I'm playing. It's a little bit weird because sometimes I'll forget to remove it when I do go into analysis mode. So that's why I haven't had it up. Oh, Magoo is the one who can't see? Got you, got you. Did we get the exact same defense for the first few tricks? It looks like we did. See, Zap, you don't understand Craig's trolling. He'll make trolling comments about, like, bridge conventions or whatever. And, yeah, he doesn't make your mom jokes. He's played with Veronique before. Wait, have I played with Veronique? Hold on a second. Maybe I haven't. I played with a lot of people. I don't think she would be memorable. just a women's world champion. I mean, yeah. There's no way I would remember that. Alright, what's going on here? Spade suit got blocked or something? Could happen to anyone. You thought I was going to say I played with a lot of people's moms? Got him. The recorded play is wrong, 460 for a push. So, still technically doable, right? 35 imps over 2 boards. You're done, you'll see yourself out. Thanks, Gary. Yeah, I see the votes. So, I'll try this sort of thing. Man, the USBCs are coming up in like a month. I did the entirety of that last year. I just don't think I can devote much time to doing it. Like, I'll probably do the finals of the Open or something. Maybe the finals of something else. But spending an entire month doing commentary for USBCs, I do not get as good of an hourly rate on this as people might think. I'm hungry. Hey, at least we're finishing up earlier today. Yesterday I had done like an 11.5-hour stream. Today we're only at 10.5. The USBC Open YouTube videos are fun. I'm glad people like them. It was a fun event to cover. I mean, I enjoyed doing it last year. I had fewer commitments. That's how you started watching? Thanks, Shift. I'm glad that I was able to cheer up your week a little bit. Board 16 of BBBL? Do you have a... Wait, but I didn't even play it. I mean, I'm not gonna play through. I can either look next time or you can post it in Discord or something, but there has to be like a spoiler tag or whatever. Gary!
Thanks for your time and putting this together. Commentary was great.
Thanks so much, Gary. Really appreciate it. Thanks for everyone who's donated and subscribed and joined the YouTube channel over the week. We've got a bunch of new viewers, I know, which I'm sure will dwindle. Most of my normal stuff is like silly robot events and whatnot, like the robot on NABC, which I just won, by the way. So if you want to check out those videos, there are some long slogs on YouTube that you can get through where I go over detailed analysis on every hand. You were trying to make me play the whole thing? Yeah, good meme. Oh, you won? I did. You've outed yourself as a non-YouTube viewer. But thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the congratulations. Hey, Gary. Thanks so much for joining the lounge. Appreciate the support. Two Hearts down 3 on this one. East-West got to a no trump. I'm the best. I'm pretty good. I'm returning your points, Shift. No analyze a hand for you. Okay, I probably won't do my Bridge Winners post tonight. It'll probably be tomorrow, since I do have a little bit of extra work to do. Thanks, Richard. Checking in on YouTube to help the algorithm. You'll have a month of Prime again soon. What does that mean? Are you like farming Bitcoin to pay for your Prime subscription? Like, what do you mean you'll have a month of Prime again soon? I do have the laziest viewers, don't I, sometimes? Thanks, Zapsniff, for letting us know. They give you 1 free month a year. Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense. You could maybe upgrade your little fox emoji. Oh, Genosar pitched a spade, the fool. Did it matter? No, it didn't matter. Wasted the Prime sub on golf? Did everyone get what they wanted out of this Vanderbilt? Fleischer won, so they're probably pretty happy. Everyone except for Basis. Wilson is happy. They made it to the final. Dinkin's happy. Somehow they made it to the semifinal. Zimmerman's going to be pissed off. Actually, I noticed Zimmerman #1 fan is not here today. Matthew O'Farrell. It's been surprisingly quiet. Berkowitz is furious, is he? Why? What happened? Oh, why is he so upset? What did Genosar do? You mentioned his win, but it's an asterisk win? Wait, he won the Vanderbilt, but he didn't actually win the Vanderbilt? Oh, he won with Barati Lenzerati. Oh, no. I mean, I would have been happy with a bunch of second places in national KO finals. People named David Berkowitz have lethal tempers. Yeah, good joke, good joke. Dude, was it really? I assume this was after. I assume it wasn't just like they randomly started calling him Sam and then the news came out. No, this must have been after, right? Hey, Zapsniff. Thanks so much for giving out a couple subs to the viewers. Appreciate it. 1977? Dude, I don't fucking know how old people are. Anyone who has gray hair to me sounds like they're at least 85. That's just the way I view the world. I haven't looked at Jim Monday's commentary, but he seems good. I've been reading his text stuff. You think Burke is 75? Yeah, I mean, whatever. Like, who knows when 1977 was? That was so long ago. Little Burke is going to be 40. Richard remembers. If anyone's not familiar, this name is associated with someone a lot more famous than the bridge player David Berkowitz. You can Google it yourself. I don't know. Are other people offended about like the jokes about people dying? I don't mind it. So I'm totally open to people joking about children having cancer. It seems kind of bad, though. Just saying. You were going to make the joke that if you Google David Berkowitz, be sure to specify the bridge player. But, like, I don't think that helps, right? It's still going to pop up the other thing. No, I mean, you're all good, but, like, I mean, if the community doesn't want it, then I'm supporting the community. Okay, Fleischer wins. Last look at bridge winners. We'll take a look back at, let's see are there any more angry comments? There are more angry comments. This is great. Just to confirm, scoreboard, yeah, 138 to 99. Okay. Let's take a look. 5 new comments. Blah blah, comments are completely correct and far from ludicrous. If you have I don't even remember what this was in reference to. Okay, they've gone off topic. All good. Al says, I don't expect anyone else to study convention cards. That's good. I'm glad that he doesn't expect us to study convention cards. But expect people to look and see general approach, no trump range, one club opener length or artificial force, whether natural and transfer responses, a diamond length, general description of opening 2 spades. This seems like a very pointed one. Like, why specifically 2 spades? I don't know. Then we could avoid the too often. I guess this shows wrong range shape. Why didn't X open Y? Yeah, so this to me is always fine as a commentator, because if you don't know, you don't know. But saying, why didn't someone open something else, that's really bad. Like, you should not be doing that in commentary. It's excellent form to criticize someone's grammar errors while also making grammar errors. Did I miss something? Personally, I would rather not know what a player... Okay. Not only does it sound very odd, it is very odd. You cannot work out the logic behind bids if you don't know what they're playing. Perhaps he believes there is no logic behind most players' bids. Smiley face. Smiley face. Did we get March Madness? What's March Madness? Richard opens 2 spades when it's my turn. Oh, general description of opening 2s. But, I mean, no one would write it as 2S. Oh. Oh my god. Well, stream apparently has died once again. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, I guess I'm done. Thanks for tuning in, Twitch, YouTube, and everyone. Check in on BBO tomorrow. I will be... Or not BBO, on Bridge Winners. I will post a thread or something, and you can either like it or downvote it or send me, like, mean comments. Alright, have a good day, y'all.